Nazis vanished. The history books, they tell of their defeat in 45. They all came out of the woodwork on the day the Nazi died. They say the prisoner of Spandau was a symbol of defeat. Whilst Hess remained in prison, then the fascists they would beat. So the promise of an Aryan world would never materialize. So why did they all come out of the woodwork on the day the Nazi died? The world is riddled with maggots. The maggots are getting fat. They're making a tasty meal of all the bosses and bureaucrats. They're taking over the boardrooms and they're fat and full of pride. And they all came out of the woodwork on the day the Nazi died. So if you meet with these historians, I'll tell you what to say. Tell them that the Nazis never really went away. They're out there burning houses down and peddling racist lies. And we'll never rest again until every Nazi dies.
Woke up one morning and there were soldiers. Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Woke up one morning and there were soldiers. The invasion had begun. Lend me your shoulder, we'll stand together. Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Lend me your shoulder, we'll stand together. But I feel my time has come, and if I die here for the resistance, oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. And if I die here for the resistance, you must lay me in my grave among the flowers upon the mountain. Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Among the flowers upon the mountain, let me rest among the brave. Someday the people will pick the flowers. Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Someday the people will pick the flowers, and they will remember my name. This is the flower of the resistance. Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. This is the flower of the resistance, and those who died for liberty. This is the flower of the resistance. Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. This is the flower of the resistance, and those who died for liberty. This is the flower of our resistance, and those who died for liberty.
Come all of you good workers, good news to you I'll tell of how the good old Union has come in here to dwell.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
My daddy was a miner and I'm a miner's son, and I'll stick with the Union till every battle's won.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
They say in Harlan County there are no neutrals there. You'll either be a Union man or a thug for J.H. Blair.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
Oh, workers, can you stand it? Oh, tell me how you can. Will you be a lousy scab or will you be a man?
Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
Don't scab for the bosses, don't listen to their lies. Us poor folks haven't got a chance unless we organize.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on? Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
I was born in the Dublin street where the lion runs do beat, and the lovely English people walked all over us. And every single night when they tell, come home tight, he'd invite the neighbours out with his chorus. Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lace of Kilshandra. Come tell us how you slew them old Arabs 2 by 2. Like the Zulus they had nice bows and arrows. Of how bravely you faced one with your 16-pounder gun. And you frightened all the natives to the marrow. Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lakes of Kilshandra. Come let us hear you tell how you stand the brave Parnell and taught them well and truly persecuted. Where are the stares and jeers that you proudly let us hear when our heroes of 16 were executed? Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lakes of Kilshandra.
Hello there, you bumperclarts. How are you all? I am alive, and I regret every second of it. How are we getting on? We alright, yeah? Are we good? I do hope so. I just came in from the Green Elect stream. I didn't realise they had a stream. Link it. I'd like to check that out. You have a cold. Well, don't pass it on to everybody else. Okay? If you're going to die, do it quietly, please. Jesus. I've been making a D&D character. Oh, so you're a virgin. Okay. No, that's cool. So.
It's a fucking disgrace.
How is everyone? Are we excited? Are we trepidatious? Are we how are we feeling? There's the Gorton and Denton by-election, which I'll be honest with you, I am on tenterhooks. This I have, like, usually a by-election I couldn't give two fucks about particularly, but this one actually really matters because the exact result, not just who wins, but in what order everyone comes. Giggity. Is important. You know, like, I need Reform to lose, but I also need Labour to definitely finish third. Does that make sense? The only result I will be absolutely happy with is Green. I mean, I don't even want Reform to come second, but, like, let's say Reform, and Labour below that. Labour below Reform, which sounds bad, right? But I don't want Reform to win. I want Reform to lose badly as well. But I can't be having Labour doing well. They deserve to be annihilated. Politically speaking, of course. I'm not suggesting any kind of violent intent. But they need, the adults in the room need to be taught that adulting in the room whilst semi-cash isn't enough. You need to actually fucking do things, you pricks. I'll turn the alert box on so that it gets read out rather than me having to read it, because I am semi-literate at best. Thank you, Suzzled Snake, for resubscribing. 24 months. Peace! And thank you... no, that was Seamstress Dragon, sorry. Suzzled Snake with Bitty Bits, who says, my prediction, question mark, a win for the Monster AV Looney Party. Not the party we need, but the party we deserve. Truly. Yes. Actually, the Monster AV Looney Party are a more complicated party than you would think, because obviously they're meant to be a joke, and some of their policies are amazing, like reducing class sizes, school class sizes, by making kids sit closer together. Perfect. Introducing a 99p coin to avoid unchange. Modern problems, modern solutions. I love it. But they have actually had serious policies. Like, they were literally the first national political party to suggest the lowering of the voting age to 18. Was it 21 before, I think? Like, they're actually good people, albeit good people who use their time in less than productive ways. But they're good people, I think, mostly. It's just their sense of humour is very, very silly. But that's fine, you know. There's no evil about it. Hello there, David Williams. Thank you for subscribing on the YouTubes. Hopefully that's David Williams and not David Williams, because that's actually David Williams' real name. It's David Williams. But he changed it because there was already a David Williams.
Stiff dick of poop.
In Equity, the acting union thing. And he's a sexual abuser, so, you know, just saying. I'm asking to get sued, aren't I? Like, I think I'd win the case, but, like, he could get some very powerful lawyers. Anyway, thank you, Suzzled Snake, for gifting a sub to J4CKMELL0R. I don't know who that is. Could be anyone. Mysterious. But, yeah, thank you. Much love. Who? Aldi? Oh, the Liberal Democrats. What? Dan Hodges says Reform think that the Greens have got it. That would be good. Yeah. Like, even if Labour do come second, as long as the Greens win. This is my Twitch name. I don't believe you. I don't think the Jack Mellor, with that kind of name and let's be honest, sex appeal, would change their name on Twitch. So I don't believe you, imposter. My real name was taken, so I did the letter replacement thing. Nope, not buying it, mate. I'm not buying it.
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
Hello there, Carl Brown. He says,
hi, Kev, hope you well.
Who said that? Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. I am very well.
Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen.
Words of wisdom. Anyway, we're watching Question Time from my own hometown. But I'm not allowed to go there to the recording because I applied and they didn't even fucking respond to me. Cunts. Honestly, they knew everyone would be distracted.
Stop it. Get some help.
They thought, well, we can't let Kev go because everyone will be too distracted trying to get with him. Which, like, I get that. Don't get me wrong. I am, to put it mildly, a pussy magnet. This is true. I'm also a cock magnet.
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
Honestly, they thought all the moisture would be distracting. So, you know, I get it. But look, there's plenty of Kev to go around, okay? I've got riz enough for all of mankind. Unity, yeah? Anyway, what a load of shit. Right, we're watching Question Time. Hopefully with no Justice of the MTGs, if she's around. I don't know if she is, though. She might not be. Whatever. Either way, we can't watch it for another couple of minutes, I don't think, because we have to essentially watch it live. Because, oh, actually, has it started already? Oh, I thought it was going at 1:45. Oh, okay. Well, we're already 5 minutes in, apparently. Anyway, because the restrictions on talking about a political by-election...
divide people.
Shut the fuck up. Go back to the start of the show. Right. You have to wait until the polling definitely ends before you can, like, talk. There are restrictions about reporting and things to keep it fair. It's a lot of bollocks, of course, but, like, some organisations
Sometimes
do
maybe
try.
good, sometimes maybe shit.
The audience and the panel will all be rats, right?
I assume so. I mean, there are very few humans left in the city. We've all perished. Honestly, that's the real great replacement, is all of the humans, all of the bipeds of Birmingham being replaced by, ironically, larger mammals of a more four-legged variety. It is true. It is true. And on that bombshell, should we see if no Justice is around? Oh yeah, no, we do it on Discord. Oh, for fuck's sake! I was like, she hasn't contacted me, but we do. We talk on Discord now. It's very annoying. I forgot you're on YouTube. What? Oh, she's delightfully mad, this one. Honestly, I can't wait for No Justice to become Prime Minister. It's going to happen, obviously, with Ash Sarkar as presumably Chancellor or something. I don't know. It's the only government I will ever respect. What are we doing? I could and should have set this all up before we got going. But I'll be honest with you, I was enjoying a very nice ham sandwich and could not be bothered. So, yeah. I thought I could have rushed my meal, or indeed prepared it earlier, knowing what time I was going to go live. Nah, that's not how the Kev rolls, okay? I do my thing in the way that I do it. If you don't like it, get on board, okay? The Kevolution starts here, and it will be televised on Twitch and YouTube, or something. I don't fucking know. Hello! Hello!
Oh, sorry, my PC muted itself for some reason. Hello, Kevin.
Hello. How are you?
Are you ready to sell children drugs?
I already do.
A man after my own heart.
Well, exactly, yeah. Look, I mean, look, you've got to prepare, you've got to live like the world you want already exists, yeah?
The kids go crazy for the yellow benzines, it's so true.
It's true. Look, as we all know, Zach Polanski wants to personally inject heroin into all children. And I'm just getting a head start on him, you know? Just saying. Green Party policy, official. Fact.
Literally so true, so true.
Has this... honestly, has this campaign been... like, on a smaller scale, of course, but has it been worse than, like, Brexit was? It feels dirtier than that, you know?
This feels like genuinely the worst campaign I've ever seen. Like, I'm beyond jokeified. And on Threads, I was calling Labour the child murder party.
Well, that's the thing. I would usually be kind of disgusted that Kemi Badenoch would call them... Well, she didn't call them. She said other people were calling them the pedo protector party, and I'm just like, actually, yeah. Look, yeah, you should point that out. Actually, fuck them. Like, they're literally, for a start, like, is there any part of the establishment that isn't paedified? The RAF, that's the Royal Air Force, are now investigating whether Epstein was using RAF bases. What the fuck? Was he an airplane in his spare time? What the fuck was he? Why? What the fuck does that even mean? What, he was doing pedo shit on B-52s? What?
Literally, it's the dumbest shit. But yeah, like, I'm beyond jokeified. The gloves are off. The Labour Party can go fuck themselves. In the video that I put up from yesterday's stream, I called Keir Starmer a terrible father for invoking his own kid in the House of Commons.
Well, yeah, I mean, not just that. I mean, for those who didn't see it, because, I mean, I didn't actually cover it on my show. I didn't do PMQs yesterday. But, Yeah, he used the example of his kid. He was like, "Oh, my kid's 17," and the idea that the Greens would get in and allow him to buy heroin. I'm sorry, if he's buying heroin, you have done a poor job, I think.
You're a shit dad, yeah. Bad father. And then to weaponize your own terrible parenting for your own kid in the House of Commons to lie about an opposing political party, you're scum. Subhuman scum.
Especially, look, we know that Keir Starmer's kid wouldn't be buying heroin. Lord Ali would buy it for him to get access.
So true! So true.
You know? Just saying.
Literally. But I mean, like, again, like, these people they've been so shameless in the way they've lied about us. I'm just like, well, I'm going to tell not lies. Which is that Labour have killed trans kids, they've killed Palestinian kids,
Yep.
They probably will kill the kids of disabled people or starve them to death with their disability cards, and they'll almost certainly end up killing a bunch of addicts as well because of their stupid war on puritanical belief in the war on drugs.
And the only reason that Mandelson was okay with that is because his friend no longer needs those kids.
So true.
I'm in a spicy mood, chat. I don't know if you can tell. I'm a little bit peeved at how this
we're jokified.
campaign has gone down.
Literally fully jokified. Jokified at this point.
I genuinely thought, right, a couple of things have kind of come to my notice or whatever during this campaign. Firstly, like I say, Brexit was like a more widespread thing because obviously it's across the entire nation. But like, and I thought that was the lowest that British democracy would go. But this is really plumb depths, this one. This is very strange. And like literally making up false polling companies to try and get people to tactically vote. Like, what are you doing? And then admitting it as well, just be like, yeah, we made that up. That's just us. Like, that's just normal now. You can just lie and cheat. That's absolutely fine.
Did you see Zach Plansky bought the domain name and then made it directly into the Green
Sometimes maybe shit.
Honestly, just for the trolling alone, I love the guy.
Voting reform.
He's the poster supreme. Honestly,
I love it. Well, the thing where Lucy Powell was taking the piss out of him, and he just posted a picture of Peter Mandelson with Jeffrey Epstein. Just you don't need to respond to it. Just shit post Nancy stuff out of him. Yeah,
literally. I want to know which Simpsons profile picture lefty shitpost account on Twitter he is paying to do his comms. They're doing an amazing job. Hey, Katie Marshall, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, chat.
Or here's the conspiracy one for you. How about if one of those poster accounts is actually Zach Polanski as just a hobby? He has a shitpost account. He's one of those fucking, you know, he's called like Leon Thotsky or something like that, and he just posts shit posts about fucking capitalism all day.
I swear, like one of them must be like someone from the Socialist Campaign Group or some shit.
There must be. There's someone under the age of 30 who's doing the comms there, because there's no way he's doing that. Surely, ironically, he's far too sensible. Just like, and I don't mean that as the insult it might at first appear. I mean that in the literal sense, you know.
So this is from Dan Hodges, who's from the Mail of all places, saying
the
Labour vote seems to be collapsing. Huge amount of switching to the Greens. Reform think Greens will win with Labour third. Very significant Labour to Green switchings. Muslims and senior Labour source thinks that Greens will win as well.
That was before I came on. I said the only result I will be entirely happy with is, the only realistic result that I would be happy with is Greens 1, Reform 2, Labour 3.
That'd be ideal, wouldn't it?
That's the only one I would ever be happy with. Don't get me wrong, I'd still accept Green 1, Labour 2. That's fine. But it would still leave Labour going, look, even when in a bad year, we can still beat the Reform Party, which would be annoying. I need them to be eviscerated. Ideally, I'd like them to finish 4th, 5th or 6th. I'd like them to lose their fucking deposit. Also, I can't wait for the fucking... I don't know, what do we even call it? The Kevin insurrection of the Tory party losing their deposit. They're really bouncing back, the Tories, on this one, aren't they? Amazing.
Thank you. My name is Hell for the Prime sub. I appreciate the support.
I can't fucking wait. But like, the Greens have to win this, please. And that's why I've titled my stream "Thank you / fuck you, Gorton and Denton (brackets delete as applicable).
Because
there is one answer. There is one answer that's acceptable. Manchester, don't fucking ruin this for me.
My stream is called "Does anyone have any nails left?"
Cheminaissance. There we go. The cheminaissance.
So one thing I actually wouldn't be like too upset at Reform 1, Greens 2. Because you know full well every motherfucker on Threads who's like, Greens are splitting the vote, immediately have to eat their own hat and realise that they were the ones who allowed reform in. And that'd be a nice consolation prize.
I genuinely just... Firstly, I have very little respect for Parliament. But what tiny, like, fumes in the tank of respect I have for it would disintegrate if Matt Goodwin becomes an MP.
Oh my god, it'd be miserable having him speaking in Parliament at any point.
It
over the
would
next 3
be
years.
awful. Imagine, and they're gonna do a photo up with him and Tice and Farage in Parliament, smiling, and I'm gonna want an asteroid to hit that building, and I don't want that feeling. I don't want that. It's not a pleasant feeling. I want to feel happy. And actually, on that point, another thing that did come to me during this, and I'm surprised this hadn't really sort of come to me before, but the idea, like someone made the point that at some point Labour are going to have to make the argument, vote for us, not vote against something else.
Ladies and gentlemen,
and it occurred to me that the only time
that
that hasn't happened for me was the last general election where I didn't vote Labour, I voted for the Green Party. Before then, I'd always voted against something to keep a Tory out. I'd never voted for the Labour Party. I had put my X next to the Labour candidate, of course, but I'd never voted positively for the Labour Party. I'd voted against the Tories in my area because it's a Tory Labour sort of marginal. It's certainly not a safe seat by any stretch. And so it occurred to me that like it's essentially like a hostage situation. The Labour Party has like a third of the country in a kind of abusive relationship hostage situation where like, oh, you're going to leave? Well, where are you going to go and live then? Oh, you want to be homeless?
Sometimes may be good, sometimes
that's
may
why
be shit.
I kind of don't mind if Reform win with the Greens in second. Because I want to be out of this abusive relationship.
Yeah, that's why I need the Labour Party to do not just badly, but like atrociously here.
Literally. Although, in the betting odds, Reform are now behind Labour. So it does... I mean, the reason why I think that there's no risk of Reform winning
sometimes
is because
may be
I don't
good,
think
sometimes may be
given the
shit.
high turnout, I don't think they have enough voters in the constituency to be able to beat half of the combined Labour or Green vote. There's just not enough Reform voters to be able to get over the second hurdle. So I think it will be Reform in second and either Greens or Labour in first, around Reform. We'll have to see. Interesting, Dan Hodges also saying he's never seen an election day ground game like the Greens had today in his entire time being a journalist.
Wasn't Hodges the it's time to put a stake through Jezza guy?
Yes, he was the Labour must kill vampire Jezza.
Yeah, okay. So when you say journalist, that comes with big quotation marks.
Well, he works for the Mail. That's not really. It's a journalist in very, very huge quotation marks. Yeah. I think his Clippy technician wants to see Phil Copehouse's reaction, but he's already been very critical of McSweeney. Yeah. Whereas I hate to bring back old grudges, and I don't mean to do it because he's actually a nice guy, but there is one person's reaction I do want to see.
Who's that?
The bowler hat man.
Oh, but you've mentioned it now. I'm getting my fucking bowler hat on. Yes, let's go. 1 second. Fuck yes, chat. Fuck yes. Boom.
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
Continual derision of the Greens as being unable to win, and then we just keep winning. We're gonna be tired of winning. It's just I'll feel feelings if that's correct.
Yes, very much so. Yeah. I can't wait to see it. And not just that, but all of the people who were like, oh god, and I quite like him, but Graham Hughes, not Graham Hughes. What's his name? The Scouse lad.
Yeah, Graham Hughes. Yeah.
Oh, that is great. I'm sorry. They do a show together, don't they?
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
Yeah, he was.
Only time I voted for Labour was for JCTBF.
He was saying on his stream that the Green Party want a reform government, and I was just like, "What the fuck are you talking? What kind of weird ass cope is this? It's pathetic. No, we fucking don't. That would be awful."
I mean, yeah, just. This for these Labourites again. You know who's really, really turned a corner on this? You know who's genuinely? I think she's on the team, almost right.
I don't know.
I think Super Tansky is on the team now.
Good God.
She's genuinely the shit that she like the absolute the how angry she is with Keir Starmer. Like genuinely, I was not surprised. I was very surprised to have seen it. So.
I haven't watched her content in ages, so I don't even know where she's at with all of this. But yeah.
No, I mean, I just see her posts on Threads sometimes, and she seems, again, very angry with the Labour Party, and rightly so.
Well, yeah, anyone with any semblance of principle must be.
And again, she was never devoid of principle. She was devoid of strategy. That was what we were. When we did that video critiquing her, and she claimed it was some kind of pylon or whatever. Like, all we were doing was critiquing the strategic approach she had to politics. We were never impugning her desire to want to see progressive change, right?
Yeah, true.
Anyway, shall we watch the most cursed question time lineup ever?
It is bad, isn't it? Yeah, it's not great. And they had to bring this fucking shower of shite to Birmingham as well. Thanks. I did apply, but they didn't even fucking respond. Literally didn't even get a fucking email back telling me to go fuck myself. So there we go. Yes, we're watching it sort of live, albeit a few minutes behind, because it wasn't on earlier. Because of the broadcasting restrictions on by-election.
By-elections.
Yeah.
You know what? It meant that I could get home in time and not be late for question time, essentially, because it started so late. Don't have to worry. My train was literally on time. It said it was going to get in at 9:46, and it got in at 9:46. I was crazy.
Wow, literally a privatisation success story.
Yeah, there we go.
One train was on time ever. Brilliant.
So it was East Midlands Railway. What the fuck is going on? Also, Politico teacher. I tell you what. Once we've got through question time, we should grab James and get him in the call to talk about the results, because we've not had James on yet.
Yeah. I don't know who that is. Apologies, I'm not flexing or anything. I'm not like, I'm too big to know who the fuck you are. I'm just an ignorant prick. I don't. But I'm happy to talk with anyone. So. He
goes as Politico teacher on YouTube and Twitter.
Oh, okay. Well, I probably follow them then, but I don't. My memory is fucking dreadful. Does
political Green Party content in a northeastern accent? If I am
nice,
pointing that correctly, don't shoot me if I'm wrong.
Okay. Well, I'm more than happy. Yeah.
Listen to newscast every day.
Hopefully, they'll bring some butter. That's northeastern as well.
On BBC Sounds.
We have worked out a price of $10,000.
We'd expect a private jet.
Nice to be on the water, isn't it?
No, I hate it.
You're going to sit down. I'm not finished yet. You are fired.
We're having a meeting.
Don't ever underestimate me. I've got a B in GCSE French.
Ran newscast follows in an hour on BBC One, but now the only thing we know is that you're asking the questions.
Every week.
Okay, pause. Speaking of James, Labour sources say their hopers on postal votes admit they've been heavily outpolled on the day. Wow. Don't make me feel. Don't get my hopes up, chat.
I've always said Zach Polanski polls very well. I'm being needlessly sexual. It's very inappropriate, actually.
I thought you were implying that he released election videos in Polish.
No, only in Urdu, and apparently that's sectarian because brown people. Anyway, yes, they brought this shower of absolute cunts to my city. We've got enough of them here already. Why are you
what's
importing
crazy,
people?
Right?
Oh.
It was crazy. Alicia Kearns might be the most left-wing person on this panel.
The Tory MP.
This is crazy.
Well, Lisa Nandy definitely isn't, and she's the Labour representative.
Because, I mean, literally, Alicia Kearns was the chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee that essentially kind of, A, forced David Cameron to admit that Gaza was occupied.
Yep.
B, was the one who leaked the information that the Conservative government had been given advice to cancel arms sales to Israel because of war crimes, and that it hadn't been done, and she was pressuring them to do it. And she didn't go all out for Maccabi Tel Aviv, and she's pro-trans.
Oh, she's woke. Okay.
She's quite literally a caught by the woke mind virus.
She's part of the wokerati.
True.
Yeah. Anyway, so like I say, Lisa Nandy being not the most left-wing person there, not even the most left-wing parliamentarian on the panel. I wonder why the people of Gorton and Denton that have voted Labour since 1930 don't want to vote for you anymore. It's a fucking mystery.
Stocky asks who's representing the giant rats out of this lot. Oh, that'll be Esther Kraku.
Well, I was about to say Lisa Nandy is quite verminous, to be fair. Yeah. But, I don't know. Honestly, the rat representation... I imagine the audience is entirely rats. 23 feet rats. Honestly, the stroke's been going on over a year. Council, can you just stop being cunts and honour the fucking thing you already signed? They're not even asking for anything other than for you to just... You've signed the contract! Pay them! Fucking hell.
Part of the United Kingdom. Tonight, we've come to Birmingham.
Why?
A city with one of the UK's youngest and most diverse populations. The birthplace of Cadbury's chocolate.
She means brown people, by the way. She means there are Muslims. When they say diverse, it's like in America when they say urban, and you know they mean black. It's that.
Literally. Well, you hear about the family voting stuff. I saw a dude who goes by Congolisa Rice on Twitter, which is an incredible name.
That's definitely Zach Polanski. That's definitely one of his, 100%.
But she's claiming that Labour are going to go full January 6th over the family voting stuff, and you know that's true. It's true.
Oh yeah. Keir Starmer's going to come out and go, it was rigged. It was rigged.
Stop that.
Yeah. Honestly, we would have won without the riggers. Hard R, obviously. You know.
Heavy metal and the chicken Balti. It also boasts more miles of canals than Venice, apparently. The city...
That is literally true, by the way. Someone did measure. We have more miles of canal than Venice. Now, it could be argued that culturally and as an experience, the canals of Venice are very pleasant, whereas in Birmingham, you're more likely to catch something if you go near our canals and or be attacked by a heroin addict tramp. These are two things that are very likely to happen to you if you go near our canals.
And if you want to increase the preponderance of heroin addict canals, vote Green in Birmingham, Selly Oak.
Yes, let's fucking go. I'm doing my bit, both voting Green and selling heroin.
Help fucked and bombed eliminate this evil.
It's all right. Heroin's a made-up drug. It's fine.
It's not made from plants. It's made by chemicals from sick bastards.
It's a fucking disgrace.
It's rare I get to use the Bernard Manning sound emote appropriately, but I did, and I'm very happy.
Full context.
Council is emerging from a financial crisis that led to service cuts and council tax rising by about 18% over the past 2 years. As usual, our audience members arriving here this evening reflect the general political picture across the nation. And tonight they want to ask, are our politicians capable of having an honest conversation about integration and immigration? And is the...
Oh, I thought we never talked about it! We never talk about it! It's impossible. It's literally, you know, if you talk about immigration, they arrest you and send you to a gulag.
literally.
Every fucking week they talk about it, and someone's like, "You can't talk about immigration." Well, why can I fucking hear you then? Jesus, I wish the silenced would shut up.
Government taxing pubs and restaurants out of business. Welcome to Question Time from Birmingham.
Also, like, it would be, I think, pertinent when they say it's led to service cuts. I think it would be pertinent to mention the year-long rolling strike. But
yeah, service cuts. I mean, service disappearance.
Yeah, like, I remember a time when we didn't have mountains of shit everywhere. It was good. It was almost a livable city at one point. Fucking hell. But thankfully, the decade of renewal under a Labour council and a Labour national government has led to massive piles of shit everywhere. Super duper!
On the panel from the government, the Culture Secretary, Lisa Nandy, who once ran against Keir Starmer for the Labour leadership.
Oh dear, I seem to have spotted a cut!
In Labour ranks as unforgivable. For the Conservatives, Alicia Kearns is Shadow Home Office.
Comrade Kearns! Love it!
Also, Lisa Nandy are going, oh, well, all of the turmoil is unforgivable. You are a member. You're a founding member of Labour Together. Yep. You fucking bitch, that's you.
That is literally you.
Warning maniac looks at picture of self.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I wonder who that's about.
Literally.
Minister before entering Parliament in 2019.
Anyway, can we have some salutes in chat for Comrade Kearns? Sorry. You couldn't hear that, but I put the Soviet anthem on for a bit. So that's, yeah, anyway.
Counter-terrorism consultant and has visited war zones across the world. She says she's not easily spooked. Jess Brown-Fuller is the Liberal Democrats' Justice spokesperson and the MP for Chichester.
I don't know this one, I'll be honest. I don't know. Is she new? I think she's relatively young.
She's new intake. Yeah, Chichester used to be a Tory seat, and they lost it because they lost everywhere.
Yeah.
She was.
Have we done a school check then? Seems though she's a new one.
I think this is the second time that she has been on the show.
Because she is white and has a double barrel name, which usually means posh.
Literally so
like you get, ironically, you get black people with double barrel surnames. I don't assume posh. I just assume they can join their surnames. Okay, look, that's just a thing that they do. Okay, fine, cool. Yeah. Whereas when it's a white person, I'm thinking like, oh, your granddad owned half of Herefordshire. Okay, you know, Lord Brown of fucking Hereford or something.
She did a performing arts degree at the University of Chichester. It doesn't say her.
Oh, she's not even well known enough to have a fucking early life bit. Oh no. Oh, that's tragic. Okay. Well, there you go.
She was from Norwich and moved to West Sussex for her mother's career. Yeah, there's just nothing. When she was on last time, she talked about the EU a lot.
Okay, but if we're going to talk politics and Norwich, I wonder what her opinions are on the pedestrianisation of Norwich city centre. These are the big issues from 1996.
True.
Okay.
Before politics, she was an events officer and a local councillor. Tom Kerridge is a chef and business owner who endorsed Labour at the last election, but warns that the hospitality industry is running out of steam, money and energy. And Esther Krakow is a broadcaster and columnist who describes herself as socially conservative and thinks that Britain has been cursed with stupid politicians. So let's see what she thinks tonight.
Honestly, I mean, I don't want to do liberal ID poll, but every week I notice how white it is. Now, I'm not from all those other places. I am from this place. That is a whiter audience than is representative of this city.
Yeah, literally. Robert Jenrick's here going, oh, clearly when I visited Handsworth, all of the people that should have been there were in the question time audience.
Yeah, exactly. Literally, every brown person in the city was just in that one area for the day. You know? They coagulate. It's like they get the brown people magnet out and they just pick an area and they all go there. Woo! Dickhead. Anyway, but he's now in the Reform Party, so that's nice. I wonder why the Reform Party are tanking in the polls now as well. Brilliant.
Good evening. Welcome to our panel of politicians. And Esther and Tom, and of course welcome to you all for coming here tonight in Birmingham. Great to see you, and welcome to you.
That is way whiter than Birmingham. It just is. What the fuck, man? A quarter of this city is Muslim. Now, some of those will be white, fine, but most are not. Come on.
Join the conversation on social media, or just sit back and watch the programme and hear what everyone's got to say. Whichever, take your pick. Right, let's start with our first question, which is from Jake Jones.
As immigration remains politically divisive, is Britain...
Oh, you know that topic we never ever talk about, ever, but have led the show every week for the last fucking year? Including doing a specific special just on immigration.
Has there been a single week where we haven't had a question on immigration?
I think there was one, and it was so unusual that we did remark upon it.
I think what was funny as well is that I think it was one of the ones with Zia Yusuf on, and there was no question about immigration, but he made it about immigration anyway.
Of course he did. That's why they didn't bother asking a question, because they're like, it's going to come up. He's obviously going to mention it, yeah.
But we're only going to discuss cakes, rabbits, and the film The Jungle Book. Yes, well, have you considered about how many rabbits are being killed by immigrants?
Yeah, they're eating the rabbits, they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs.
Britain succeeding at integration, or are we failing to have an honest conversation about identity and social cohesion?
Jake, and it's worth mentioning that there were comments by Robert Jenrick, formerly of your parish, now Reform UK, who made some comments about Handsworth, saying, "I didn't see another white face, and that's not the kind of country I want to live in."
Which is ironic, because in the film he released, one of the first people you see is a white person walking behind him.
Yeah, this happens multiple times.
It's almost like he's a lying prick. But anyway, I'm glad the Reform Party have taken on the rats that are jumping from the sinking ship that they sank. Brilliant. Honestly, Robert Jenrick might as well be the Grim Reaper from the meme, knocking on all the doors. And the Reform Party is the door he's now knocking on. Get ready.
I want to live in a country where people are properly integrated. Are we failing to have an honest conversation, Esther?
Yes, we are. This week we saw a major British political party put out a campaign ad in Urdu.
I already despise her. Already. Oh, God.
A political party put on an accessible video. Grrr.
Sorry, yeah. Apologies. Anyway, please tell me all about the Anglo-Saxons of England, Miss Cracker.
Please. My favourite thing as well is that Jake Wallace-Simon's like, I'm looking forward to the Green Party broadcast in Hebrew. And I'm like, no motherfucker in this country speaks Hebrew.
No, it's Yiddish.
Yeah, literally, the European Jewish community speak Yiddish, but of course Jake Wallace-Simons cares far more about Israel than he does about any Jewish people who actually live in Europe.
Well, naturally, yeah. You can always tell the organisations who are Israel and not like pro-Jewish because they don't give a fuck about actual anti-Semitism. But every time, like, I don't know, Jeremy Corbyn so much as breathes, they release a statement calling it anti-Semitic. It's that thing, you know?
Literally. I think it's, if the Green Party was campaigning in Cheetham Hill, or in Stamford Hill, or in Golders Green, yes, we would put out videos in Yiddish. Obviously we would. Yeah,
that's fine, yeah. And the same people would complain. By the way, like, for instance, you know, they always go on about, oh, there's in Whitechapel tube station, they've got, well, you know, Whitechapel, welcome to the station in English, and in Punjabi, or whatever the fuck it is. And little do they know that back when there was a large Jewish community in that area, because it was very famously a Jewish community a long time ago, they had Yiddish signs as well, like 150 years ago. Like, this is just a thing you do to try and welcome people who are new to the area, whose language skills might not be 100% perfect. And it's just a nice way of, like, saying, you're welcome here. You're a part of this community. It's not the end of the world. Like, who gives a fuck? Like, if you can read the English sign that says welcome to the station, why do you give a fuck about the other one you can't read? It's not secretly saying kill white people. It just says welcome to the station in a language you don't speak.
Kev, what about if we changed it so it did say kill white people?
Honestly, Zach, put it in the fucking manifesto, mate. I know you're watching. And I know you run Leon Thotsky on Twitter, so let's fucking have it.
Well, also, just like in general, people are trying to say, well, there are people here who don't speak English. I mean, there might be some people who don't speak English, like a very small amount. Mostly it's for people who speak some English but are fluent in Urdu or fluent in Pashto.
Yeah.
And therefore, to ensure these people are fully cognizant of the reality of the election, so they're not making, I don't know, votes because somebody is making them do, or because they've been instructed to do so, but because they're fully cognizant of the reality, which you might not be able to get the full gravitas over of a complex subject like elections.
Yeah.
And politics, also, if it was in a language that they didn't fully understand.
Also, one of the ways that you try and coax people into becoming integrated, look, if you actually do genuinely care about integration and not just enforcing your will on brown people, because that's, look, I see you, racists, I know what you're about, but if you actually care about integration, one of the things you can do is for people who don't speak English very well, especially if they've just come over, they might not speak virtually any English at all. You coax them into the community to learn how to communicate and act in this society by allowing them accessible ways into that community, like having signage in a language they can read, which allows them to then go out into the community in a way they might not otherwise feel comfortable with doing. You see? It's the thin end of an integration wedge that allows these people into society. But ultimately, these people don't care about integration, they just want to get rid of brown people. Like, literally, Robert Jenrick painting over the nice cartoons thing at the immigration centre is the perfect analogy of what I'm talking about. They want them to feel not welcome.
Exactly, yeah, 100%. Also, apparently, Manchester Council say that they don't think that there's been any illegal family voting, because if there had been, literally anybody would have raised it before now, and they would have been called out in the polling places, and they have no reports of anyone being specifically called out for it and being reprimanded for trying to engage in illegal voting. So,
so they haven't noticed my illegal votes then? Okay, good.
all the illegal votes that I did as well from Nottingham too.
Yeah, I've voted millions of times. It's going to look very strange in the result, I'll tell you.
For the Gorton and the Denton and Gorton by-election, and I think that encapsulates the extent to which integration and multiculturalism has failed in this country. I don't actually believe in multiculturalism. I believe in a multi-ethnic society. You can have successful multi-ethnic societies like you have in...
Yeah, because you're a posh black person. We know. Like, that's... I'm just going to decode it for everyone, and it might sound racist, but I hope it doesn't. She's a posh black bitch, so she's absolutely fine with it being multiracial because she's black. So it has to be multiracial, because if we were to enforce the old rules of just rich white people, she's fucked. So multiracial, yes, but she's part of like the white establishment, even though she's black. Because this is the thing they've done now. They've realised if we put like Priti Patel up front, a brown person doing the racism, it doesn't look so bad anymore. So they've accepted a few, like, let's say, tokens into the establishment. And so she wants that culture that she is a part of to be the dominant one. It's almost like she's, what would you say, a useful fucking idiot? Perhaps.
Well, I don't think she's a useful idiot. I think she's fully cognizant of the reality, which is that she believes herself to have been kind of culturally assimilated, which other people aren't. And there's degrees of cultural assimilation. This is the thing, right? Is that what's being implied here, the dog whistle politics she's engaging in, is that Muslims who vote politically around foreign policy issues on things like Gaza only do so because if they were actually integrated, they would care about other things. And I'm like, actually, lots of us care about foreign policy. And I think when it comes to Gaza, like, even if you didn't care about Gazans themselves, which obviously most people do in terms of the people who have concerns on foreign policy, even if you didn't, the geopolitical ramifications of the breakdown of the international law rules-based order, because everyone can see that America's mates get away with it and nobody else does, meaning that anyone from the global south has no reason to even bother trying to pay attention to that shit, will essentially break down everything that was built since 1945. That's how big the Gaza genocide is in terms of how it will affect the future of humanity. So to try and say that it's somehow a sectarian issue because Muslims hate Jews rather than, an important piece of geopolitics, again, just shows you that, again, most journalists don't care about geopolitics. They just care about having nukes so that we can beat Putin, basically. That's it. That's their knowledge of geopolitics.
Well, it's an interesting anti-Jewish stance for these Muslims to take, to vote for a party led by a gay Jewish man.
It's not really a Jewish man, though. Jake Wallace-Simon said so.
Oh, because he's the wrong kind of Jew, yeah.
Oh, because Jake Wallace-Simon is a fucking monster.
Oh, no, absolutely evil human being, yes. Yeah. Literally. But yeah, I love it, yeah, when they're going about it being sectarian. And this is the thing, I talked earlier about it being like an abusive relationship. And that goes broadly for sort of working class or left-wing people or whatever. But like, especially I think for the Muslim community, because the Labour Party has taken a lot of people's votes for granted, none more so than Muslims. I think. No, they just think they're owed the votes of Muslims, because like, who else are they going to vote for? The racists? No, they're not going to vote for them. They're our votes. And now the Greens have stepped in and gone, these cunts are like doing fucking flights for Israel that are killing Muslims and stuff. That's not cool. Probably don't vote for them. Kev, mention my message if you can, please. Where did you message me? I haven't got a message from you. Have I? I don't think. Yeah. I'll have a look, anyway.
Singapore and other parts of the world, but you cannot have a multicultural society because someone's culture has to take precedence. And I think what it says about this by-election, that you have a major political party that's fanning the flames of sectarianism by putting out an ad in a language that 97% of people in this country do not speak, is just...
Yeah, I don't give a fuck how much the percentage of the population broadly don't speak, because it's just one part of the country that's voting. They didn't put this out as a national fucking ad campaign, did they? They put it out for people who speak Urdu in this particular seat.
Probably a similar percentage of the country who speak Welsh. Would you ban Welsh political adverts now as well?
She would probably say yes.
showing that they're happy to divide people on tribal and ethnic lines in order to push their political agenda. And you have to wonder, why should I pay taxes?
And again, they're just making shit up. They're just making shit up. You're dividing people on ethnic lines. Are we? How do we do that? Explain what's being happened by speaking to somebody in a language that they are fully fluent in. What are we dividing? What are we dividing here? Again, the implication here is that all Muslims hate Jews and Hindus. Therefore, us criticizing Netanyahu and Modi, two fascists, is only criticizing them because of their ethnicity rather than their politics. Because these people are racist. They're racist against South Asians, especially Muslim South Asians, and believe that they're essentially unthinking orcs whose only approach to politics is hating other people for their ethnic background. Because this is the only way they can conceive of politics, rather than, Muslims in this country being concerned with hatred against them from political groups and ideologies that hate Muslims, such as Hindutva and Zionism.
Yeah. And not just that, but like, I love the simultaneously they're trying to do, they're dividing people, whilst also trying to convince the same Muslim people, largely, that they shouldn't vote for the Greens because their policy is too, like, queer friendly, and they're run by a gay Jewish man. And being disgusted that the Muslims are like, well, I don't care. Like, I'm voting on this other thing. Like, as much as some of them might not like that fact about the Green Party, they're like, well, there's a bigger issue at play, which is like the genocide-y thing, you know?
Yep, literally.
So, and the fact that they're like, otherwise that's sectarian then. Actually, it's disgusting that you're not being really, really racist and homophobic towards Zach Polanski.
Also, you know what else is sectarianism? Zia Yusuf saying we need to bring back Christian heritage. That's sectarianism. That's what that is.
Yeah.
It's explicitly campaigning on religious lines for Christianity. That's sectarianism. Explicitly campaigning on how much you support Israel, like Robert Jenrick does. That's sectarianism. Campaigning against genocide, the worst crime imaginable, which is happening right now, funded with the fucking money that we give to our own government, is not sectarianism.
No.
It's the opposite, in fact. It is the opposition to sectarianism, to oppose Zionist and Hindutva influence in our politics.
Yeah.
In a country, and feel like I'm part of this community.
And again, pause.
The people
no green person on this panel to defend our position. Every fucking time we only get mentioned with ours. Fuck the BBC.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Although at least they didn't have a overtly reform person, like an actually affiliated reform person, for the first time in a month, maybe? I don't know. Quite a while.
Living with are happy to not even learn how to speak the basic language of the country that the language that's supposed to unify us as a country. And now you have political...
You say that, but like, I know people who were born and bred here who can't speak the language very well.
We've all watched Samuel Lee's videos.
Yeah, exactly. Like you're in Birmingham. I love the city and I love its denizens, but they don't speak the Queen's English, do they? God bless them. I honestly, they're my people. I'm a part of them, but like that's not proper English, lads. The same with the incredibly broad Scouse and Geordie and all kinds of fucking things. Like, it's the idea that there is one set thing you have to be. Also, like, just being okay. Again, this is the annoying thing for me, right? Political correctness, when used correctly, I think is actually a good thing. Like, the fact, I'm going to sound like I'm contradicting myself here about bilingual signage now, or multilingual signage, but having a bilingual sign outside a police station saying "Welcome to the police station" in several languages to cover up the fact that they're brutalising brown people behind the closed doors of the police station is not okay, right? So that's political correctness being used as a shield to do racism. Because that's all the police have done. So the lesson they took from Stephen Lawrence wasn't let's not be racist, it's let's cover that shit up as much as we can. Right? That's the thing they've learned to do. They've got better PR rather than less racist. But political correctness in its kind of general form is so repellent to conservatives because essentially it's about just actually being nice to people, in essence, right? So it doesn't matter to me whether you can speak English or not. But even if you can speak English, the fact that they've put out a video in Urdu to try and bridge a gap between themselves and a group in the country, and to say you're welcome, we accept you as part of ours, you're a part of this thing, this is a melting pot, etc., etc. It's just a nice thing, and conservatives can't have that. They can't have that. They absolutely have to enforce a very strict and narrow version of Britishness Otherwise, conservatism in Britain just fucking instantly collapses. Which is ironic, given that they're the people who have brought more immigrants into this country than any party ever. Bizarre. Like, Boris Johnson alone brought more in 1 year than Tony Blair did in, like, 3. And that was mass migration when Tony Blair was doing it, apparently. Like, it's fucking madness.
Parties that are happy to say it's okay that you don't speak the language of the national country. You can live parallel lives like you are choosing to do, because our politicians haven't had a proper, sensible, adult conversation about integration in this country, and that is, we are supposed to just take that on the chin and say, actually, that's diversity being our strength. It's not a strength, it's a weakness. And this is not a right-wing talking point. In Denmark,
Yes, it is.
Yeah, literally, it couldn't be more of that.
Yeah, she's going to mention the ghetto law here, right? The ghetto law is a Danish policy that is accepted by both the Liberal and the Social Democratic parties, essentially saying we refuse to let certain ethnicities live too much in one place in case they ghettoise it. It's insane. It's a fucking insane law that we're talking about here.
For example, they've implemented anti-ghetto policy since 2018, which restricts funding for social housing where populations in certain areas are over 40%.
Well, that's okay, because we don't have any fucking social housing, so we can't do that policy.
Whoa. Got social housing in Rwanda.
Oh, that's true, actually. Kigali's got lots of it, yeah. And quite nice fucking housing as well.
I didn't clip for TikTok. I need to clip the social housing bit for TikTok. It was very funny.
That was, I had never seen the inside of it. It's fucking beautiful. I want to live there. I paid for it. I should be able to.
One-way trip to Kigali. But also, again, like, they're implying here that there's entire whole, like, swathes of communities that are just living amongst themselves, only speaking Urdu to each other. And I'm like, no, this is for, like, the WhatsApp aunties who have moved with their kids who come here to study and who speak perfectly good English, but they can't just live on their own as old people in Karachi or some shit, right?
Also, it's electioneering, right? It's people are offended by electioneering. It's ridiculous. They're, even for people who are absolutely fluent, born and bred in Manchester, speak the language absolutely perfectly, went to English schools and etc, but speak Urdu because of their family background, it allows them to feel included in a Green Party and more comfortable with voting for them because they've shown that they are accepting of people from that background. It's electioneering, it's politics. Stop being fucking weird and mental about it.
Well, again, like everyone's fine with like the pathetic, useless left when they're not doing anything relevant. As soon as the left pull off the fucking gloves and try and win, they cry foul. They have a fucking temper tantrum. It's pathetic.
I've said this before. The nicey Greens of the past, and I don't wish to besmirch any of the former leaders or people in the Green Party. Caroline Lucas is a fucking legend, but ultimately, the Green Party were an ineffectual, basically nothing organisation on the national stage, and now they're not. And you're starting to see the attacks.
Last night.
You're starting to see the attacks now. Like literally, the Daily Mail front page about how the Reform Party wants to give migrants a house and a TV and a fucking Ferrari and a blowjob or whatever it was, right? And I'm just like, that must be really confusing for Daily Mail people, because weren't they being told that they were already getting that? Haven't they already been told that migrants get all of these things anyway? So how could the Green Party institute that as a new policy if they've been told for the last 20 years that every migrant gets a Bugatti and a fucking widescreen TV and a mansion in Mayfair? Pick a lane and stick to it, you cunts.
Literally.
Fucking idiots, man.
Non-Western. And the idea behind that is to force physical integration of groups of people in the country, because that is what actually unifies a society. In Singapore, for example, you have actual ethnic quotas in each building, so people are forced to integrate. And the importance of that is that we do not live parallel lives alongside each other and call ourselves a country. That doesn't make us a country. We become an airport lounge where you have people from all different backgrounds speaking different languages, going their own direct.
I'm sorry, do Conservatives now think there's such a thing as society? Because you just spent the last 40 years destroying it. Apologies. I misunderstood your entire political project for the last half a century.
Well, literally, just as David Cameron said, there is such a thing as society. It's just not the same thing as the state. Like, society only exists to essentially to railroad ethnic minorities into behaving in a way they deem appropriate, and only they deem appropriate. But does it involve any amount of social spending to be able to maintain such society? Not a fucking chance.
Is that actually an exit poll? Because I didn't think they were doing an exit poll.
What's this?
I'm being told in chat there's an exit poll, but I didn't think there was one.
Yeah, I was pretty sure there wasn't going to be an exit poll.
Yeah,
I'm mostly just seeing people talk about things that have happened in terms of people's responses from campaigning and getting out the vote. But
yeah, hang on. Madcat, what was the message? I've looked on all of my social medias and you have not sent me a fucking message. So what message did you want me to read out? What are you talking about? I'm squirreling around thinking, do I have another account that I don't use or something like?
With no values bonding us, sharing a same geographic location, and I don't think that's the way that Britain will.
What values? Can I just... This is so annoying to me when they say going about values. British values. What fucking values? What?
Wanting trans people dead. That's the only value that they care about.
Democide? Genocide? Removal of rights? What fucking values do I have in common with these people? I despise you. You're not the fucking same as me.
Yeah, like
you're the Epstein class. I want you in prison.
Like I remember, like I was on speaking with the Navarra guys today about like how I could never go on GB
Navarra.
Because I get into the green room and they'd be like put me up against, I don't know, a fucking Lizzie Cundy or Ben Habib or Kelvin McKenzie or some shit, and I'm assuming they'd be like, "Oh, hello, Helena. Oh, you're going to be debating me today." I'm like, I fucking hate you. You are the fucking worst. You're my enemy. I want to destroy you. Like, I would not have any... I would not be given... I would not be able to contain my anger at how much I fucking hate these people.
True. Literally. Thank you, NYC guy with Bitty Bits. The problem isn't that immigrants are here and not integrating. The problem is reform is that they are here at all. True. Yeah, fuck them. Anyway.
Wants to go, and I think it's horrifying that in a place like Manchester, that only a few months ago 2 British Jews were murdered just for being Jews. This is happening, and I think that's unacceptable.
What's that? What's that? Hang on. So Zach Polanski releasing a video, or the Green Party releasing a video in Urdu, is why 2 Jews got killed. Is that what I'm to take from your mad fucking stream of consciousness racist shite?
Yeah, like if you speak to somebody in Urdu, they'll go and do ethnic murders. Like this is the depravity and the descent of the discourse now. Because again, these people just hate Muslims. They think Muslims are scum and they want them all gone. That's the only conclusion that you can come to. They blame all Muslims for all terrorist attacks. We're in 2003 politics all over again.
Yeah.
And we're going to invade Iran apparently.
Oh well, that won't be a fucking disaster. It's not like they've got lots of mountains and an actually functioning military presence. No, that'll be really easy. That'll be just like Iraq. Honest.
So...
See, I told you, there are cunts in Birmingham too. The ones clapping. Yeah.
White people.
You mentioned
yes.
Denmark and Singapore, and just coming back to Robert Jenrick's comments, he was talking about Handsworth. Now, Handsworth, over 90% of the population are black, Asian, or ethnic minority. But of course, surely it's more complex than Singapore and Denmark, is it not? Because many of those will be British, you know, British for many generations. So when it comes to
and also, like as you pointed out, Kev, during like the whole Handsworth discourse, you pointed out, yeah, like the South Asians and the Sri Lankans and the Tajiks and the Windrush generation people and the Nigerian migrants, they all spent time together. They didn't balkanize themselves. They weren't like in segregated communities. They just lived amongst each other. They played football in the park.
Yeah, and not just that, but like the specific area, the more I think pertinent area would be Alum Rock, which is also in the north side of the city, which was a very heavily Irish area. Literally, it's an odd area because now it's mostly Muslims, but there are still like Irish pubs.
Read my previous
and
chat
Irish
in Canute.
churches and stuff. Because like literally it was an area where migrants went. So one of the first big waves in the early 20th century, late 19th century, was Irish people, and they moved to what was then a suburb of Birmingham, which is now not a suburb because we've expanded far beyond geographically. But and it was very heavily Irish, and the same arguments, by the way, were made about the Irish people balkanising, that they've turned themselves into ghettos. It's a papist conspiracy, all this fucking shite, right? And then they became economically more comfortable and moved into more affluent areas. And so the poor quality housing in that area was then replaced with other people who were coming in, like you said, the Windrush generation or whatever. And so you just get waves of migrants that move into specific areas because it's cheap. It's cheap and conveniently located for the kind of jobs they are moving in to do.
The irony, of course, would be that if we actually still had some fucking council housing, this wouldn't be a problem because the housing would all be affordable.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Oh, it's Mix Vivian Wolf. Hello, Mix Vivian Wolf. How are you? What did they say? What the fuck? Did she delete the message or something? I can't fucking see her now. Oh, no, there she is. Got room. I kind of want to chat about the election because people are insane and getting insaner. Do you want to have Viv on?
I mean, we should probably do that after we finish question time. But yeah, absolutely. We'll just go have everyone on as much as possible.
Okay.
When we're doing the election coverage.
After question time, if you're still awake, Viv.
Yeah, basically, so we already take long enough to do question time. Adding a third person who will never get through the first question.
Especially because you're a chatty fucker as well. She yap. You know what? It's a trans thing, clearly.
True.
Love the sound of their own fucking voices. Clip it out of context. I don't fucking care.
Integrate something like that. I mean, it's not necessarily straightforward, is it?
It is quite straightforward. You have to have physical integration. You cannot be in a territory where people don't actually mix with each other, and you have people basically congregating.
I'm sorry, is it just this bitch fucking monologuing for an hour? Does anyone else get to speak about this? She's literally spoken, got a round of applause, and now she's back speaking again before anyone else gets to speak. Look, ironically, I want to hear Lisa Nandy speak, which is not a thing I've ever wanted before, but I actually do now, just to have a different voice.
According to ethnic and tribal lines. And I will say, I'm not going to defend Robert Jenrick's point because he's more than capable of defending himself. He's the one that said it, he can defend himself. But I would say that France is a cautionary tale. And I lived in France for a bit and I worked in France. France has basically the same population as the UK, something around...
Oh, so you're an economic migrant. Cool. No, it's good to know. No, that's okay. Yeah.
70 million, but it has twice the landmass. And you're seeing a real problem with ghettoization in places like France because you have what effectively becomes chain migration. People, and this is human nature, people that are familiar with each other, they come to certain parts of the country and they kind of cluster in groups. They all speak similar languages, have similar culture, similar religion.
Yeah, I've seen that on the Algarve. Yeah, just fucking white people eating fucking egg and chips and drinking fucking Stella and flaking in the sunshine. Pointing at signs going, speak English. Me no understandy, comprehende.
It's incredible. Like in the Yusuf's Times article about wanting to bring back cultural Christianity, he was like, we are a country. We're more than just a group of economic units. I'm like, that is your fucking ideology.
Yeah, you're the Thatcherite. What? It's almost like they don't understand anything, including themselves.
And what that ends up happening is you have these mini clans within different parts of the country that do not integrate, that do not feel a sense of identity. If this country was at war, do you think that people that do not even bother to learn the language of the country...
Well, it's ironic that you bring up the fact that Jewish people have, traditionally had areas. Like I literally mentioned, not Walthamstow, fuck's sake. Whitechapel in London was a very heavily Jewish area. In fact, the what is now a mosque in Whitechapel was one of the only buildings in the entire world that has been used both as a church, a mosque, and a synagogue in its history. Little fact for you there. Boom. Anyway, a lot of Jewish people, and the same shit was used about this. They stick to themselves, don't they? They don't want to integrate. They're different and weird. Have you smelt the horrible food they've brought with them from Poland?
The irony, of course, as well, is that whilst people try and claim that Muslims are creating no-go areas where they're having Sharia courts, which literally isn't true anywhere, the Jewish communities literally do have their own police.
Well, I mean, not just that, but like you're allowed what's called a religious court of arbitration, and this is the point to always bring up here, right? It doesn't matter what your religious belief, if you are accepted as an official religion based on the number of people that said that they were that religion in a census, right? then you can have a religious court of arbitration. It is not a law court, it's not above the law, it is entirely a consenting thing where two parties, or indeed more parties, can strike out like either religious differences or financial affairs and all the rest of it outside of a normal legal setting. So the Sharia courts, as you mentioned, but you also, the Jewish people have what's called the Beit Din courts, which have existed in Britain since the 1820s. They are religious courts of arbitration. They're fine. And if at any point anyone doesn't like the proceedings, they can take it to an actual law court, which can be legally enforced. It's fine. It's just like, essentially, it's no different really than just some people meeting in a room. They meet in a room, and based on a pre-existing set of religious laws or rules, they can fucking sort out a financial dispute between them. That's it. There's nothing nefarious. They're not fucking chopping people's hands off. Or if they are, they can be fucking done for that, because that's illegal.
Literally.
No, Beit Din. It's spelt Beth Den, but it's pronounced Beit Din, apparently.
Country will be fighting for me and you. How is that a country? It's completely obscene.
Oh, hang on, pause,
Okay,
Kessa,
I mean,
pause. I would also not do that. I speak perfectly good English, apparently. I will also not fight for this country. What the fuck are you talking about? I'd rather shit in my hands and clap.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
You go do it. You go pick up your fucking rifle and fight Putin if you want. I ain't doing it.
Yeah. No, if you want to be the first one, get your tin hat on. On you go, lad. Yeah. If you want to be fertilizer for the fields of Ukraine, by all means. Again, to quote Chris Rock, I will just say the F word. You know what I mean by it, though. He said, at the end of the war, you can call me an F word, but I'll be the F word with two legs. Hala. Inshallah, brother.
You mentioned the Greens and their leafleting. They're obviously not here to defend themselves. I'm sure they would say that.
Maybe you should have put them on then.
It's up to them. Yeah. But they're not here on this panel.
Yeah, well, you could have gotten someone on the panel if you'd wanted to, ever. Or at least, I don't know, gotten a statement from them. Because, like, you'll notice when Peter Mandelson was being discussed, you were very ready to say, Peter Mandelson denies any illegality in this.
It's true.
Or,
when Israel's mentioned...
Israel denies it's doing a genocide, actually.
Literally.
You're happy to run PR defence for the worst human beings ever. But no, the Green Party were very easily contactable. Like, you could literally fucking tweet at Zach Polanski and get a fucking comment from him if you wanted. I mean, he might just shitpost on you, though, to be fair. So.
And again, and then what's absolutely fucking crazy about this is that the word they keep using is sectarianism, and this just not happened. It hasn't happened. And at no point in any of their campaign has sectarianism been a tactic at all. It's just not true. But sectarianism for them is just, again, having foreign policy opinions that I disagree with.
Yeah,
that's it.
Ironically, the one person on the left who's ever done real, actual sectarian campaigning was George Galloway, when he was going up against Una King and was telling Muslims on the doorstep not to vote for a woman.
Literally, or Gita Sindhu Rob in 1997, driving around Jack Straw's constituency with loudhailers shouting "Jack Straw's a Jew."
Yeah, which I'll be honest with you, I think that was a bit racist.
Oh, it was insanely racist. It's not only racist because it's like obvious anti-Semitism, but she was a Hindu woman saying they should vote for me because Muslims don't like Jews. So she was not only being anti-Semitic herself, she was also assuming that Muslims must all be anti-Semitic.
So she was being anti-Semitic and anti-Muslim at the same time. You know what?
Literally.
But two wrongs do make a right, so... Fact.
Literally. Well, that's why I mention it. Lisa, what do you make of what Esther has to say?
Well, some of what she said, I suppose there is some common ground, but I profoundly disagree, actually. I grew up in Manchester in the 1980s, at a time when we had politicians that were seeking to stoke division because they had no answers to the...
I'm sorry, were they talking about like an island of strangers or something? Well,
it's basically what Esther Cracker was just saying.
Yeah. And honestly, some of the racial attacks the Labour Party are doing, I think Lucy Powell needs to change her name to Enoch. Just saying.
True.
Challenges that the country faced, and I was growing up in a household where I was being raised by my mum. My parents were divorced. We're being told that families like ours were the problem with single parents.
Yeah, if Curtis wants to come on, the more the merrier. Fuck it, we'll get everyone in. bollocks to it.
You know, single mums being demonised, with people like my dad who came to this country from India in the 1950s and made an outstanding contribution to this country. And we were...
She's a lot whiter than you would expect for like second generation, right? I suppose if she had a white mum or some shit, whatever, it don't matter. Either way, like, the thing is, Lisa Nandy is the perfect example of how integration and all of that works, because it just goes to show you that there are some immigrants who raise absolute cunts. So that's I can't think of anything more British than raising an insufferable wanker.
So true.
We were being told that we were the problem, but actually, as I was growing up with my friends in Manchester in an ordinary state school where we came from all ethnic backgrounds and none at all, because we just didn't notice, because it was...
What do you mean none? That's not how that... What do you mean none? Just because you didn't know their ethnicity didn't mean they didn't have one. No, just not applicable. They put on a form, did they? What do you mean? The Invisible Man, I will allow you, technically probably doesn't have an ethnicity. Or if he does, he hides it, you know.
It was so normal. We told a completely different story about the sort of city and the sort of country that we were. And if I'm honest, I think...
Yeah, maybe she means white. It's just the default. So that's not an ethnicity. An ethnicity is just a not white person. Yeah.
We're a better country than the politicians that we've got who are seeking to stoke this sort of division. I think about Birmingham. I mean, I look around Birmingham and I think, yes, we've got a housing problem. Why have we got a housing problem? Not because of immigrants, but because we have a Tory government.
Are you aware you were nominated to be the Turn Left mascot on stream?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I put it up. I messaged in there for later because it's a funny clip.
Thank you for that message. Did you know you were nominated to be the Turn Left mascot? What?
What?
What does that mean? Okay. Does that mean a person has to climb inside me as a suit to wear me as the mascot? Because I'm on board, I'll be honest with you.
That didn't build any houses. We've got a child poverty problem, not because of immigrants, but because we had a benefits system that deliberately withheld benefits from children and punished them for being in larger families, which we've changed.
Which you kept in place for 18 fucking months! You kept those people in poverty for longer than was necessary. You were told at the fucking start this was the best way of alleviating child poverty in the country, was to get rid of this absolutely disgusting verminous law. And you went, nah, if you vote a different way, we're going to kick you out of the fucking party.
It was a stunt. It was literally a stunt. Was why they did it. It's to try and prove that they had exorcised the demons of the 2015 leadership election. It was pathetic.
Yeah, embarrassing stuff.
And, you know, I think particularly about the great strengths of this city, whether it's manufacturing, music, or now in film with the work going on at Digbeth Locks and Stephen Knight and Peaky Blinders, which is lighting up the world. And I think, why is Birmingham so successful at the...
Can I just say Peaky Blinders is slightly annoying because the timing is wrong. It's historically inaccurate. These people were not veterans of the First World War. They did not get guns from the fucking Soviet Union. They were basically done by the 1890s. Anyway, but it's a good show though. And of course, starring the now late, sadly, salutes in chat, Benjamin Zephaniah, true Brummie legend.
Absolutely.
These things. Why is it always lit up the world through those disciplines? And it's because of the likes of Ozzy Osbourne and UB40, Benjamin...
Don't mention Zionist corpse Ozzy Osbourne in the same line as socialists UB40. Fuck you.
And also I love how it's like, yeah, we were the bands we're talking about the triumph of multiculturalism, and you choose literally the whitest reggae band in existence.
That's not true. There are 2 black guys in it.
Out of 9?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, this was Birmingham in the 1970s. Like,
that's true.
It was a whiter place back then. But they did have.
For us to have a mascot, I'm happy for us to get a dog.
Intrepid said Kev can be the mascot.
Oh, so you literally... Hang on, so Intrepid, you said... did you know you were nominated to be mascot? And you've sent me the clip of it was you that nominated me. So basically what you're saying is you want me to be mascot of the... which I'm on board with, but like...
It's like when Josh Simon submitted the investigation to Paul Holden to MI5 and gone, this man's under investigation by MI5.
True. Keir Starmer said I wanted to sell crack to children in playground. What? Okay.
Oh yeah. This is yeah. Politics is fun in this country.
Did you want to play this now or later?
Fuck it, let's fucking do it now. It was for later, but we can do it now.
We'll do it live.
Fuck it. I'll write it. We'll do it live.
True. He's a rapist. Just saying. It's very. I mean, to be fair, he's a conservative. Would have been enough.
They're all rapists.
Yeah, exactly. It's what they do. Okay, so Keir Starmer. So this is Green leader Zach Polanski says there are serious questions about how the Labour Party has campaigned in Gorton and Denton. Like I said, I think this is a new low. Even post Brexit, this is a new low in campaigning. Frankly, soft on Putin and then hard on drugs or whatever the fuck it was. It's ridiculous shit.
Well, Keir Starmer during this campaign said that I wanted to sell crack to children in playgrounds, so I don't think any Labour MP should frankly show their face on live TV when we have one of the highest drug deaths rates in Europe. This is
true. Like, to anyone who thinks like this policy is bad, please explain to me how the current policy is not leading to people dying.
Literally, well, people kept saying, well, I know people who died from drug overdoses, which is why this is terrible. And I'm like, under the current system!
Yeah. The whole point of this is to stop people dying.
It's just, genuinely, this whole discourse made me lose my mind. It's why I just started brass eye posting, because I was just sick. I suffered an aneurysm.
Yeah.
Permanently from this discourse.
Also, right, I don't want to be like too nitpicky here, but Keir Starmer saying that Zach Polanski wants to sell crack to kids. Look, the Don doesn't sell the drugs. he's on a beach somewhere just counting his money. He don't give a fuck. He's got runners on the street corner like me selling the crack. Obviously. You fool. This is a party election broadcast on behalf of the Green Party.
Serious public health public issue, and to have a Labour government not deal with a public health issue and actually use it as a political smear and attack debases politics, it debases democracy, and actually I think whatever the election tonight, I think there's some serious questions about how this Labour government campaigned. I think people have been disgusted by it.
Okay. Well, literally, even down to the fact that they cropped out the Greens from that poll they sent out to people. You know, literally, it was basically a three-way tie. It was like Greens on 27, Reform 26, Labour 25, or whatever it was. And they just cropped the Greens out and made it look like it was a two-way race between... But the Greens were in the lead! Oh.
I mean, like, whatever, it's Lib Dem bar charts, like, whatever. All parties do it. I thought it was funny.
I do hope the Lib Dems also put out only the Lib Dems can win here.
Like, I'm not gonna like too mad about that stuff. It's part and parcel of how these things work nowadays. The real one that was so monumentally repugnant was the bus. Did you see the bus?
Oh yeah, they parked a Labour bus like across the road from a polling station or something.
Worse than this, right? Go to Turn Left's Twitter feed.
Oh, okay. Turn left. I think you mean Turning Point Left.
Turning Point Left.
This is
the one. This is that very post.
Oh, okay. So hang on. There we go. To all voters, do not listen to these people. Do not vote for the Greens. They want to legalise all drugs and teach our children to use drugs, including crack and heroin, and let our daughters be used for legal prostitution. No green madness in our community.
What's funny is that the words that are most legible there are just to all voters and prostitution. So like, to all voters, prostitution.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, to be fair, right, the Labour Party clearly are very pro-abuse of people. We've seen that in recent times. And so not wanting to legalise prostitution and continue to have sex workers being murdered and abused and pimped out and addicted to drugs and stuff is clearly what they want.
Well, yeah, because the Labour Party are the murder party. If you vote Labour, you like dead people. That's where we're at. I'm sorry, again, gloves are off. Don't care. I just don't care. I don't care about nicey anymore. If they want to do this shit, I'll call you the murder party, because that's what they are. They love dead kids. They love dead trans kids. They love dead disabled people. They love dead Palestinians. They love dead druggies. They love dead sex workers. They love dead people.
Yeah, like literally, every reputable organisation says that decriminalisation and allowing people a safe environment in which to work in that industry is literally the best way of protecting those people. To continue to criminalise it is to continue to kill those people.
Yep, it's to leave them open. It's like, even if the Labour are considering the Nordic model, which kills sex workers at an even higher rate.
Yep.
Thank you, by the way. The only good Labour person, Ben, thank you in chat for saying that as far as you know, around 50% of Labour promises in the last few weeks switched to Green on the day. That's crazy.
Nice.
On the day, that's wild.
Yeah. And not just that, but as if all of the Nordic models that they could follow, that's the one they want to go with. Not the using the oil revenue to actually fund things, not social housing provision. No, none of that. Just the killing sex workers bit. Fucking hell. Like,
Labour in third, you think? I don't think it'll be Labour in third, Ben. I think Reform are in third. But it would be funny if Labour were in third.
Well, that's what I'm
sometimes maybe
hoping
good, sometimes maybe shit.
Well, that's what's funny as well, is that if you're on the left of the Labour Party,
did
you're
you
still a
see
Labour
that
member, you want that
Kansas
too.
has cancelled
And the
all
thing that
state legal
hastens
identities for trans people?
like the end of Starmer's premiership is what it's acceptable losses at this rate.
Yeah, I didn't see that, Vicky, but that is tragic. Apologies to not apologies, but condolences to the people of Kansas. Yeah.
Zephaniah, and I just think politicians like Robert Jenrick,
Keep the great name of Benjamin Zephaniah out of your fucking mouth. He despised you in everything you stand for. Everything. You Zionist fucking shill. RIPs in chat. Unironic RIPs for an actual legend who was gone long before his time.
You know, where they get off, frankly, coming to one of the greatest cities in the world and telling people...
Okay, I like the city, but don't over-egg it. It's not one of the greatest cities in the world. It's fine. The standard of living is good, or was before the rats, I suppose. But yeah, it's not one of the world's great cities. It just isn't. I love it to death, and I'm not moving anywhere ever. But yeah.
That we are the problem when this city's diversity has always been and will always remain one of its greatest strengths.
So I'm from Handsworth. I run a heritage organisation, and I take deep offence to what was said. There's no white faces or black faces or Asian faces, and I'm just saying that in general. When politicians ever come,
there are black faces. We don't have to do this colourblind thing. You can notice that a person is a black person or of Asian heritage or a white person. That's fine.
Some of the rats are black too.
Honestly, some of the best ones are black.
Mm.
Honestly, they're very good at basketball. See what I did there? That's racist. Anyway, yeah, like you don't have to pretend that we're all the same, because we're not, and that's fine. Actually, that's the beautiful thing about multiculturalism, is accepting that there's a brown person and a black person and a white person and a mixed person and a this and a that and a blah blah blah, and that it doesn't actually matter. It's fine. It's Robert Jenrick going around going, oh, where are the whites? That's weird. That's a fucking weird thing to do. Don't be mental.
come to our area, I'm proud to come from Handsworth. I'm proud of the work that we do in heritage sector where there's so many cuts. No, the politicians are not looking for women like me. They just come in, it was outside the library, and then for 5 minutes and they vanished. Had you gone further up the road or actually speak to people, I used to be a former youth worker and I've worked in the prison service. Had you come to the actual people...
I'm sorry, ACAB includes this woman. I'm just saying, a screw's a screw, you know?
Without funding, implementing strong work in the heritage sector, I could have brought you more faces. I could have brought you the white faces that have lived here since the 40s, the 50s, and their families.
I thought you said there weren't white faces. Make your fucking mind up. See, this is anti-white racism. You see?
I think Handsworth is getting a bad rep, but no government is speaking out for us.
Well, the bigger problem, and I think I mentioned this at the time of the thing, but not just the racism, but the fact that he said it's like a slum. It is a poor area, right? It's a very underprivileged area, which is, of course, one of the reasons that we've had waves of immigration of people moving into those areas, because they're cheap. You can afford to live there. But There's no party, no political leader, outside of, I suppose, Zach Polanski to an extent, wants to talk about the fact that why is it a quote-unquote slum? Why is it that way? Why is this area economically underserved? When we've got a Labour council and a Labour government, and things are getting worse and worse. You know? The fact that we've sold off all of the housing, we've closed all the libraries, and now in Birmingham it's even worse because of all of this financial fuckery. We've had to sell off even more than your average town across the country. We've had the double hit of austerity and fucking bankruptcy.
Yep, literally. I mean, again, like, it's the Uni Party that's to blame for all of this.
Yeah, exactly. And you wonder why places like fucking Caerphilly and Gorton and Denton and Birmingham are turning their back on you, Labour. You turned your back on them years ago. It's finally, they've realised that. And they're not fucking putting up with it anymore.
Yep, the chickens are coming home to roost. It's a roost-a-thon.
Yeah. You shook off the fleas and the fleas bit back, you prick.
The funding is really cutting the work that we're doing, and that is causing this racial tension and hatred towards each other.
Okay, man at the very back in the corner there with a t-shirt, yes.
True, in a world of Enoch Powell's be Jonathan Miller. True, if you haven't seen that bit, there's a fantastic... I was an American who was doing something in Britain. Might have been Dick Cavett or someone. And they had Jonathan Miller, the playwright, comedian guy, and Enoch Powell back when he was still in Parliament and all of that. And Jonathan Miller just tears him apart with simple, like, logic, basically. It was wonderful.
Rather than, on the point about the advert, rather than demonising individuals for not being able to speak English, perhaps we should be doing something more, not only as a city, but as a country, to facilitate individuals. From my personal experience, my father's side of the family emigrated from India to the UK.
Yeah, I could tell because you pronounced it Urdu. Like, I went, oh, okay, so he's from that background then. And then I saw him and went, he's quite white for that, but, you know, so's Lisa Nandy. So
true, so true.
It's almost like, Robert, you can't judge people by the colour of their fucking skin, actually.
Back in the 40s, 50s time, my grandmother, from a traditional Indian background, she was expected to stay at home.
See, it's okay for your family to come over here in the 40s and 50s, but it's not okay for those Germans to go to Argentina in the 40s and 50s, is it? Double standards. Double standards.
She didn't have the opportunities to learn English. It wasn't necessarily a lack of want, it was a lack of opportunity. And I, unfortunately, didn't grow up being able to speak Punjabi, and so therefore I've had this language barrier with her. And I think by
just if you actually want to do integration, you have to encourage people into the community. And one of the ways you can do that is by making it accessible for people whose English isn't perfect.
Exactly. Again, like this, like, we cut all of the funding for all of these things to help people integrate, and then they stopped integrating. I'm like,
Crazy, yeah. It's almost what's that? The false economy of austerity again.
Every single time, like, literally, Norway has whole ass like integration seminars for like asylum seekers. Asylum seekers will go through.
Yeah.
They'll get put in the asylum like centers. They get put in, and they'll go through whole cultural education programs and language programs. Incredibly highly invested.
I've said that one of the conditions, I think, for being granted both asylum or like temporary stay or citizenship or whatever that is like literally have a place, and they have to go there and just X number of hours a week or whatever, and get basic skills like basic English. That's it. Or like cultural integration stuff, because like some people are coming from a place where it's very different, the way in which they treat women or the way in which they treat animals or whatever. And yes, unfortunately, some societies do view those two groups as the same. And so just teaching them that sort of stuff, teaching them how like electronic banking and communication works in a place that they might be from some village in the arse end of nowhere. They don't know how these things work. So you just, it's so. I've said this before with the school meals thing, where the state has like almost like a captive audience to influence the thing. We should do it. Like, we can make sure that kids have at least one very good meal a day because they're at school. and they have to be at school, right? So we can do that. We can improve these people's lives for a pretty cheap cost, actually, right? And the same is true here. Just have like, they are asking for something from us, right? They are asking for asylum. Okay, fine. So there is a reasonable expectation, therefore, that you would spend X number of hours in a place learning shit. That's fine. And they would happily, I think, integrate in that way. Whereas now we've gone, well, we're not giving them any help to integrate, and yet they're still not integrating. We've tried nothing and we're all out of ideas.
literally so true. Again, like, they are the creators of their own misery.
Not to be crass, but I'd ruin this twink. I'm not a twink. Oh, shit.
Together as a society, rather than demonizing individuals because they can't speak English, we could probably achieve this apparent multiculturalism that can't exist.
Also, we need to send a lot of white people to learn English as well. Because they can't.
Yeah.
Like that fucking, the Muslimic ray guns guy. You can't tell me that was English. I don't know what it was, but it was like some sort of pidgin English thing. I don't know. It might have been Urdu. I don't know.
Exist, which is, in my opinion, quintessentially British and part of the British identity.
Okay, man right in the middle there with the glasses.
I think British politics has kind of lost its way with the constant polarising language between whose side is on what. And I really think that we need to get back British values in terms of tolerance and respect again, because we're losing our way.
I appreciate the general sentiment from that guy. Like, I think he's probably a good person. But when did we have tolerance and respect and when everything was nice? Was it back when the National Front were rioting? Was it back when Enoch Powell was doing Rivers of Blood? Was it back when we had signs saying no blacks, no Irish, no dogs?
If we're N-word for a neighbour, vote Liberal or Labour.
Yeah, when was this? When did we have this fantastic tolerance?
Back when the BNP were winning fucking MEPs, like Andrew Bronson.
A million people voted for the BNP in that European election. 1 million of our fellow citizens voted for the British National Party. Most of those people are still alive and still voting.
For reform!
For the Reform Party.
Britain.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Oh, did you see Carl Benjamin has left Reform and joined Restore Britain?
Yeah, of course it has.
Yeah, because they're the most right-wing party that's allowed. Yeah.
Okay, and does anyone agree with what Esther had to say, just out of interest? Yes, there's a man there in the pink shirt.
Yes, I do agree that the main principle is about integration. I give an example of my daughter was born in this country. He went to study medicine in Romania. And when he came back, he had to do an English test before he could practice here. Then if that is an expectation from somebody who was born in England...
Okay, but genuinely, when they have non-Geordie doctors go and do medicine in Newcastle, they give them specific dialect lessons. Because people trying to communicate their illness in the Geordie dialect was indecipherable for the people that were travelling there. So, like, and these were people born and bred in Britain, spoke fluent Queen's English and all the rest of it, and they couldn't tell what the people were trying to say was wrong with them. So the idea that this is like it's in English, look, we speak different fucking dialects all over the place, and we're not a language country. We have Cornish and we have Welsh and we have Scots Gaelic and we have Irish Gaelic. It's fine. We don't. Why you try and force this one size fits all shit? And I'm not saying this bloke is saying that. I'm just in a general sense, you know. Also, that white guy next to him has the hairiest upper arm I've seen ever. Is he a fucking werewolf? It's the rat. He's the rat. For those just tuning in, I wasn't being racist.
England speaks English, studied in English for the first 17 years of her life, had to come back to pass an English test before practicing. How come an immigrant should not have that same expectation to speak English?
Can I answer that?
Yes.
Notice, first of all, we're all having this conversation in English because I think we can all establish that it's important for us to understand each other.
Is how I'm going to respond to that. Fuck off.
Yeah, also,
Literally.
okay, well, in that case, when people arrive here, why don't we teach them to speak English then?
Literally.
Like, surely, if you actually do care about integration, you would want public money being spent to make sure that everyone that comes here can speak at least basic English.
Yep.
And
even then, it would be difficult in some cases. Like, if they're really old, are they going to bother to learn it at that point? Probably not. And that's not the end of the world, actually. Fine.
The argument that I'm making is not to demonize people who don't speak English. I do think it's a big problem that people that have been here for generations that don't speak English. I think that's
No. There's no one who's been here generations who can't speak English, because that wouldn't make any fucking sense.
Literally.
How would you even operate? Like, we're talking about people who came from, like, a Pashtun-speaking fucking village in the mountains of Pakistan, who just came here, who might not speak English. Their kids are going to speak English, because how the fuck would they go to school? Or get a job, or anything? What fucking world are they in where generations don't speak English? What place is this? Give me one example where that has ever happened.
Yeah, it's literally entirely, like, again, WhatsApp aunties, older people who've come over because, like, their kids are coming here to study, and the kids speak pretty good English, probably pretty well, because especially in, like, English is a lingua franca in both India and in Pakistan. For example, but the older people, like, probably do not do so in the same way, and so those are the people that this is aimed at. It's literally
And rural communities have less access to higher education, and therefore their chances of speaking English are lower. That's just how that works, unfortunately. So some people will arrive not being able to speak English. Okay, let's teach them then. Let's offer them the opportunity, make them feel welcome. Welcome them in, teach them to speak English, and then they can be thoroughly upstanding integrated members of the community. I assume that's what you want, considering you're saying they're not integrating. I presume this isn't a Trojan horse with some really racist shit. Right?
Yeah,
actually, at that point, it's a choice if you've been in this country for many years. But the solution to that, other than having an adult conversation about what unites us as a country, what are we fighting for, what do we have in common with our neighbours, being able to...
Okay, so what do you think that is? That's what I want to ask these people. What do you think it is that I and you have in common? Because trust me, your average immigrant who's like working some sort of horrible 9-to-5 job, I have far more in common with than some posh prick like you.
Yep, literally.
I'm far closer to being fucking homeless than I am to being you. So, like, I don't have anything in common with you. I don't see you as an acolyte. Fuck it, I don't even see myself as being the same fucking anything to you. I'm not connected to you. The fact that we live on the same rocky outcrop of shite in the North Atlantic means nothing to me.
Communicate with them, for one, is important. It's also about asking, well, how do we actually give people the opportunity to learn English? If they're living in communities where all the people that they communicate with speak one language that is not English, that's not a way to help them. And this...
Where is this happening? What are you talking about? Like, don't get me wrong, there are probably communities where everyone can speak that language, but they're obviously going to be speaking English as well.
Literally.
These people's kids are not just learning Urdu or Arabic or anything else. They will speak English because they've got to go to school or to the fucking library or to the shop. Yeah, they're going to speak English. There's no even in places where there are high percentages of non-native born blah blah blah, like Leicester or Birmingham or London, there's still vast numbers of people who only speak English. Their kids are obviously going to interact with those people. They're going to speak English. Shut the fuck up.
Yep.
This is why I was citing the Denmark example. This is a government that has deliberately put resources behind actually getting people to integrate. They're not just saying, oh, it's the immigrants' fault. It's saying, actually, let's engineer a situation.
So you want government money being spent on this? Okay, I agree. Good. Yeah, let's do that.
Yep.
It's a shame no other Conservative seems to give a fuck about that, because public spending is evil, apparently. I thought government was the problem.
Situation where the indigenous population can also mix with...
Indigenous, that's an interesting phrase.
Mm-hmm.
For a person with that surname. I'm just saying. I'm very well aware that as son of an Irishman, I'm not indigenous. And that's fine. Because no one is! The Britannic people died out 1,000 years ago. Fuck off!
The immigrant population to actually create some sort of unity and harmony. That's not going to happen when you have chain migration in certain areas and people only speak one language. It's also not fair on the immigrants themselves.
Also, it's not fair that you're the only person who has spoken. Lisa Nandy said one sentence and got a clap, and then this bitch has just started talking again.
It's the Esther Kraku show, basically.
Yeah, yeah.
When you have women, for example, from certain backgrounds that are basically relegated to the home, that have no opportunity to learn how to speak English, when they're in communities where they meet people that actually can communicate with them and they can slowly learn to adopt the cultures and values, they don't only are restricted to the home, and they don't only have to stay within that domestic environment. They can pursue opportunities, they can find jobs, they can understand their children better.
They can go be sent to an island to be, you know, yum-yummed or something, you know? Yeah.
Just the perfect woman-loving white culture.
Yeah, exactly. It's fantastic, isn't it? When they, it's so interesting to me when they pretend it's about women's rights, when it never ever is. The same people who will go home and beat their wife and fucking look at child porn on the internet, going screaming about the Muslims. Yeah, what a feminist paradise white Britain was, by the way. Yay.
And how they relate and interact with other people in school. They can learn the culture better.
Like, thankfully, as a nation, we care about women's rights so much, we're good friends with Saudi Arabia.
And the United Arab Emirates.
We really care, actually, yeah. Like, think about it this way. What's more feminist than not allowing women to get involved in car crashes? So you don't allow them to drive. Mohammed bin Salman really is like the uber feminist, when you think about it.
There's so many opportunities that open up by integrating people into your society, and integration works both ways. It works from the government actually implementing policy deliberately to make it happen, but it also works from the immigrants that have chosen to come to this country. It's not about demonizing anyone. It's about using common sense and actually identifying a way for us to exist as a country and as one.
Alicia.
I think what was...
Well, you say that you think she's a Christian, but given that she started off by demonising a Jewish socialist, I don't think she can be a very good Christian.
Quite.
I am suggesting that Zach Polanski is like Jesus Christ. Oh, yeah,
He is. He is my Christ figure.
Very much so. He hung around with lots of men as well. I'm not making aspersions on Jesus, though. I'm not.
Most offensive about Robert Jenrick's comments is that I don't judge whether someone is integrated or not by their skin colour. I judge them based on their behaviours, their actions.
And the Conservatives can now say that because he's not in their party anymore. So now they can criticise him. When it happened, they didn't criticise him. But now he's left. He's a racist!
The way they embrace values and the way they contribute to our society.
Okay, in fairness to him, I have to say, he then went on to say, it's not about the colour of your skin or your faith. Of course it isn't.
Okay, but, I mean, firstly, it's interesting you've got a quote from Robert Jenrick, but not the Green Party. Nice. And secondly, why did he say that he hadn't seen a white face then, if it's not about colour? Because white is a colour. Of skin, anyway. So, like, you know.
And yet, we all heard the opening sentence that he used when he made those comments. Look, the reality is, I do hear many people saying, it feels like our country's becoming a hotel and it's not our home. And I am worried about particularly some of the sectarian...
And you know who opened the hotels? Robert Jenrick. Boom.
...sectarianism that we are seeing. So the Green Party video, my biggest issue with it was the fact that it had images of Keir Starmer meeting with Modi, and they were essentially saying, this man is not on your side, and they were dragging sectarian politics from...
No, they were saying...
Opposing Hinduttva is not sectarianism, right? Like, if that guy was fucking shaking hands with Benito fucking Mussolini, yeah, you'd criticise it, right? In the same way you'd, like, these are fascists. What are we talking about?
I wouldn't mind if he was shaking his hand as he was upside down. That would have been that would have been solid 1940s shitposting. Love it. Like, imagine if you could have got, well, it wasn't a thing at the time, but if you could have got a selfie in front of that row of corpses. Oh, what a profile picture. Oh my god, that would have been dope. Anyway, I'm just saying, they've got a fascist leader now, if that, you know, if you wanted to, you know, just saying. By the way, that building now, doesn't exist, but in its place is a McDonald's. America de-Yankify everything, including anti-fascist history of Milan.
True.
From Pakistan and India into the UK. Now, my constituency is next to Leicester. We saw riots where people tried to transplant conflicts from other areas of the world to our communities, and it hurt us. Now,
yes,
unfortunately,
she is not wrong. She is not wrong that people wanted to import the stuff from other countries. It was the fucking Hindatva that did the fucking importing. It was Modi's fucking ideological brethren that were the ones chanting Jai Shri Ram and intimidating Muslims in that community. The idea that somehow the people who fall here are the Muslims who are on the receiving end of Hindu nationalism is crazy.
Also, like, let us not forget for a fucking moment that the Indian government has murdered Indian citizens of Sikh extraction, I believe, in Canada. So in a foreign country, which is very Israel-coded, by the way. Killing people in foreign countries like that. It's bad when Putin does it, but not when either Modi or Netanyahu do it. Apparently it's fine.
We want a whiskey trade deal. We want to remove tariffs on whiskey imports from India. So it doesn't matter if they do clandestine executions.
Yeah. So I wonder why you would mention, Keir Starmer shaking hands with Narendra Modi to people who are Sikh. I wonder why you would mention that. Yeah, crazy, I know. It's almost like people don't like being murdered. Have you thought about that as a policy of, like, being anti-murder?
What they essentially did was copy and paste what Labour did in the Batley and Spen by-election, where they put a picture of Boris Johnson meeting with Modi, and they used the same trick against us. So essentially they've just applied the exact same concept, which I also found...
Again, the uni-party strikes. As soon as they're in power, they'll shake hands with any evil bastard.
True.
And offensive them. But there is a problem, because we still have a teacher and his family in Batley living in hiding because of what he was trying to teach his class. We still have girls going through FGM. We still have people doing forced marriage. We do have to deal with those issues because they are fundamentally not British. So we have to make sure that we are welcome.
I don't care whether they're British. They're both illegal.
Yeah.
That's a police matter, not like a fucking kind of social cohesion activist like matter.
Yeah. Also, I like that she's sort of trying to link this into Muslims. Actually, the vast majority of cases of FGM are actually African tribal. Not Muslim, actually. It's a matter of educating people about how that's bad, rather than trying to, like, use it as a wedge issue to fuck over Muslims in foreign countries. Because, like, for the most of the time, it's not actually happening here. Very few cases of it happen here. There are cases where British girls will be sent to other parts of the world to have it happen. That's bad. Although extraterritoriality is a difficult concern. But regardless of that, yeah, just stop using this as a fucking tool to batter people with, you evil bastard. Yep. Maybe.
Country, we want people to come here and make a success themselves. We want the wealth generators. People want to contribute to our communities. But however, they cannot bring with them cultural, and they are cultural behaviours that are completely anathema to the culture of Britain.
Tom? Are we failing to have an honest conversation about identity and social cohesion?
Yeah, I think the gentleman's point that raised there about tolerance is something that we should all be, I'm very, very proud of in this country, that we are an incredibly inclusive, culturally rich, diverse, wonderful space where people have been able to grow, exist, and
it's quite easy to say that as a white man, isn't it? Because I've never faced racial abuse or been denied employment because of the colour of my skin. So yeah, it's very accepting and welcoming of me.
Become incredibly, I suppose, connected together, and conversation and points and sentences that Robert Jenrick has made, it kind of it weakens social infrastructure. It's very unhelpful. It drives a narrative that is pushed through different party political gain for votes. It helps drive division. In a world where I generally think that immigration is constantly used by political parties for masking years and years of infrastructure to health, housing, employment, education. It is not the fault of immigration. It is the fault of poor spending. It is the fault of poor money management. And it's constantly used as this kind of battering tool where we are a culturally rich and very diverse country, and it's one that we should all be very, very proud of. And tolerance is something that we most definitely need to.
I mean,
think about.
what's funny is he's not he's right, but
Yeah.
he just kind of rambled saying the same thing over and over again.
Yeah, it was a bit repetitious and a bit rambly, but generally the point is true. It's not immigrants that are the problem, it's the fact that we haven't invested in the infrastructure. Again, we are dealing with 1960s infrastructure built for 45 million people, and we're now in 2026 and we have 70 million people. That isn't gonna suffice. Planning to build 150,000 houses and you've built like 6. Like, it's not gonna this is ridiculous. Tweaking around at the edges isn't gonna fucking solve anything. It's just gonna make it worse.
Man at the back there with the shirt, yes.
In relation to the comments about Handsworth, I'm someone that grew up in Handsworth and definitely benefited from the diversity and the difference of people.
I'd probably played cricket against him.
Yeah.
Almost certainly. Almost. I wasn't.
Also,
It was never LBW. Fucking terrible decision.
Also, it's a glorious, it's a gloriously well sculpted beard and moustache combo.
It is. You can tell he has put effort into that, and I appreciate that effort. Well done, sir.
People, and I think that's a huge strength, not only of this great city, but of this great country. I find it really ironic that Soho Road was actually used as an example to almost defame Birmingham, but no one wants to really talk about the huge economic impact it has in the wedding industry, in the food industry, in the hospitality industry. All of that key information is missed from the media.
Okay, Jess.
Thank you. So I think that a lot of the panel and actually a lot of the audience have covered a lot of the things that I would have liked to say, which is that we can absolutely have a multicultural society. I believe we can, because I think that we all benefit from it. But
And you know how we can have a multicultural society?
Joining the European Union.
Rejoining the European. There we go. There we go. There we go.
But if we're talking back to Jake's question, which was, have we done a good job at cohesion? I think that's a legitimate conversation to have, because what we are not good at doing as a country over successive governments at successive years is actually building communities. We've seen really savage cuts in local authorities. Birmingham is a...
Yeah, I wonder if there was a political party that allowed that to happen under the Tories for 5 years. Curious.
A great example of that, which means that all of those support services that were available are disappearing. They are so underfunded. It goes back to the lady in the pink jacket's point about her services being underfunded. So if you are...
Well, you know what? For once, thanks for the 5p bag tax. Because without that, we'd have more plastic bags in our mountains of fucking rubbish.
True. Did you finally get your bonus ball from the coalition government?
Yay! Fucking, yeah, coalition dividend. Fucking hell. We haven't got a single library left. We've got no fucking housing. But we've got 20-foot high rats and 50-foot high mountains of shit.
Immigrant who wants to engage and learn the language, it's very hard to find that ability in areas. And that's where the charitable sector has really stepped up across areas like Birmingham, but also across in my constituency in Chichester. They're doing amazing work to create communities, because it's all very well and good building houses, but unless you build communities, you lose an identity, your British identity, which is so important.
Okay, all right. Listen, I'm going to move on.
I
want to try and get before...
Fuck!
We never talk about it, though. But it's just so typical of the Lib Dems. She said nothing, basically.
Literally.
Absolutely pointless political party.
Have you seen the crazy discourse going about this family voting shit now? They're literally doing Stop the Steal.
Yeah, I saw Nadim Zahawi said it was industrial levels of fraud. I think the Reform Party know they've lost, is what I'm getting from that.
And Labour, likewise. I think Greens must have won pretty handsomely if they're going this mad into it. And I realise I'm going to get incredible usage out of the Zoran Mamdani Ms. Rachel wow gif.
Yes, that is honestly perfect.
Question tonight, and I haven't been managing to do that recently. I'm determined to try and do it tonight. But I just want to tell you where we are next week, which is Kettering, and the week after that we're off to Wythenshawe. So if you live in or...
That's not real. You made that one up. Wythenshawe. If that's not in Yorkshire, I'll.
No, it's in Greater Manchester.
Well, close enough.
Look at you.
It's like it used to be round the corner from the call centre I worked in Altrincham. Because there was another call centre that people who left my call centre go and work at, working for the same, essentially working in the same contract, but for a different subcontractor for the same company. It was really weird.
Yeah.
There. So if you live in or close to either area, Kettering or Wythenshawe...
No, don't bother replying because they won't even fucking email you back. Pricks.
And you would like to come and be part of the Question Time audience, apply to the website. The instructions are here. And you'll be asked lots of questions. And hopefully we will see you. So that's Kettering.
Anyway, hello there, My Left Eye UK. Everyone go and follow them immediately.
Do it.
Otherwise I will be very annoyed. And thank you to... What happened? Something happened. Mix Vivian Wolf for gifting a community sub. And Fuzzmuz87 for a stat. Mind when Reform went on about how 1 in 3 kids in Glasgow don't have English as their primary language, like it was a bad thing. Yeah, well, there you go. Like, we literally had...
There's a lie in the question.
Yeah, we literally had a British Prime Minister whose first language wasn't English. David Lloyd George's first language was Welsh. It's a thing. It's fine. He could also speak English. It wasn't a problem.
Next week and then Wythenshawe the week after. Okay, Andrew Chapman, where are you sitting? Off you go.
Is it time to seriously reform hospitality business rates when
I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I don't care.
Literally,
can we actually skip this question?
Yes, please.
For the love of God. Also, neck.
God.
I'm allowed to say I'm a fat cunt as well. Hang on. Ooh. What the fuck is that going on his lip? Oh, that's outrageous. Why is council tax in Birmingham so... Oh, okay, there's a Birmingham-related question.
The rats! Where's the rats to ask the questions?
True.
Where's the rats just not on the panel?
Exactly.
So rude.
This is erasure. Like erasure? But,
yeah. That's something to say about this next thing. Karen Knox, are they?
Hi. If Birmingham is no longer in the red, why are we being charged extra council tax when we have shocking roads, a Bing strike that never ends, and no one is being held accountable?
So you sound thoroughly fed up, Karen.
Absolutely.
I think every single person in the city is fucking fed up. Yeah. Because we've literally had massive tax rises, all of our infrastructure double obliterated post-austerity, and we can't even get our fucking bins emptied. Why am I paying council tax for? What are you fucking spending it on?
I mean, paying down the loans on the money that they borrowed during the times of the cuts, probably.
Well, there's that, but also these equal pay claims, which, by the way, again, we shouldn't be punished for the mistakes of previous councils. Like, I initially felt...
JMS 1977 Discord artwork.
Okay, I'll get to that in a second, chat. Oh, fuck, what was I saying? I had a noise alert, apologies. No. Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah. We shouldn't be punished for the sexist failures of previous councils. Like, literally, we've talked about this in the past, right? About how the boomers have, like, voted to make everyone's life shitter in the future. And that's essentially what has happened in Birmingham, is that they were sexist and underpaid women for decades, therefore having lower council tax because they didn't have to pay the women that much. And now we're having to pay that back pay for pricks that didn't pay it in the 60s, 70s and 80s.
Jesus.
Like, and the government, the fucking Labour government, could have gone, you know what, exceptional circumstances, we will give you a low interest loan and you can have a staggered payback. And it wouldn't have been that much of a problem. We could have had a staggered increase in the council tax, could have kept all of our fucking service provision, skeletal as it is, given the austerity of previous years. But they went, nah, fuck you. You're on your own. And then they wonder why they're going to lose all of the fucking seats in Birmingham. Shocking. The decade of renewal doesn't feel very renewaled.
Nope. True.
Right, so look, for those of you who don't know, you will all know, but for those of you watching at home who may not be quite so up to speed with this, so in 2023, Birmingham City Council issued a Section 114...
It's not even paying the binmen correctly. Like, usually a strike is about wanting better terms and conditions. They don't. They already had a deal with the council. It was signed, like, 3 years ago or something. And they just want that implemented. They just want the deal they already agreed with the council to be fulfilled. You know,
they don't want an £8,000 pay cut in some cases.
Yeah, they don't want to get fucked over. It's mad. Also, the Labour Council trying to fire and rehire people. They're just scum. They really are. Enjoy your third place in Manchester, you mugs.
Or notice. So that is essentially declaring bankruptcy. In the last month, I think it is beginning to emerge out of that. But in the meantime, it's been under sort of special measures, and government-appointed people have been kind of overseeing what's been going on. There has also been a bin strike for over a year. And at the moment, there's no sign of it ending.
Yeah, the council aren't even in talks with the unions. Literally, there's like it can't end at the moment.
Well, they've hired scab Labour who've also gone on strike.
To be fair, that was like one day. But yes, they did. Technically, they did for one day have dual picket lines. It was going to be strikeception, where every single person in the city was employed as a scab of a scab of a scab, and around every fucking bin centre in the city, it was just going to be line after line of picket, and nothing else. But unfortunately, that didn't happen. But
I'm going to come back to you because I mean, this is the UK's second largest city. It's
the
biggest council in Europe. Financial crisis, the bin strike.
That's true. People don't realise that because most big cities like London and Paris get split up into separate bits, don't they? Like in London, they've got like fucking 50 councils or whatever, whereas Birmingham is a unitary authority, so it's like big. It's the biggest education department in Europe. Yeah.
Drags on and on. This is a Labour council. You can't be proud of this.
No, look, I mean, first of all, on the bin strike, it is appalling, and it's been going on for far too long. And I want to be absolutely crystal clear. There are offers on the table from Birmingham City Council, and
Right, but why is it when it's a private company you have to honour the contract, but when it's workers you don't? Because the council already signed this. They're not asking for more. They're asking for what was agreed and signed. This isn't like they're reneging. Like they literally signed it. It's the deal.
say this with real feeling as somebody who has been a member of a trade union for as long as I've been in work
And I hope they kick you out, you fucking scab filth.
Just like they did with Angela Rayner at Unite, which was fucking hilarious, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, she was literally saying, cross the picket line. That's why, Unite, I'm begging you. I mean, I purposefully don't pay the Labour levy. I refuse to. I'm not fucking funding that genocidal shit. But I am a member of Unite for full
The Green Party donated $5. Dear question time. Please can we have a right of reply?
Anyway. Yes. Oh, for fuck's sake. I need to turn that off because it keeps distracting me. Apologies. No, I've forgotten completely now. But I'll read out the fucking thing. What was it someone said? The Green Party... Well, it's not the Green Party, is it? Someone calling themselves the Green Party said, can we have a right to reply? Well, I wish I could have a right to reply, but I can't remember what I was fucking saying. Oh yeah, you need to fucking dissociate from the Labour Party. Why are you paying to be affiliated to a party that is calling for your workers to cross your picket line? Like I mean, I talked earlier about the voters of the country being an abusive relationship, but at least they don't have to pay for it.
I mean, they get to do it through taxation.
Well, yeah, but that's not to the Labour Party, that's to the government, isn't it?
That's true.
Whereas Reform are directly funding the election of members of Parliament to call for their own fucking members to scab.
Just, it is insane. It is insane that you and I have lasted this long.
It's madness. I don't know why what union would want to be affiliated with this. The turkeys don't affiliate to Bernard Matthews.
believes fundamentally that people have the right to be paid and treated properly, but there are offers on the table, and we need the unions and Unite in particular to sit down, get round the table and agree to
They want to be round the table. Unite continually ask to be given a pay settlement, ask for negotiations, and Birmingham Council won't do it.
Yep. Or more precisely, I suppose, it's not just the council, it's the administrators that the national government, the Labour government, sent to Birmingham. So, there's that as well. Again, it'd be nice that, wouldn't it? I'm glad we got the Tories out so we could end all of this fucking strife and chaos and pedo shit.
Those offers have been made, and it is
True.
absolutely essential that that happens as soon as possible. I really share your anger about that. It needs to be resolved. This is a great city, and it's being held back by this issue. And in terms of the wider financial crisis, look, this is a big problem for councils the length and breadth of the country, because, you know, think about my council. We lost a third of our budget in the first year of the Conservative Lib Dem coalition government, and it wasn't an accident, actually.
But you're in government now. That's not an excuse you can use.
Well, it is funny, just like, again, every single thing that happens with this government is just everything is falling apart because nobody wants to fucking admit we don't pay enough fucking tax in this country. No one wants to admit that our level of taxation is lower than the European average, which means our services are going to be worse than the European average, right? And so they will continue to go, all these things are falling apart. But Morgan McSweeney said no tax rises before the election, so they can't do anything about it. They can't increase the block grants because they can't put up fucking taxes.
Remember the rhetoric around that time? It was about rolling back the bloated states, they used to call it. And the idea was that if you cut back the public sector, then the private sector would suddenly magically flourish to fill the gap. But
okay, but like, you haven't reversed that. You haven't done, like, you haven't re-bloated the state, have you?
what did it mean?
Right.
It just meant that our public services ended up on their knees, and we lost good expertise as well. Now we're rebuilding that, so we've just increased the amount of funding available to Birmingham in particular, councils in general. We've also introduced longer term funding settlements, because most people in this room probably don't know, but it's absolute, you will know, Jess, as a councillor previously, it's an absolute nonsense that you have councils who get a one-year funding settlement, so they're writing their budgets before they even know how much money they've got in them. So we think that will produce better value for money and better decision making. And we're doing much, much more about investing in Birmingham more generally. I hope that will mean your council tax bills will go down, but most of all, this bin strike really is holding back one of the best cities in the world, and it needs to be resolved.
Alicia.
I mean, I think it's extraordinary. I think you've been incredibly let down. And I find it really odd because I sit in Parliament, and if this was my community, I'd be putting in urgent questions, which is the only way that backbench MPs can essentially force the government ministers to come and answer your questions. I'd be putting one in every single week. And I'm afraid, I think you're being let down by your local members of Parliament, because I think we've only had two. And when two urgent questions in all this time that you've been dealing with these bin issues, and when the ministers come, there are no meaningful answers. And I do think, I'm sorry, it's about the relationship between Labour and their trade unions. And it really...
Oh yeah, Labour have been too good to unite.
Literally, yeah. The reason why they've not had a trade union settlement and they've been on strike for ages, and there's been this massive impasse where there's been no result. They've hired scab Labour is because they're in hock to the union barons.
Yeah. They're so good to them that they've been on strike for a year, every second of which we've had a Labour government. Just think about that for a second, you Tory fucking dullard. Like, what the Labour, wanted to create more strike work? What? Union paymasters. It's embarrassing. Like, what do you want them to do exactly? Fucking gun them down?
It disappoints me, and I wish, and this is a very part of political point, I wish you still had Andy Street, because I do not think he'd have just sat by and let it happen.
What the fuck would he have done? He doesn't have any say over the city council. The fuck what are you talking about? He was a regional mayor. He literally had no power in the situation. Like, he could have kicked up a fuss, I guess, on the national stage, but that's about it.
How do you then explain that when your party was in government, you had these issues over in Coventry?
We did not have bin...
And I raised that. I raised that over and over again. The bin
Does anyone remember bins?
Well, Lisa Nandy is totally correct here. Doctors threatened strike action against, who was it? Fucking Steve Barclay, fucking pasty-faced cunt, when he was healthcare secretary for the Tories. They give him 9 months warning for doctor strikes. 9 months, and they didn't fucking meet them. You know? Like, whilst of course Labour have no leg to stand on here, because of course, hence the rats, right? But the idea that somehow Conservative Party is in any way like better when they're just as bad as each other is crazy talk.
Where is the artwork in question that you want me to share so fucking desperately? It's going to be something of me as a fat naked man again, obviously, chat. But I don't know which channel you've put this in, so I can't find the Discord artwork in question. Please just post a link and I'll show it.
Labour source has told Sky that they think they've lost.
Well, I could have said that. Yeah, of course they fucking lost. They lost months ago.
True.
Being out on the streets
they've been
in
striking
Coventry,
Well, they don't live in Coventry, but the people of Coventry, the people of Coventry do. And I raised that issue over and over again with Michael Gove, and his answer was it's nothing to do with government. So I'm sorry, but I'd really agree with what you said at the start of that. But please don't try and pretend that somehow it was different under a Conservative.
I'm afraid
government.
It is different.
It absolutely wasn't.
Because
I'll be honest, chat, I didn't know I had an art and design section of my Discord. So clever. There's one of me as a fat naked man on a crucifix. I presume that's not the one you're referring to, because that was from months ago. Oh my god, do I have to scroll all the way fucking down?
I wonder if a Labour Party, if Greens win, the Labour Party will attack reform for splitting the right-wing vote.
Possibly. I can't... Hang on, and that's not safe for work memes. Oh, hang on. We'll just play.
We all know about the bin strikes. I don't represent Birmingham. I've known about the bin strikes. I've been monitoring them. I don't remember Coventry, in which case I apologise the fact that I didn't know about those. But we know about bin strikes here, and it has been absolutely extraordinary seeing Labour MPs too scared to...
Oh, it's not even me. Oh, okay. Oh, that's actually really good. Holy shit. Sorry. We break in for a fantastic art submission.
Oh my god, that is true. That is true artistic skill.
That's fucking. Oh, hang on. What? How did that happen? What? There we go. Look at that. That's amazing. It literally says Keir on the little dog bone chain thing as well. Oh, that's really good. Honestly, whoever that is, I'm paying you an exposure, but I'm stealing the meme. All right. That's fucking dope. Sorry. See, chat, if you just tell me to do a thing like 50 to 60 times in chat, I will eventually read it and do a thing, you know?
Raise with their own government what is going on with the Labour Council under their government.
Well,
and that's why it's quite easy. Look at Hansard, which is the record of how often MPs have raised it. You'll see they haven't raised it, and Birmingham MPs haven't even then turned up when the questions have been asked.
Yeah, but to be fair, Al Carnes hasn't turned up to Birmingham, so like he doesn't give a fuck about the bin strike. He doesn't even know where Birmingham is, I don't think. Honestly, it's between him and Clacton for who's less been in their fucking seat.
Well, there's lots of hands up, not surprisingly, on this point. So let's see, where are we going to go? It's the man there.
Well done to James H for your artistic skill. You have used it for good, and unlike many of my chat who use their skill and time for evil.
In the second row in the blue sweater. Yeah.
Hi, Lisa. Sorry, you talked about the extra funding that might be coming into Birmingham. When do you think that will be? Because right now we're facing increased council taxes. Obviously, we talked about the bins, but our roads are just literally holes everywhere.
Yeah.
To the point where it's...
Yeah, the roads are absolutely diabolical. Like, everyone moans about potholes because everywhere in the country's been underfunded, but ours especially because the council don't have enough to, like, do anything with. Look, we don't have enough to even cover the statutory things we're supposed to cover, like fucking child supervision and all the rest of it. It's a nightmare.
the reason why potholes are shit is because we outsourced all of the road repairs.
Yeah.
To private companies.
But now we don't even do that because it's not statutory. So we don't have a penny to spare. So the roads are just like awful now. There's no point driving in some parts of the city because your car's just going to get wrecked.
It's actually really dangerous.
Like driving on the moon.
Yeah. So
yeah.
It's like you're driving like...
It genuinely is. Like, there are some parts of the city where you just don't drive now. Because the roads aren't roads anymore, fundamentally.
Yes, no, 100%.
Like a computer game.
Yeah.
100%, and that is the case up and down the country. We've had over a decade of
so when's the extra funding coming
I'm not making excuses because we're in government and
when's
it's our
the extra
job
funding
to fix
coming
it, and
in?
we will. So we've just allocated the funding to Birmingham City Council, so that has been allocated now, so that has happened, and we've also invested in filling in...
Oh, so how much then? And has it been ring-fenced? Because if it's not enough and it hasn't been ring-fenced, the roads aren't going to improve.
Potholes across Birmingham and across the country as well. It's the biggest investment that has been for a very long
All
time.
right. Where? Man in the grey shirt at the very back there.
Just on council tax, there should be a freeze. When all these strikes and things like this is going on, there should be a freeze because it's affecting so many people and the cost of living going up and everything else. I think we should do a freeze until this is all sorted.
If you freeze the council tax, the strikes will never end.
Yeah. What we should do to solve the problem that we don't have enough money is pay even less money into the system, and then magically everything will just sort itself out. Because Ancapistan or something. Fucking Christ almighty.
Yes, the council tax.
Like, I get that people are frustrated. I don't like paying the extra council tax, especially when our services are getting demonstrably significantly worse. Like, everywhere in the country is getting worse, but Brum especially is getting kicked in the bollocks right now. So I understand the frustration, but not paying into it doesn't make it better, it just makes it worse. Do you actually want a solution to the problem, or do you want to just moan? Because what you did was just moan.
As again, you will all know, has gone up by around 18% over 2 years, which is no small sum. Yes, person there, and you've got a grey top and a white shirt underneath it, I think. Yes, yes, you.
Oh, yeah. You just said...
The fact that she described in detail the clothing meant you knew she was going to be black.
So true.
Anything to avoid going, black woman. Do you know? Which, look, in terms of the optics, I get it. You don't want to be screaming at her, like, you know. My home girl at the back there, you don't do it, you know?
That you've invested money in the roads in Birmingham. On my 15-minute journey to work this morning, I counted 30 potholes. 30.
Yeah.
I don't see any work going on.
No, well, that's why we put the money up. So that money has just gone in, and so you should...
Why? You've been in government for the thick end of 2 fucking years now. Why have you just done this? Look, don't get me wrong.
Whoa. You can't expect Sue Gray to have done it, can you?
You can't expect them to have ever had a plan for literally fucking anything. Like, the only person that did is Ed Miliband. And he's like squirreling away in his fucking office, keeping quiet.
The thing is, of course, Kev, is that this is the first time this has been mentioned on Question Time, i.e. been talked about on a broadcast with sound. Which is the only way Keir Starmer can know about it, because he can't read.
True. Have we thought about getting him to do policy through interpretive dance? You know, smart cash, obviously. You know, don't want to confuse him by going full cash or even pajamas or something.
See improvements, but this is an issue of the length and breadth of the country after over a decade of underinvestment.
Okay.
And we made a commitment at the election we would turn that around, and that is what we're doing.
Karen, you stuck your hand up again.
I did, yeah. I'm pretty much going to repeat what was just said. I mean, when you're driving to work, it's like dodgem cars. You're not only looking out for the traffic as you should be, but you're trying to dodge the holes because your car's going to get damaged. And
the Sky News are reporting it looks like the Greens have it, and, quote, senior Labour figures have left. Oh,
we'd have to see it.
It's the hope that kills you, chat. Can we wait to an official result? Because I have paced my excitement really badly.
Dan Hodges is claiming that the Green vote is basically holding up equal to Labour in the reform areas, i.e. Denton, and in Gorton, Labour are absolutely getting obliterated by the Greens. So it looks like we will get our absolute wish. It looks like we're going to get Greens first, Reform second, Labour third.
Honestly, I might have to crack one off. You might need to happen, chat. I'll turn my camera off, obviously, terms of service, but if you hear grunting, you know what's happening.
So true. Liam asks, can we stream live election content? It's just people fucking handling pieces of paper until for the next 2 hours.
Yeah.
We will definitely go to the election content once we finish Question Time, for sure. But watching people just fiddle with ballot papers.
The counting process is unbelievably boring. As someone who has observed it, it's awfully boring.
Also, a reform source. We had over 1,000 activists out in the seat today, and we have all done all we can in our 440th target seat.
So again, we get your excuses in nice and early, lads. Love to see it.
I mean, they're going to come second in their 440th target seat. Like, that's good. That's a good result for them.
For them, yeah, absolutely. In a seat where, like, traditionally, like, the Labour Party got over 50%. They got an actual majority in a first past the post in a seat. Like, 18 months ago, nearly 2 years ago, right? And for them to storm through and become second is a really good sign for them, yeah. Absolutely.
They might be on lower than 25% potentially if this is the result we're going to be getting.
Yeah, that's
crazy.
Mad. Yeah. Indeed, as Friends for Us is from Gorton, absolutely. And yeah, I mean, it as my name of my title suggests, I'm either going to be like, yay Gorton or fuck Gorton. It's literally there's no middle ground here.
Well, I'm going to be going to court if that happens to me. Yeah, it's just not on.
Jess.
Thank you. So when we talk about Birmingham, it's an economic powerhouse. It's got a huge industrial heritage. It's got so much untapped potential.
Did you just read the Wikipedia page? Because it sounds like, yeah, in 1827, the Cadbury family set up a chocolate factory. Like, what are you doing here? You realise the audience is full of people who know all of that. I suppose you're speaking to people at home as well, I don't know.
Sure. So I have a proposal for you, Lisa, which the Liberal Democrats laid out about a month ago, which is...
Join the European Union and the potholes will magically disappear.
The remain dividend.
Have we thought about, right, pothole wallets?
We think a big problem about why we're not getting growth in this country is that basically the Treasury has this computer says no approach to everything that could actually get growth going. So we'd cut it in half. We'd have the Treasury in London being the Office of Expenditure, and then we'd have the Department of Growth based right here in Birmingham, because the economic output of Birmingham compared to London is 40% behind London because you've had such little investment in Birmingham. If we could close that gap by just 10%, it would raise an additional £12 billion
So how does splitting a department...
I love the Lib Dem approach to that. Not let's equalise it. Can we cut it down just a little bit? Can we tinker at the edges just enough to make a slight difference, please?
It's the Lib Dems in and out, in and out.
Yeah, like they're just so... I mean, I'm just going to repeat myself. They're literally pointless. They shouldn't exist.
I mean, just who the fuck actually goes out and votes Liberal Democrat, honestly? Like, what are you doing with your life?
Yeah,
take a look in the mirror.
Literally, yeah. What the fuck would having an office in Birmingham do? Well, I mean, I guess it would have... I mean, bureaucrats would be employed here and spend money here and live here, I guess. Like, literally, that's the only advantage of HS2, really, is we'll become a commuter town for London, which means people will bring some of their London wealth to Birmingham. That's about it. And everyone else has to pay for it. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, I don't necessarily fully agree with the idea, like, from the Plaid Cymru that, like, we need to get 4 billion because of the HS2 thing or whatever, right? But it is a bit fucking rich to have this plan of national rail infrastructure and then just have London to Birmingham connected and everyone else has to pay for it. It's a bit of a piss take.
Because at the moment, the Treasury basically block everything. They are holding all of the money in one place. If you look at places like Ireland, they have 2 different departments. Australia also do the same thing. They have 2 different departments. One that's in charge.
I was literally having this discussion yesterday. Ireland and Australia, like people being anti-migrant from those places, and I literally did. It's so odd. I was talking to my friend. We were discussing that, and I said, like, the idea of Irish people having go at immigration, like, you could I imagine when you get to the top of Everest, there's an Irish pub, right, where you can literally get a pint of Guinness served by an Australian because they fucking get everywhere too, right?
So true.
And now she's like, Ireland and Australia do this thing. Like, okay, is there a secret microphone you're listening to me on, weird Lib Dem lady?
Of tax receipts and expenditure, and another department which is totally focused on getting the engine of growth going.
Business and Trade.
And so there is and I'm sure if the Department of Business and Trade...
I'm sure the rats will also commute to London, yes. I mean, they'll probably be driving the trains, to be honest.
It is doing that, then it goes to the Treasury, and the Treasury says no.
Well, that's
so
why we
you
wrote
split that in half, and it's a real opportunity to get growth going. But importantly, put investment here in Birmingham so that Birmingham can grow.
Places like Digbeth.
Esther.
I'm surprised no one has mentioned austerity. So between 2010 and 2020, councils received 26% less in funding from the central government because of austerity. In the worst hit councils, like Birmingham, it was up to 35%. And many Birmingham City councillors have said...
I'm sorry, is the Conservative here making the most sense of any of these cunts?
Yep.
But like...
Literally.
But you're the Conservative... Look, this was your policy... Well, not your, I mean, it's the government, I suppose. But like, that's conservatism, is cutting down on government spending, right? That's their whole shtick. Okay. Okay.
Again, it's incredible the level of noticing and just how much of a terrible... Like, the coalition government is the worst government. It's so bad. Everything they've done ruined this country forever.
Yeah.
That the city lost about £1 billion in funding over that period, which obviously set them back. But the reality is of this entire debacle is two things. The council is too big. This is the largest council in Europe.
Hang on, so... Oh, Jesus Christ. So, cutting things was bad, but we should cut the council. I mean, oh, God.
Trying to get this person to have an even, like, a vaguely coherent thought must be a real fucking challenge.
Honestly, a night out on the fucking beer would cost me less brain cells than listening to this bitch. I swear to God. This is fucking madness! Conservatives, please understand anything about the things you believe.
Even though Birmingham is the 26th largest city in Europe, it's too big, and what happens is there's not enough accountability, because in 2012, when you had a Labour supermajority as a result or in reaction to all of these to austerity measures, there was basically no accountability. All of these decisions were being made. The Oracle IT system, for example, that was estimated to cost £19 million, is now somewhere estimated to cost around £170 million, and that's if it works. And then you had the equal pay lawsuits that the Birmingham City Council was warned about for years. Before this latest tranche of equal pay claimants came in, the city had already spent £1 billion on equal pay claimants because of how they structured the jobs and pay grades for Birmingham City Council employees. So the council had a lot of warning, and they still chose not to do anything about it. And so you had a second tranche of all these equal pay claims that basically hit at the same time as this Oracle fiasco, and you now have a council that was at the time £1 billion in debt. How we can allow any council to get into £1 billion of debt is actually a marvel. Bear in mind, no one has been fired. You can never run a company that way. If you ran a lemonade stand the way we run our government, it would close within a week for...
Well, thankfully, it's not a business, so that's not how it has to run. You're a fucking idiot.
And also, like, on top of that, it was like, well, how have they managed to rack up this bill? I mean, it's because of the lawsuits. It's because of the equal pay claims. They just dumped a huge debt on top of them immediately.
Yeah, on top of the austerity that was already fucking hammering the city, yeah. Because literally, as Rishi Sunak said, they took money from poor areas and gave it to rich areas. And Birmingham was not considered a priority area, clearly.
Also, on update, Labour say the Greens couldn't replicate this lead in a general election, which is dumb because the Green Party got like a fucking giant turnout and absolutely demolished Fangham Debonair and Bristol Central.
Sorry, pronounce it correctly, please.
Fangham Debonair.
Thank you.
For hygiene issues, but somehow people get away with it. So, you know, the fact that the council was set back in funding is one thing, but we have to...
You say people get away with it, they're elected officials. They are, though. You can recall them. That is a thing that can happen. But like, you can't sack them as such. That's not how that works. Until
the whole
next
point
election. You know?
Well, you've effectively sacked them by putting administrators in charge. You've essentially said you can't do your job.
Yeah.
So we're going to get somebody in to do your job for you. But you can't just. They would be. You wait until the next election to create a new council that wouldn't have the administration instead.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, unless of course Keir Starmer decides that we can do it for a third year. Just ban all elections ever. They're inconvenient. We keep losing them.
Also, Greg was crazy. Like, Dan Hodges of the Mail is like the only reasonable person doing discourse on the internet right now, which is crazy, right? Like, this is a tweet from him. I quote, "Going to be a lot of froth about family voting tomorrow, but I spent the day speaking to a lot of Muslim voters, and they weren't voting Green because they were coerced. They were voting Green because they feel betrayed by Labour and Starmer, just like everybody else." And I'm like, yeah, you got it, mate.
Yeah. We need to get Kevin Helena on the Gareth Dennis train. Gareth Dennis is a hero. I love Gareth Dennis.
Yeah, we love a bit of Rail Natter.
Yeah, Rail Natter's awesome. They seem like a good person.
Yeah.
And literally got fired from their job for doing actual journalism on how bad train safety was, as a person who deals with train safety. So, you know, like, ironically, one of the few good journalists that's ever existed, I think.
True.
Have measures in place that actually forces people to be accountable.
Gareth, if you're listening, mate, come on. I'd love to have you on. Zach, ring him up. Tell him.
You cannot run up a debt of £1 billion and expect your residents to have their council tax increase for reduced services. That is an insult, and that is not acceptable. And when it comes to the bin strikes, they could end tomorrow. You know the reason why they're not ending it? Because the Labour Council does not want to hire private contractors to collect the bins, because the bin workers in...
They are.
They already did that, yeah.
Like we've had reduced services, but they do collections. They often do what's called mass collections as well, where they get scab people to, like, park in a big area. Like, there's a council thing just over the way there, and they have big trucks come out, and you can, like, chuck out big bits of fucking rubbish and stuff. So they essentially do, like, blitzes of local areas to get rid of most of the rubbish, and that's it. So they already are hiring scabs. This is just a lie.
Literally. Oh, by the way, at the Green Party election count watch party, they've started playing Darude Sandstorm. If you'd like to know whether the Greens think they've got it in the bag or not.
Honestly, I'm so close to coming. I swear to God.
Birmingham City is a unionised workforce, and as they should be. Why should they receive?
They
why should
are
receive
hiring
less
agency
pay?
workers, are they
Hold
not?
on, why should they receive less pay? Because Birmingham City Council refused to get on top of the equal pay claimants and actually change the structure of how they.
Again, do you understand conservatism? Because you don't seem to understand that. Like, the thing you just said was sensible there. Why should they? And it's good that they're unionised. You're a conservative. I think. You've claimed to be, at least.
Okay, but as I understand it, Birmingham City Council has hired agency.
They've got agency contractors.
They don't want to hire them on a permanent basis, which is why this.
All right.
Well, agency by their very nature are not permanent. What are you talking about? Like, you realise this is not like... Oh, why am I even bothering to explain? It doesn't matter. She's just wrong, okay? You're just wrong.
All going on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure the frustrations that the residents of Birmingham have been echoed by many people watching this up and down the country and finding similar frustrations with their own city councils. I absolutely find that outstanding that the UK's second biggest city has run up a debt that's so huge and so hard. I don't know enough about running city councils, but I imagine it's very similar to trying to run a business. You have income streams and you try to spend it properly in the correct...
No, it isn't like running a fucking business. It isn't. Collecting rubbish is not profitable. Like, when will they get this through their heads? Public services are not meant to be run for profit. That's there's no money in this. You collect the fucking rubbish. Jesus Christ.
And right manner, I imagine this is down to a continued issue of long-term underfunding. Businesses, I'm sure over the years you've probably seen many high street businesses close, retail spaces disappear, hospitality venues shut. That's revenue stream for councils. That is taxation purposes. That's business rates that should be coming in to the council for them to be able to spend, even if they are pumped up by 42% or 115%.
Right.
But business closure, so when it comes to, it will come to, I imagine, if this isn't something that's happened overnight, this is something that's been long-term mismanagement and underfunding.
Right.
Yeah, literally, past generations didn't pay women properly, and now I'm having to pay through the nose for no services to cover that shit, because boomers have always been shite.
Oh, I will say is that I have some concerns over the equal pay claims. I have some concerns in that it wasn't people getting paid differently for their genders for doing the same job. It was people being paid differently for their different genders doing different jobs. And I don't think that's... I think that the Equality Act, there was an equal pay claim here. I don't think that's necessary. I think that's... I don't think a lot of these things should have been given out.
Well, no, the thing is, right, I know the point you're making there, but it's pay grades. So even though they're different jobs, they've been assessed to be at the same pay grade. So in essence, in terms of what the government pays those people, that it is the same job. Like, because it's the same pay grade. So like, you can be doing working in a completely different department, but if you're grade 2 and someone else in a completely is grade 2, it's essentially the same job. because you're being paid essentially the same amount of money. And in that sense, women were being underpaid for decades. So I've got no.
Okay. Which case that makes more sense then.
Yeah, like this was legit. I've got no problem with this back pay because it should have been paid in the fucking first place. In fact, I feel very sorry for the people who have died not having been paid correctly. They were underpaid for decades of service to the city. And, well, actually, it's not just Birmingham. A lot of places, Glasgow had quite a big one recently, didn't they? Lots of places across the country have seen this. But Birmingham especially, because we were doing it, like, endemically for fucking decades. And, of course, we're the biggest single council in the country.
Sorry, my headphones just disconnected. I don't know why.
No, that's fair enough. I was just sort of reiterating the point, but, you know.
Yeah, I just wanted to do if we get... There we go. You must be getting, like, weird... echoes.
No, I haven't been. No.
I've not got a lot of time. I think it's about 7 minutes. But I'm going to try and squeeze in this last question from Peter Moore. Where are you? There you go.
Given the latest accusations surrounding Andrew Mountbatten Windsor,
don't care.
Well, let's let him finish the question.
Fit for purpose in the 21st century?
No.
No.
No. There you go. We've answered your question, sir. You can all fuck off. Don't come back to my city ever again, question time. You're not fucking welcome. Honestly, I'm going to get the rats to keep them out. Harness the rat energy. Anyway.
I'm having a phalanx of rats defending.
Exactly. A rat picket line around the city. Keep these cunts out. Anyway.
Absolutely.
Yes. Hang on. Gorton update. What's this?
Oh shit, my hair looks like shit. I need to go grab a hair.
Politics UK. A senior Labour source has told they believe they've lost. They put the blame on Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood for her divisive rhetoric on immigration and citizenship reforms, which kept coming up on the doorstep. Yes, if you do loads of really anti-immigration shit and racism, communities from ethnic minorities with close relationships with migrant communities don't like it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm surprised they've not just mentioned Gaza, right?
Well, that as well, I imagine, yeah. And then they literally look, oh my god. Like, Keir Starmer's entire timeline is just racism, yeah.
Should we grab Viv and James? And if Curtis is still up, I'll have to have Curtis on as well.
Yeah, cool. I've got no problem with that.
Just need to find a hairbrush, which I don't know where it's gone.
Oh, are you going on camera?
I've just plugged my camera in, yes.
Nice.
So my chat can see me wandering around looking for my hairbrush.
Yeah. Oh, Jack Mellor, what a legend. Literally fucking subtweeting Gareth Dennis. Kevin Logan just mentioned you on stream. They'd love to have you on at some point. You are a star, Jack Mellor.
He is, isn't he? Let me just grab...
Hang on. Well, actually, because we're on Google fucking Meet, I can't have more than 2 people for an hour or something, right? So should we move over to a Discord of some?
Yeah, let's do Discord because this will just be audio anyway. We don't really need to.
Yeah. So do you want? Should we go into your Discord or mine or what? I don't mind.
Let's do it in your Discord.
Okay. Well, yeah. Well, Viv, you know where we're at. If you're still listening, you might have gone to bed. I have no fucking idea.
Yeah, and James, if you want to jump into Kev's Discord.
Are they in my Discord? Do they need an invite or something? I don't know.
I am not sure. Potentially not. You're not in the Discord. Are you in my Discord?
Because if so, that would be easier, wouldn't it?
It would be very easy.
Although you are welcome to join my Discord at some point if you wanted to.
Oh, that also would definitely work.
As indeed you all are, chat. And you can also give us both money for our incredible journalistic content here.
Quite so.
Thank you for showing my... No problem, Kieran. It was really good. It was a fantastic drawing. You should send me more of your shit in future, because it was dope.
Apparently you're not in either of our Discord. At least not either of our Discords.
You are a troublesome young man. But I'm okay with that. Okay.
I mean, I guess you'll. I mean, I can just post the Discord link in my chat. Invite to server.
Okay, so
Copy.
we'll go over to your server then.
Yeah.
Okay, Viv, we change your plans. We're going over to No Justice. Okay. Oh, I so rarely go to anyone else's Discord. I don't know what your fucking symbol is. No, that's not it. That's not it. Oh, for fuck's sake. Num2. Oh, no, that's the. Denims? No. What's your fucking symbol? I literally can't find it.
It's like a silver circle with. I mean, the problem is the image was done. The drawing was done back when I was blonde, so it looks blonde, which is
the judiciary. There we are. Fucking Christ Almighty. There we go. General or call in.
Call in.
Call in. There we go.
Right. I'll see you in a sec.
Okay.
Hello.
Oi, oi.
Let me just change my.
It's a blonde lady, Kev. Thank you.
Aha, I can hear you now, but I don't know what went wrong there.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, we're good. Time for the big celebration. Well, it hasn't been announced yet, has it? So we'll wait.
I'm glad that Shatner's bassoon has just joined my Discord. Political teacher has joined. Okay, let me call in.
It stimulates the part of the brain called Shatner's bassoon.
Missions, add members, Politico teacher, done. Right, you shouldn't.
Can someone link my Discord in the chat there? Because someone was asking, and I don't know how to do that. Well, I do, but I can't be bothered.
Also, chat. I'm going to shut down the Twitch stream now. We're no longer watching Question Time, and I'm going to move over to YouTube.
Yeah.
So, please get ready to move to the different medium, Twitch viewers.
Yeah. Also, Shatner's bassoon. I've literally got that bit on my sound deck as well, of Noel Edmonds saying it stimulates the part of the brain that's called Shatner's bassoon.
It stimulates
which deals with time
brain
perception.
Called Shatner's bassoon.
Yeah, literally. Hello there, Politico teacher.
There we go.
Oi oi.
How you doing?
Yeah, good, thanks. Great evening. It looks like the Greens are going to win by a long margin.
Oh my god! Oh, I'm so happy. I'm so happy to see. I mean, I should be really happy for Hannah. I should be really happy for Zach. I should be really happy for the party. I really should be. But I'm almost more happy that the Labour Party is miserable.
I'm going to be entirely honest.
Delightful.
I'm more happy for me. This
is a seat where they got 2.5% of the vote in 2019 when Corbyn was leader, and that he was, maintaining the left vote. They've totally fucked themselves.
Can you hear me, Politico teacher? Hello.
Apparently not. James, can you hear Kevin?
I didn't hear that.
No. Okay. They can't hear me for some reason.
Is he speaking now?
I am.
Yeah. Let me see why that's not working.
Because I thought when he was talking over me there, I was going to go fucking mental.
Something I need to do?
Maybe.
I don't know.
Oh, turn on camera. I didn't realise I could do that. Oh, there we go.
Right click on if you maximize the chat window, and if you right click on Kevin's little icon, maybe Kevin's volume is turned down.
Okay. No.
Put
it up.
Okay. Hello.
More options.
No, I don't think you can hear you, Kevin. Well, how is it? I can hear James, but you can't hear. But he can't hear. How can this doesn't make any sense?
Shall I drop out and come back? I'll come back. Yeah, hang on. Disconnect.
Okay.
Right. Join voice. Right. Hello. Hello.
Cool.
Right. I
I
can.
what the fuck went wrong there?
Okay. Can you hear me, Politico teacher? Oh, for
real? It all works out. It all works out for the better.
Well, no, I can't hear him.
What?
Yeah. Okay, I'll drop back out and come back again, and maybe we'll get fucking third time lucky. Right.
What's going wrong? What? Very strange.
Right.
Right. Everyone quiet. Everyone quiet. I'm speaking. Can everyone hear me?
I can hear you.
Kevin, start speaking.
Start speaking. Yeah. Okay.
Can you hear that, James?
I can't hear him.
You can't hear him? Oh, for fuck's sake.
I could hear him before. The first time before I came back, went out, I could hear him, but he couldn't hear me. Okay. Hang on.
Oh, it shouldn't. I'm using the browser version as well.
Yeah, I'm using browser. Yeah. Turn on camera. No. Noise suppression. No. User settings. No, I don't know what's.
Everyone leave the call. Everyone leave the call and come back in.
Okay. Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can
Oh,
Can you hear me? Oh, fucking kill me.
Oh, there we go. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Sorry,
Awesome.
I was fiddling with my settings.
Fair enough.
I managed to break it by fiddling with my settings.
Fair enough. No Justice, are you there? Please, for the love of God, be there. It's your fucking Discord. How could you not? How can we not hear you?
We're not live on. Are we live on YouTube at the moment?
Yeah, you're live on both Twitch and YouTube on my end, and I presume everyone has left. I can now hear you. I can hear you both.
Can you hear me, James?
Yeah.
Okay, so we can all hear each other. Yes.
No, James can't hear me.
I can hear you. Yeah.
James can hear you, but you can't hear him clearly.
I can't hear him at all.
This is a piss take.
What the fuck is this? I've never seen this happen with Discord before, ever.
This is ridiculous. It's like roulette as to who can hear who.
Should we try on your Discord, Kev?
Yeah, go on then. Can someone, Politico teacher? I don't know how to send you a fucking link.
Okay, I'll get it from. I don't know. Can you put it in? Can you put it in the No Justice chat somewhere?
Do you? Oh shit! Hang on.
Or direct message me on there if you click on my
hang on,
logo in here.
Yeah, I'll. How do I add it as a friend or something?
I think you can just click on my profile and just message me. Can you?
Oh, view profile, add friend. There we go. Accept the friend, and I'll message you a thing. Right.
Okay. How the fuck do I do that? Oh my god. I never use Discord. There we go.
Okay. Right. Okay. I'll see you in a second. Fucking hell. Okay, so I've got to go into my Discord now. Sweet fucking Jesus. Right, there we go. Right. Oh, hang on. On the air. I'll drag. Hello there, Nudge.
Hello, I can hear you. James looks like he's still in my call-in thing.
Right, I've got to send him a thing. Hang on. But how the fuck do I do that? How do I do it, chat? Hang on, invite to server. Here we go. Politico teacher, invite. Sent.
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
I don't know why you're giving me money right now. That's ridiculous. Given how shit this content is. Honestly, you're wasting your money. You could have used it to buy heroin like Zach Polanski wants. Definitely.
Let's have it. Yeah, absolutely. Infinite crack for the kids. Let's fucking go.
True. Yes.
I've got to get some Clarky Cannon, some Jessup.
Oh yes. You know it's legal if you use a monkey to do.
What's the fucking what's the name of the specific? He's in the waiting room, by the way.
Oh, is there? Oh, hang on.
Mandrill, that's the one.
A mandrill, yes. Hello there, Politico teacher. Please, for the love of God, be able to hear everyone.
Hello. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Everyone can hear me.
Can No Justice hear you? Because I can't hear No Justice now. Helena, say something.
Yeah, can hear everyone.
Oh, fuck's sake. So there's clearly some like bug in the thing. Oh, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
It's his Discord as well.
Chat, what's going on? Why is it doing this? Thank you, Davey, by the way, for 5 gifted memberships on the YouTube. I love you. As an Australian, this election is very interesting and typical tech issues. Is it people's VPNs, maybe? I don't know. Hello, Zakap, by the way. Everyone go and follow Zakap.
We just try this another night, and you two crack on.
Yeah. Hey, hello, DJ Mule. Everyone good?
That's probably the thing to do, isn't it?
Okay. For fuck's sake.
Have me on tomorrow or something, and I'll be happy to talk about it.
Okay.
Cheerio.
Bye. Right, Helena, can you hear me now? Hello.
Hello.
Right, I can hear you now. So clearly there's something wrong with having more than 2 people in the fucking chat on Discord.
Apparently so. Well, that's very sad. But seems like it's a Discord-wide thing because it's happening on both of our panels.
Yeah, everyone go and follow both Zakap and DJ Mule, who are in chat, and all of that. Apologies that the content is fucking dreadful right now, but, you know.
That's true. Apparently, Vicky messaged you about the fact that on stream the other night. Thank you for the £5, Vicky. But YouTube for some reason banned us from speaking English in the chat. It's very strange.
What?
Everyone was speaking in French. It was very funny.
Okay. It was that in sympathy with Zach Polanski and doing things in Urdu? Are we just banning English now? Because I'm very much here for the anti-Angloid action.
Let's go.
Indeed. Ballots are being counted, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Go on,
Do we watch a live stream?
We can do if you want. Which one do you want to do?
We do Sky News, because it's on YouTube, makes it easier.
Yeah, go on then.
On the BBC one is like, because it's the BBC iPlayer thing, it's just really tedious because of the bit rate.
Fair enough. Sky News, well, presumably Sky News Live or something? Live UK? There we go. Nadeem Zahawi's in chat.
And interestingly, it's very similar to the 2024 general election turnout, which was 36,560 and 47.8%. Sam?
I've just had this from a Labour MP. Last Monday, the Cabinet fell in behind the Prime Minister because they cared more about saving their own jobs than doing what's right for the country. If they do it again tomorrow, they'll be paving the way for Nigel Farage to be Prime Minister after the next election. That
True.
Is a Labour MP sniffing the wind, don't even know that Labour lost, and suggesting that maybe Keir Starmer shouldn't be in his job.
Also true, yeah.
Obviously!
Yeah.
Obviously!
Nadeem Zahawi, former Conservative Chancellor, now a member of Reform UK, and
I mean, technically, Chancellor.
What do you make of what that MP had to say?
Well, I think it's going to be...
Could it be over for Keir Starmer by tomorrow?
I mean,
Who's going to take over before May? They're not going to do it, are they?
Unless he sort of just says, I'm jacking it in, I'm going to
resign. I mean, why would they... It feels like you're just doing a hiding to nothing if you...
Yeah.
If you just have somebody come in and then immediately lose the May local elections. But I mean, assuming it means that he stays on till May and then he goes.
Yeah.
And we would expect the next 48...
Hello there, Globus the Elder. Thank you for raiding. We're currently, hopefully, about to drink lots of Labour tears. Let's go.
Was more than
Thank you for the £5 Jack, by the way.
Everyone go and follow Globus the Elder.
Would be
absolutely. I did see who Anthony harassing Zach. It was, it was. It's a little runt, isn't
a
he?
Reform win a few weeks ago is potentially sort of priced in. There are people who are going to be looking to place the finger of blame for this squarely on Keir Starmer as well.
because it was Keir
Because he's the
Starmer
Prime
and Morgan
Minister.
McSweeney who took the decision to
Literally.
Andy Burnham
Oh,
from
yeah.
running in this seat.
That's
the
how
mayor of
that
Greater
works.
Manchester. All
That's
the
true.
pollsters you spoke to in the
I was more prophetic than I realised when I was jokingly saying earlier they lost it months ago. Literally, they did. Andy Burnham could have won this seat.
Would have walked it.
Yeah.
Would have walked it.
I don't think he would have walked it, but I think they would have stood a much, much better chance. Certainly. Yeah.
That's
Still
true.
a
That's
huge
true.
load of problems down the line, wouldn't he, for himself?
I mean, yeah, it would not have been a smooth ride for Keir Starmer, let's put it like that, if Andy Burnham had been allowed to run in this seat. So he solved one problem by blocking Andy
Political teacher
Burnham,
says the Greens
but
have won.
if
Do you have a
Labour
source on
lose
that?
the Greens tomorrow, he's created another humongous problem because
Humongous.
his strategy for the next election was always going to be vote Labour to stop Farage. You can't afford to vote Green or Lib Dem in a seat where there's a reform threat. Only Labour can block reform. If the Greens win in this by-election, there'll be lots of people who say, and including the Greens
sorry,
themselves, I have
Kev.
to say,
Yeah.
no
There's someone in my
death
chat
Yeah.
who's incredible. Like, they've created a YouTube profile called James Sensible with James O'Brien as their profile picture and does like mock centrist comments in my videos. They're an absolute icon.
Love
and they're
it.
in chat just with like brackets cries sensibly, which is just perfect.
Honestly, we salute a king. Love it.
Absolutely.
What they've done is just weaponized it, and they know they can do that. And of course, how long can you keep Andy Burnham out? There'll be other by-elections. Sooner or later, you're going to get a move, whether it's by Angela Rayner and Andy Burnham, Angela Rayner and Wes Streeting. It's over.
But with respect, Keir Starmer's in a world of pain, Nadeem. But the reason he hasn't got
It's a world of
I mean, not enough of a world
And they've
of
got
pain.
elections coming up in May. Who wants to sort of
And
take...
thank you for the 2,200 Chilean pesos. Without Mandelson, the puppet hath none such strings. Very true.
What
And thank you for another 5,500 Chilean pesos. Prithee tell what be ye good and proper English. So true.
Also, like, is that a lot of money? Is that not a lot? I don't know what a Chilean peso is worth.
I think 5,000 is like a fiver.
That's all
in
right.
Chilean pesos,
Okay.
if I remember correctly.
So you're not going to buy a house, but it's a well, thank you. Much love to you.
I mean, the
Prime
question
Minister
is now
has
who
to
comes
lead,
in
there has
third.
to be a successor,
We really need to
and
know who,
Labour are in
like,
a mess.
Yeah.
It's such a mess they can't work out who
Dude,
they should
is it bad for Labour, or is it a
The nation
total
will, I
abject
think,
humiliation?
punish Labour at the local elections, and it will just be downhill all the way now.
Well,
and
then
he
we're all
can't
in
keep
agreement, 'cause it's not happening imminently. That's
He
why.
can't-
That's
but he
always.
can't-
That's
but
always
you
saying.
agree, there will be other by-elections, right? He's not going to be able to keep the likes of Andy Burnham out of Parliament, right?
Yes,
Andy's
he is.
already come over the top and has been very public. that
They've
he wants to
shown,
get back in
they've already
because Labour
shown
need,
they're very happy to annihilate the Labour Party, like literally
Yeah.
to obliterate the Labour Party from existence and remove it as a political force in this country. They would rather do that than give up control of the ashes.
Yeah, literally, that's entirely all it is. When they said it was country before party, no. It wasn't even party before country. It was faction before party before country. They would rather it be absolutely obliterated and swept into the dustbin of history than ever cede any ground to the left whatsoever.
Yep. And you know what? They got what they wanted. They can destroy it. I don't care about it. It's their ashes now. We've found a new place and we're happy and we're winning.
Yeah, you shook off the fleas, but it turns out you were the real parasites all along.
The revenge of the fleas.
Let's fucking go. Honestly, please, don't give
I'm
me
changing
hope
my stream title. I'm changing my stream title
to Revenge of the Fleas. Oh, fuck yes. Honestly. Well, I already did the joke about delete as applicable, so should I actually delete as applicable?
Oh shit! Senior reform source is now confident they've beaten Labour into third.
Oh.
It's not even close.
Oh, I'm gonna actually fucking jizz live on air, I swear to God. Oh, it's so good, chat. It's so good.
Oh, I don't know how many times I'm gonna be able to post this Mamdani crying gif. Oh my god.
Has anyone checked on James O'Brien? I think we need a wellness check. I think it's Bowler Hatman. Can we put him on suicide watch, please? I think it might need to happen. Ironically, we've got Chad on the screen, considering the Greens are about to win. What's up?
So true. Turnout is 47.6%, 36,903 votes cast. I think that means they've beaten the turnout from the previous election.
Which is mad. But by the way, it just goes to show you how broken our democracy is, that it's a really high turnout when 47% of people turn out. That's embarrassing.
Yeah, the general election turnout was 46.8%. So it's it's only a 1% increase in terms of turnout.
Oh. But have you considered it's not an issue? True.
It's not an issue? Oh, it's not an issue! Put your hat on. Put the hat on.
Honestly. Oh, yeah, I'll put the hat on. Okay. Oh, the hat is on. R.I.P. There we go.
Crab raves, let's go.
Let's fucking go. The reform sources quote is according to Dan Jones, though, so pinch of salt. True, no justice. No, mixed Vivian Wolf. Did I just do an inadvertent transphobia there? I might have done.
But also, thank you, Repro, for another 2,000 Chilean pesos. If only Jezza was politically alive for this. I mean, he did put out a video endorsing Hannah Spencer, and he seemed pretty happy with her.
Legit, that's the way to do it. Honestly, I genuinely thank you. I mean, I don't like George Galloway and his ilk, but thank you for them for stepping down. Thank you to the your party for stepping down. This is ultimately how you actually defeat fascism, is by uniting.
Yep, literally. 100%. Also, this is Adam Langelben, one of the major pro-Israel people from the Labour Party. His lessons from this by-election: the Galloway Greens are now in control. Traditional Greens have lost control to the hardcore left in sectarian politics. And I'm just like, nope, we just think genocide is bad, and every Green thinks this. There's not none of the old school, even the conservative style Tories on bikes. They think genocide is bad, Adam. It's just weirdo Zionists like you that think they don't.
I think I might have spotted the monster roving loony party. Something tells me that it might be those guys on the left with the bright yellow hats.
Hopefully, Sir Oinkalot can beat the Conservative Party.
That would be dope. That's amazing. Oh, here we go. Go on, Bennett.
However it turns out, and we still haven't heard from the electoral returning officer, and I've been around politics a long while, and you don't call it until you get to that point. But it's looking very good. And
James
really
says he needs a bigger coffee mug for this shit.
For the Green Party morning now. We came into this by.
Should I do a crab rave for the death of the Labour Party?
I
might.
So true. Or at least the death of the star roving of the Labour Party.
10%, as Sam was saying, in a by-election, and we have undoubtedly smashed through that figure, and we've shown to stop reform, vote Green.
And what has changed, do you think, in the party? What has caused this momentum?
Well, I think we have a message that says make hope normal again. We're doing a great job of getting that message out, and people
literally,
are terribly hungry for it. So there's two things
just
happening.
Basically trying to instill any amount of hope into an electorate that's lost all hope.
And of course, they're disappointed with the Labour Party.
You've campaigned very hard in the Muslim community, a large Muslim community in Gorton and Denton. Will that be the key to success here? Because there's so much anger about Gaza that you've made that a key strategy, haven't you?
Well, we as a party have always been huge on human rights, the rule of law, speaking up for people around the world who are being downtrodden, who are facing, in that case, genocide.
Inshallah.
If you go back decades in the Green Party, we were the champions of the Tibetans when they were being oppressed, as they still are, by the Chinese. The West Papuans, this is something that's absolutely core Green Party
revisionist filth.
But you're stirring up division, aren't you? You talk about being the party
literally,
of hope, making the issue of Gaza.
Well, I can't pause.
Well, it's a live stream, but
I could, I suppose, yeah.
It's just funny to me, again, they're trying to say that, you're trying to go for the Gaza vote. And I'm like, no, we just care about internationalism. We've always cared about internationalism.
Also,
I'm trying to say we're being divisive or, targeting. It's not an electoral strategy. There's an electoral cohort of people, and we have a policy, a very specific policy that we've always supported, that they coincide with. It's not difficult. It's like trying to say that small business owners and landlords vote Tory because they have convergent interests and ideologies.
Yeah. Also, as much as you can target certain demographics with certain arguments, pardon me, 1 second. Muslims still care about like getting potholes fixed and the cost of living and energy prices and stuff. Like, they're also people with rounded political opinions that you can apply to, which they have, because broadly speaking, Muslims are relatively progressive in terms, certainly economically, and you can appeal to them that way, and the Green Party have. You know?
Exactly, 100%. I mean, literally, that's what Leanne Mohammed campaigned on in Ilford North. It was the NHS and cost of living. There was obviously Gaza was included, but her main point was, we have to stop West Streeting Hill privatise the NHS. It's 500 votes, mate.
500 fucking votes. Unbelievable. He will lose though, so that's nice. Honestly, the fact they're losing a seat... Just imagine this. I know there's been some boundary changes, but basically this seat has been held by Labour since 1930. Right? Imagine everything that's gone on in that nearly 100 fucking years. The Second World War, the entirety of the 50s when they were in opposition, the entirety of the 80s when they were in opposition, almost all of the 2010s when they were in opposition. They held this seat. Keir Starmer comes in and they lose massively and might only just scrape onto the podium.
I mean, Keir Starmer has killed the Labour Party.
Yeah.
Stone dead.
Yeah.
Like,
absolutely.
Everybody who held water for Labour together and Moron McSchemy and the whole plot, they have co-signed the heat death of Labour Party. And you know what? It feels fucking good.
Yeah, absolutely. They've fucking deserved it. The adults in the room have lost places like Caerphilly and Gorton and Denton, seats that have been rock solid during some unbelievably bad times for the Labour Party in the course of decades. To the point where, literally, I couldn't believe this. I know it's short term, but like the elections that are coming up in May, they were finding it difficult to get even a full slate of candidates in Jarrow. Jarrow, literally the place where the Jarrow marches started. Almost the totemic Labour heartland. And they can't even get people to put their name on a ballot, so embarrassed are they to be associated with this shower of pricks. Unbelievable.
100%. Yeah, and again, they only have themselves to blame.
Yeah, 100%.
And I was literally saying on Novara as well today, like, there was no need to. They could have walked this last election. They would have built they wouldn't have got like 400 billion seats, right? They would have got a majority. They would have had to concede some stuff to the left, but they could have kept a big coalition together, which would have potentially given them 10, potentially even 15 years in government, because they were going to be, as we've seen, going into a favourable business cycle. They would have been able to see inflation come down, interest rates come down, wages go up. They would have gotten to a point where the cost of living crisis would have ended naturally because of the business cycle, and they could have carried this newfound coalition into a very long time in office, and they cared more about hurting Jeremy Corbyn and all of the young people, not Trotskyists, not like anti-Semites, just regular young people who grew up in a world that decided that they didn't belong and that they should have all of their money siphoned away from them into the pockets of mega corporations and the elderly. And they rejected that, and they needed to be punished by the Labour right. That was their gambit, and it has destroyed the Labour Party. It's over.
100%.
Some sort of pact.
You would have said realistically, a month ago, you would have said realistically we wouldn't be sitting here as we are sitting here tonight talking the way we are now.
Andy
Also,
Burnham's
can
had
I
a
just
big
say,
part to play in your...
Can I just say, I'm really glad that the people of Gorton and Denton have voted for heroin for kids.
Let's fucking go!
Honestly, you did us a great service, Kia, by advertising that actual policy that we definitely actually have. Thank you.
What's funny is their attacks were so demented.
Yeah.
They were so just absolutely deranged in like how unserious it was. Like they want to feed crack. No one believed that shit. It was it was literally like a Brasse episode. It was the drugs, kids, drugs Venn diagram. Like you might as well have planted down the side of a fucking truck and driven around Gorton.
The contempt they have for the electorate. If you're prepared to say dumb shit on TV like I've got four different types of bunting and a tablecloth that's a Union Jack, when it's so obviously a lie, and you expect people to buy that shit, then you expect them to like buy the comical nonsense of, oh, he wants to forcibly inject heroin into your child. Like, it's just nonsense. Everyone can see that it's nonsense. No one believes that. He's not like a supervillain. The fuck are you doing, you know? Mad.
Yeah, exactly. It was like in no way would anyone have taken that seriously. You know,
Yeah, exactly.
Just genuinely just pathetic stuff, and they've been punished for it, and rightly so. And they should continue to be punished. People are getting mad, going, "Oh, yeah, it's so mean. It's awful of you to say that Labour should be punished for Gaza." Yeah, Keir Starmer should be punished in the fucking ICC.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Not only should he be kicked out of Parliament, he should be kicked out of the country and sent to the Netherlands for his fucking punishment. Yes.
Exactly. Along with David Lammy and, of course, Yvette Cooper now as well.
Yeah,
but I guess, like, Yvette Cooper's too busy defending Maccabi Tel Aviv.
That's so mad. Like, of all of the things they've done to, like, bow and scrape before their Zionist, not even paymasters, because I don't think they're even being paid. They're just, like, it's political mood music or whatever. Like, of all of the things they've done, like illegally making Palestine Action a terrorist group, or unlawfully, whatever, doing drone flights for them and all the rest of it. It's so mad that they went to bat for like the worst of the worst. Not only are these people like crazy Zionists and racist, but they're like super violent all the time, everywhere they fucking go. They always get into trouble every single time, and they sing songs about raping people. And you want them to come into the country. Why did you choose to die on that hill? Like, I despise, as a person who lives under the jackboot of the West Midlands Police Force, I have no love for them whatsoever. They're fucking awful. But they actually called it right for once. They actually did a good job in protecting the people of Birmingham from a violent outside group. And the government were like, no, you should allow them in to attack the brown people. Okay, I mean, interesting. Interesting how our borders are too porous people wanted violent, pro-rape, lunatic,
but Kevin, the Greens are scary. They want your children to become legal prostitutes, apparently. But they were just happy to invite fucking the people who created the rape song into our country, give them fucking police protection.
To be fair, they were also sent a Yum Yum man to Washington. So, like, I don't think they're anti-rape realistically anymore.
It's true. No, they're the pedo rape child murder party. Like, fuck it, who cares at this point?
Yeah, literally. Oh, look at this. It's all love.
General election.
It's all love.
Who knows when we'll see a general election, but in the not too distant future. Zach now, regards himself as a Londoner, is a London Assembly member, is sticking to his community.
Okay. Thank you very much for coming in, and we shall see what happens in a couple of hours or so. Natalie Bennett, thank you.
Thank you.
Much more after.
No, it's really been really glad.
We're going to get final.
Actually, I think it's really good that we've had like people like Caroline Lucas and Natalie Bennett. I think we should try and get Ellie Chowns on as well, being the ones defending the result here, because they are the face of the old Greens, quote unquote, right? So no one can pull they've changed. They've been taken over by a far left sect. I'm like, no, it's always been our policy, always been our ideology. We always believe in inclusivity of people who speak other languages. We've always believed in internationalism. We've always believed in peace and human rights and anti-imperialism. These have always been green values. But it's just now that Zach Polanski is leading the party, people know what we mean, and we mean what we say.
Well, exactly. That's the thing. The policy actually hasn't changed in virtually any way, really, because they haven't even had a conference in which they could have changed it by the time during his leadership, right? So he's literally he's a better salesman of those policies. The policies of being anti-Gaza, anti the genocide in Gaza. All of the policies about redistribution and nationalisation. This isn't new. He didn't do this. This was already policy, because unlike every other political party, the actual Green membership vote on this sort of stuff. Yep. Which is why the Israel lobby are so intent on removing that the motion before conference about calling Zionism a form of racism, which, by the way, it absolutely is, and was recognised as such up until the 70s by the United Nations. This is not a controversial viewpoint at all. But they're so desperate to try and make this happen. And you can see, look, that for me is a really great example of the kind of multifaceted nature of Hasbro. They don't just do like, hardcore, like, oh, you have to ban everything. The language that's being used by these obvious, like, Israeli front groups to try and get the Green Party to withdraw this amendment thing, is using the most, like, nicey progressive language in a way that, like, Zionists never ever do, but they're desperately trying to, like, appeal to Green Party sensibilities to do Zionism. Like, it's just...
Yeah, literally.
They're such underhanded bastards. They really are. I mean, in a Machiavellian sense, very impressive. But once you add morality into it, it becomes the most despicable shit ever. Yeah.
That's true, absolutely. Thank you, Rowan Harrod, for becoming a member. Remember, of course, if you enjoy my content, i.e. me and Kevin chatting shit over the Labour Party, which you know is good content, you know that us ripping shit out of the Labour Party in Israel is good content, memberships are only 99p. It's cheaper than a can of Red Stripe to become a member on either of our channels. It's 99p, and you get access to emotes and shit. It's good. You can also super chat and gift membership arenas to be able to boost the stream in the algorithm. Let's celebrate. Let's get the beers in.
Literally, I love it. This is please, like, I think it's pretty obvious at this point that the Greens are going to win, but like until it's officially announced, I can't allow myself to fully, like, I don't want to go too early, you know. Like, it's happened before.
Exactly.
Literally, my intro has a series of famous historical images where I've photoshopped myself into it, one of which is literally the famous Dewey beats Truman headline, where Truman, the American president, was seeking re-election, and it was such a tight race that a newspaper literally printed that front page. And it turned out it was wrong, and there's a picture of him, like, smiling with the paper up. And I put my own face.
Well, that's funny because like a bunch of people had in 2017 election had a bunch of papers ready to go about Corbyn losing, and they all had to hurriedly change it because they didn't realise that it was going to be as close as it was.
Yeah. I'm very cognizant of the fact that, you know, you shouldn't go too early before it's official, you know.
Phil says, what, the Greens have won? The foraging middle class is sensible schooling and shameful misunderstanding of the reality of short poor Britain. I know, right? What's funny? What is really tilting, and I'm going to have a mini rant, it's going to be a short one, right? Everyone keeps saying there's gentrified metropolitan Gorton and working class Denton, and in reality, the gentrified area is Denton, full of detached, expensive houses, owner-occupiers, significantly lower levels of poverty. It's just post-industrial, right? It's a bunch of retired people who own their own houses. And Gorton is all renters on low incomes. They just happen to be students and Muslims, so they don't count as working class, right?
Yeah.
That's really gotten my goat, because again, they don't mean working class, they mean post-industrial. Yeah. Because Muslims don't suddenly stop being working class because they're brown.
Well,
whoa! Thank you to the Jack Miller for 50 gifties. That's incredibly generous. Thank you.
Nice. Yeah, exactly. That when these right wingers say working class, they mean white and mostly racist. That's all they mean, which ironically is actually very classist, because working class people are capable of not being cunts. Actually, it's crazy. I know. Anyway,
I love that they're doing the sectarianism stuff again.
Are they? Oh, hang on, let's have a listen.
Held up really quite unusually high in this by-election, because this is quite striking, that really there's been no drop-off whatsoever in turnout compared to the last two general elections with yesterday's by-election. That really is quite something. Something has happened up in Gorton and Denton.
OK, Sam, thank you.
Something has happened, yeah.
The Labour Party has collapsed. Yes, the Labour Party has collapsed. That's what's happened. Yeah.
I mean, it's incredible the level to which they seem so surprised by this. Like, they literally, they know about Labour Together. They know what the plan was. It's all been, like, exposed from, like, Anushka Astana and Get In and the Starmer Project, Oliver Eagleton and shit like that. Like, they all know that they literally had their entire political project on kicking the left. And they're going, oh, well, something improbable's happened here. It's obvious. They told they said they were shaking off the fleas. They said the door was open and you can leave, so they fucking left. It's really not rocket science, Sam Coates.
True. Thank you, Holland Cube with 10 memberships, and thank you, Mr. Grant, with 5 memberships. Honestly, I will do, like, a genuinely unspeakably evil and illegal things for you. I will.
Jack says, as it's past midnight on the last Friday of February, I've been paid. I'm happy to do some more gifties, so enjoy them. Well, you're incredibly generous. You really do. You really not only Jack do you support the stream, but also you make me feel like what I do is worth it. Because I have seen you go from not like being casually interested in politics to out there campaigning for Jeremy Corbyn, for the Green Party, for Leanne Mohammed, and getting stuck in. You know what? That shit makes this job worth it. It just does.
The Jack Miller.
Jack Miller. Thank you, Ratbrain, for the 500 yen. Thank you, Alex Ellis, for the £5. Been a member since 2021. This is the biggest win we've ever had. Cannot wait to gloat to my Tory dad who predicted reform win and 20% turnout. Incredible scenes. You'd love to see it.
Honestly, this is so good. And now that I've sort of accepted that the Greens are going to win, I desperately want Labour to finish third. I really do. And not just third, like a bad third. Like multiple, but not even margin of error level of closeness. I need them to get fucking... I need to have their arse handed to them. I need Keir Starmer to actually cry.
Here's a Sam Coates tweet, another one. Another Labour MP tears into Keir Starmer. We can't out right-wing reform whilst at the same time try to out left-wing the Greens. Labour should perhaps just be Labour. Truth is, McSweeney forced Starmer into room with the NEC to block the most popular politician in England in Andy Burnham. That showed weakness, not strength. Keir has got away for too long with saying he hasn't been involved when decisions taken have gone wrong. This time, Keir must own this catastrophe. The Greens with a foothold in Manchester is nothing less than a disaster for the party. We can fight reform and policy, but we cannot appear more progressive than the Greens, not under this leadership. It's fucking over. It's over.
Literally, yeah. You can't do Island of Strangers and then turn around and be like, reform and the Greens are being divisive. Like, you can't. You have to choose a lane, lads. Do you want to be the new reform, which ironically is just reform, or do you actually want to be the Labour Party? Because you can't.
So thank you, Freya Firefly, for the £2. Let's go Greens. I absolutely agree. And hello, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Well, another thing that's really important too. This is a victory for working class politics. You know, there was the three big candidates here: GB News grifter, like educated academic or whatever it was, overeducated academic. There was an endless like political careerist. And not that she's had a bad political career, but she's worked her entire career just doing politics. She's part of like an outsourcing groups for PFIs, right? Just total like political cog. And they've both been beaten by somebody who works a normal job, who has a normal life, who decided my community needs change and I'm going to make it happen. This is a victory for class politics.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the idea. I want someone to instill hope in people, right? Because I'm sick of always asking, what can, like, the Prime Minister do, or what can this person do, or that organisation do? No, what can we fucking do? What can we do in our own communities right now to help people? How can we improve the situation? As well as doing that, the actual politics stuff of not just electoralism or anything like that, but like actually getting people into positions of authority that can actually do these things. But like, we need to think much more of the fact that we are the vast majority of people. And we can help ourselves. We don't need Keir Starmer to fucking do it for us, especially because he has no interest or will to do it.
Yeah, she's fucking. I mean, like again, like that article we read is just the funniest shit ever because it's so literally everything that we said before, everything that we'd said.
Yeah.
Oh, then by the way, people in chat are saying, how do we know the Greens have won? We don't know the Greens have won, but because they count the ballots in piles, basically people who are there at the count essentially already know it's a foregone conclusion because the Green piles are big enough compared to Reform and Labour. So
yeah, like
we don't have a result. We don't have the total tally, but basically everyone who's at the count knows the Greens have won.
And you can, it's the mood music. It's reading the room, right? The Labour Party are already getting their fucking excuses in. The Reform Party are getting their excuses in. The Greens are playing fucking Sandstorm by Darude.
Yeah, literally.
Like, one of these parties is happy, the other two are not fucking happy. They know, because they've got people in the room who are telling them what it is. And it clearly looks like no one who's in the know thinks anything other than the Greens have won this, which tells me that the Green have won this. Farage is tweeting tears already. Well, Linky, don't just tell me that, Linky. I don't want to go looking for him. I can't be bothered. Thank you to Sly Loris with 10 memberships. Much love to you, my friend. Yeah.
I know someone said in chat. I don't know, but that vote counter has a nose ring, so clearly it's all a fix by the woke brigade. True.
Literally.
Election interference. It's a Hugo Chavez intervening from beyond the grave.
Literally,
the socialist nose rings.
The ghost of Hugo Chavez and the North Koreans using bamboo ballot papers that have been shipped in via what's a place that sail. Fuck it, that's close enough. Yeah, it's that. It's. Did you know it's Smartmatic systems that are running this election? It's a fact.
Labour cleaning
Thank you,
on
Red
the
Roberts
cost of
Workshop
living,
for £10.
but that
If
looks
or
like it
slash
may
when the
not
Greens
have
win
done.
tonight, your party generally needs to disband into the Greens for unified left force. No, I think there are seats that the your party can campaign in, and you know they also have a desire to want to have like be a pressure group as well as a political group.
Yeah.
You know, like I think Zara Sultana will probably beat Shabana Mahmood in Birmingham Ladywood at the next election. So
I think there's a very good chance of that. Yeah. Yeah. I genuinely I think there needs to be cooperation between the two to see what seats are feasible for each, and then you stand aside in the ones that you've got no chance in. Yeah, like in this, genuinely, like as a historian, blah blah blah. The greatest achievement in human history, the defeat of fascism in the mid 20th century. You had people as disparate as Stalin and fucking Roosevelt and Churchill, who joined forces because humanity needed them to, and that's a glorious thing. Not co-signing any of those people. I'm just saying, coming together with people you don't necessarily like is the only way this can be done. Literally, Churchill gave fucking guns to the partisans because the Chetniks wouldn't fucking fight. And he said, he was literally asked, why are you giving guns to communists? You're an anti-communist. And he said, because they fight. He said, if the exact quote, and it might be apocryphal, but I hope it's true. We'll never know. He said, if Hal itself would declare war on Nazi Germany, I would feel no compunction in speaking positively of Satan in the House of Commons.
Oh my god, that's incredible! And
Which is one of the most based and posh things I've ever fucking heard. Yeah.
There's also a Tito quote in reverse, which is Churchill. He is a great man. He is of course our enemy, and has always been the enemy of communism. But he is an enemy one must respect, an enemy one likes to have.
Well, he was giving him guns, so yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, like, and that's the way it works. You have to, you know, you make. I was literally asked in chat earlier this week about whether my opinions on tankies had changed, and I sort of had to say, well, politically speaking, not really, but like the reason I don't do Tanky Tuesday anymore because they're not the threat. They're not the thing that needs to be dealt with right now. We've got the rise of fascism. So if I have to hold my nose and sit next to someone I really don't fucking like in order to do that, then that's what has to happen.
What's interesting is so like I was speaking with Stephen when we were writing the script today, and I actually said I've become more supportive of liberal democracy, specifically because of Palestine Action, watching the independent judiciary, watching the independent judiciary say that the ban is totally unwarranted, say that it is unlawful, and slap the government down, essentially being a bulwark from state overreach. Watching case after case after case go to jury trial and be acquitted on the grounds of the fact that there's a humanitarian reason for the intervening in the genocide. That gives me hope. This gives me hope for liberal democracy. I still maintain that I believe in community economics, right? But the democratic norms and the statecraft that liberalism has created and those kind of institutions that are worth protecting, I think are worth protecting still, which I think is an interesting change that I've had in my mindset recently.
I don't mind that. I don't mind some of those structures. Well, look, for me, the whole point, I think, of socialism is to actually fully democratise things. It's just
100%.
It's an extension of democracy into the economic realm. You have democracy over your workplace and not just a ballot every now and then, you know? Yeah.
Sure, for sure. Also, but there's someone who's having a temper tantrum in chat saying that the Green Party are bought out by companies that make windmills out of petrochemicals. I'm like, first of all, they're wind turbines. Windmills are the things that grind flour. Second of all, we want to nationalise that shit. We want a state-owned corporation that does it. We want it to be owned by the people, for the people, with the profits being kept by the people. That's the opposite of what everyone else wants.
Also, I can tell you're literally a Trump dick rider because you called them windmills.
Literally.
You fucking moron. Like, at least know basic fucking, like, terminology for the argument you wish to make. You daft bastard. Jesus Christ.
Literally. Someone's put a chat in saying, your party under Corbyn to work with Greens on a coordinated left flank offensive. Good. Good.
Yeah.
Glad
Well,
to
I did see that
Thank you for the £5 plant McGame.
That his slate of people took the majority on the National Executive Committee for your party. So, like, even though he's not technically the leader, because it's being done by committee, he's the leader. Which is fine, I don't mind that. I actually don't think the system they've gone with is particularly great. So, at least behind the scenes he can direct things, which is fine, you know? Like, realistically, that was his party anyway.
True.
Like, Zara Sultana is a big part of that, and I think she's actually a good person, but ultimately it's the Corbyn party. So, fine.
I mean, it seems to be the case, given how. To be fair, there was a bit of a split in the votes from the different slates. But thank you, Solly, for the £5. Clearly, this means the UK is ungovernable. Oh my God! Oh, where's Tom Baldwin? I have to find Tom Baldwin's feed. He's going to be fucking tilting off the face of the fucking earth.
No, I mean,
Keir Starmer's such a decent man.
No, I think you'll.
Decent at losing elections.
I think you'll find he's standing on a ledge right now, considering his options. You know, Tom. You don't have anything to live for. You don't. It's fine. Let gravity...
He's not been tweeting.
Exactly, because gravity has taken his pain away. I wonder why I'm never going to be partner on this fucking website.
Partner push 2026.
That joke, honestly, I did that the other day, and it was Christy pointed out we've been doing that joke for like 5 fucking years.
So, Tyre Fraser, thank you for the £2. R.I.P. Michael Prenty, you'd have loved the Gorton and Denton by-election. So would Marx and Engels. Clearly, they would have voted Green. This is a Vosh segment now.
Literally, yeah.
Funniest fucking video I've ever watched.
Also, I love the fact that he hated Jeremy Corbyn because he wasn't pro-Ukraine enough. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, honest to God, just... Oh.
It's always funny watching Vosh comment on UK politics.
I love watching Americans talk about... like, because most Americans don't understand shit about America. So when they talk about anything outside of America and they start going, when Vosh pronounced it as Edinburgh, I nearly fucking died laughing. And he wasn't joking, it wasn't a bit. He thought the city was called Edinburgh.
Oh, damn.
The Britain.
Well, by the way, someone posted the video of the people crying at the at Camp Hillary during the 2016 election. I'm just like, it's Labour HQ right now.
Also, fuck Hillary Clinton, who today was denying any knowledge of Epstein's nonsense, blah, blah, blah. Your fucking husband was up to his neck in it, you monster.
Here's how Bernie can still win.
True. Well, did you see that a Politico teacher had a Bernie thing on? I was going to accuse him of being an anti-Semite. But he couldn't fucking hear me!
It's true because we're all anti-Semites for both really wanting Jews to be heads of state or like heads of government.
Well, no, exactly. I can't be an anti-Semitic. I want a Jewish man to make lots of money from selling heroin to children.
Literally.
So,
thank you, Geometry, for the 10 gifties. I appreciate the support.
I'm very much in line with the Zog, clearly. Oh God. Although, unironically, did you see Anna Kasparian doing far right show?
Oh shit! I did her. I did see her essentially just declare that she was an anti-Semite.
Unbelievable.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Repro, for another 5,000 Chilean pesos.
She literally,
watch, they might all go to work for Palantir. Yeah, true.
She literally posted, what was it? The Goyim are waking up. Like.
Yeah, she just sounds like this is what happens when you spend time with Tucker Carlson.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it gets into the brain clearly. Like, this is the thing. Like, the Young Turks, for all of their faults, and they are fucking many, have been sort of based on, Palestine at least. But you give the right wing the very argument of like, oh, you're anti-Semites because you just did rank anti-Semitism. You literally did just do that. So you've become the very anti-Semite that the right wing need you to be. You fucking idiots. Oh, hang on.
So, live from the count.
Of rumours we're hearing from sources here in the studio. What are you hearing? What can you tell us?
Well, we have sources here as well, of course. Yes, we believe that the Greens are going to win. There are those in this room who think it might become fairly comfortable. I'm not convinced about that, I have to say. The Greens think it's possible that Labour have come third, although it might be quite close between Reform and Labour for second and third place. I have to say, just looking at the Labour people to my left, Andrew Weston, who's run Labour's campaign, looks very glum indeed, as does Lucy Powell, Labour's deputy leader. So it's looking like a disastrous night for Labour, a seat that they've held for decades, almost a century or so, although it's a new seat, obviously, but roughly this seat.
Anna Kasparian did a happy merchant. She did do a happy merchant bit as well. She's totally gone.
Yes, Caerphilly 2 Electric Boogaloo. Let's fucking go.
Putting the L in Labour. Oh, they're going to catch a huge L.
Labour have got it wrong. Don't just take my word for it. These are some of the deluge of Labour leaflets that have been landing on voters' doorsteps. Every one of them talks about the threat from Reform. Not one of them mentions the threat from the Greens. So there'll need to be an inquest and a rethink about that. Now, to get another view, I am joined this time by James Heal. James,
thank you, Reaper, for anot's 2,000 pesos. It's worrying when Candace sounds like a stable one. I do not think that is true. But
no.
She's probably less bad than Tucker Carlson and Anna Kasparian now, which is gracious.
As a sort of product of Manchester Labour, you have on one side of this seat.
I guess because Candace Owens got caught up in Charlie Kirk conspiracies and forgot about Israel.
The sort of distinction between Manchester Labour and National Labour doesn't seem to have existed in the voters' minds here. And actually, what both Reform and the Greens are telling me.
Actually, ironically, no, she's combined the two now. She's convinced that Erica Kirk and Israel had him murdered. For some reason. Sure. Yeah. The fact that he was one of the most prominent and effective Zionists in the world, I don't know why they would do that, but okay.
The ballot, with also actually having a sort of different take on Westminster. I don't think that exists.
Oh no, I need to do what's the Norwegian commentator?
When
they beat England in football.
Oh yeah, your boys took one hell of a beating thing.
Yeah, we need to do that as soon as the count is released. We need to do that.
Yeah.
It's all through the 2024 intake and the Labour Together MPs.
Yeah.
The Prime Minister.
Can you hear me? We're streeting. Your boys took one hell of a beating.
McSkeevy!
Can
you hear me more on TV?
And it also does show the difficulty of the so-called Macron strategy, a sort of cordon sanitaire, the attempt to get all the progressives to stop Nigel Farage. I think both the two progressive parties have spent much of this campaign, a very short campaign of course, 3 or 4 weeks, duking it out between each other. And if Reform do come through the middle, as some in Reform might suggest tonight, that would be a real indictment of the strategy of the left.
Cordon sanitaire.
Labour aren't the left. They've stopped being the left years ago.
Burnham. I mean, it seemed like a sensible move for Starmer at the time because, of course, he was facing.
Oh, sensibles! There's no sensibles anymore. They're not sensible.
Well, I think there'll be a number of people in the Labour Party who think it's come back to haunt them. I think from a sort of Keir Starmer loyalist perspective, it's probably the right thing to do at the time. The interesting thing, of course, is given how much has changed in the last 3-4 weeks or so with that move by Anna Sara against him, I suspect the Prime Minister wouldn't be strong enough to block him had that sort of situation repeat itself. And it's no surprise that I think that we're already hearing from some people in Labour, potentially Andy Burnham could make a bid for another seat in the coming months.
Yeah, but he's got to, I mean, that's easier said than done, isn't it? Because, I mean, I think always talk about the Labour MP giving up their seat is perhaps a bit fanciful. You could argue, of course, that the way things have gone, if they've gone as badly as we think they may well have done, Andy Burnham might be sitting at home thinking, oh, glad I didn't stand in that seat.
I think very much mixed feelings. And as you say, John, if this seat isn't safe, where is?
But Labour said they hate migrants and would steal their jewellery. How could this possibly have backfired?
I know.
Andrew Gwynn got over 50% of the vote last time.
Again, without the risk of repeating myself for the millionth time, they eviscerated all the votes they could have won for votes they could never have won, and no one voted for them. What a surprise. You chased Reform voters that you could never ever win by ousting the people who have always voted Labour. You're a fucking electoral morons. Well done.
It's like you're gonna have to say it. Plants McGee says, "Did you hear that the Norwegian ex-PM who was in the Epstein files attempted to kill himself?" Well, if only all of the people who are in the Epstein files didn't do that sadly, against terms of service.
Did he attempt to kill himself in the same way that Jeffrey Epstein attempted to kill himself? Or did he actually attempt to kill himself?
It's going to be better than expected if Labour has come third here, and if it's a Green victory. All the Labour MPs in Westminster will be wanting to talk about that, rather than any signs that the UK economy is finally turning the corner 18 months after the election.
And what do you think the expected result here, Reform second probably, means for them? Because, of course, they have...
It means I might actually come so much I become a desiccated husk. That's what it means. That's all it could possibly mean.
To repeat that here, what do you think it means for them that they haven't been able to win this season?
Jenny says that she's just woken up and as she missed anything, we've been having lots of fun. It's been very funny.
Yes. Technically, you haven't missed the actual result, but we know the result.
The new radical party, but it's also an opportunity in the sense that they think they can eat into Labour's vote. They can thrive off the conflict between the Greens and Reform, and they can actually frame it as a sort of existential struggle next time, and that might benefit them. And I think it was really striking.
I think Labour will blame Reform for splitting the vote. I mean, at this
point, Lansky to a debate.
Yeah.
Reform want to talk up the Greens. They want to talk up the Green threat, and I think we'll see more of that in the coming months ahead.
Well, someone mentioned in chat, and this might be an interesting thing to discuss, the electoral advantage to the Green Party of keeping Keir Starmer in place, which is undoubtedly true. But that also helps Reform, which isn't good, because there is a legitimate chance they could form a government after the next election, which would be a fucking disaster. So, like, where do we stand on that?
Okay. I mean, what will happen will happen. I'm sure that. I mean, what will either happen is that Labour will tack to the left to win back Green voters, in which case we get policy that we won, or they'll tack to the right, realising they think they've not got the left at all, and then it becomes that we become the de facto party of the left, and we win huge numbers of seats across like urban constituencies.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's. At this point, the Labour Party are so pathetic. They're still doing the fucking genocide, for Christ's sake. They've learned nothing, and they seem incapable of learning anything. So, I mean, ultimately, we should just focus on doing what's best for us and fuck them.
I mean, there's also another option here.
Go on.
They might consider electoral reform after this. They might genuinely consider electoral reform.
I hope so. Because in a bizarre way, like, literally, the vote has been split, regardless of the fact that I think the Labour Party aren't on the left or whatever. Ultimately, the people voting for them largely are going to be much more progressive people than the national picture or whatever. And so you're going to end up with probably 50+% of the electorate in Gorton and Denton voting for one of two, at least nominally, progressive parties. And yet, probably a majority of, like, a few hundred. Which is fucking ludicrous. That's fucking stupid. But the Labour Party are wreckers. They decided that, fuck it. They weren't going to step aside. They were going to, accuse Zach Polanski of being the world's largest heroin addict or whatever. I don't fucking know. Yeah.
I mean, there's literally, like, Adnan Hussein's majority is on 27%. Like, the system is broken beyond belief. We need electoral reform. Even if it was just ranked choice voting, I mean, it would stop people's votes going to waste. And I think the Australian system works well, and it would just lead to. We wouldn't be seeing, like, there are some projections for the next election on current polling that have seats won on less than 20%.
Yeah,
that's how stupid the system is.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I hope they introduce something like that. And the thing is, Keir Starmer needs to realise that even though he's in a weak position in general, he still has a massive majority. If he implements something like, he could reintroduce the policy of getting rid of the House of Lords, and he would get it through. At least get it through the Commons. I mean, the Lords might try and block it and blah, 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 but... Well,
the thing is, the Lords won't block it because it's in the interest of the Tories too, because they're also getting destroyed by reform. Like if we think it's existential for Labour, the Tories are even more looking at wipeout, real, actual, genuine wipeout.
Oh no, but I was speaking specifically there about getting rid of the House of Lords, which would not help the Tories because they have an inbuilt majority because it's the Lords. Sure. But like in terms of general, exactly, because they'll still end up with like a reasonably healthy chunk of the population. But they'll end up with no fucking seats. Because that's just the way it fucking works. Because first past the post is not a fair system. And I've said this for a long time. As much as I despised UKIP, it was mad that they finished third in the raw vote in a general election and got one seat which was already there via incumbency as a Tory that had crossed the floor.
Yeah, Douglas Carswell.
Yeah, so they essentially ended up with 0 from scratch seats from finishing 3rd in the raw vote. That's mental. That's not a fair system. I despise UKIP, but if people actually vote for them, they should be fucking represented. Otherwise, it's not actually a democracy.
Literally. Also, I want to say thank you, Peach Wolf, for the £2. Here's to a Green win and a Labour shitstorm. I agree. Thank you, Red Hot Jake, for the £2 as well. You, Helena, helped me make my mind up to go Green. Well, people say, I'm glad you hopped on it first. I'm just like, Labour made me so angry. I needed to find a way of being able to have a practical way to get progressive policy through, and it looks like the Greens have been a really good vehicle for that. So,
when you said she convinced you to go Green, do you mean she got you addicted to heroin?
True.
I think that's the same. They're synonyms now, aren't they? I'm just going to inject some green, like. Fuck it, it's a meme. I don't give a shit. I'm not running for election. I'll fucking do the joke. Fuck it. Zach, don't do that joke. I'm telling you, mate, don't. I know you're listening. Anyway, let's listen to these dickheads.
That the Greens have done well.
Whoa, shit. Speaking of Green, thank you, Green Q in chat, for 50 gifties. It's incredibly generous of you. Thank you very much for supporting the stream today. Blessed be your contributions. I very much appreciate the support. Without you guys' support, I wouldn't be able to do what I do.
Think of the drugs you could have spent that money on. Dickhead.
The real drug is the high that you get from watching the Labour Party melt down.
Honestly, inject Keir Starmer's pain into my fucking veins. It is my life force.
In terms of how the party machines work, because we know hundreds and hundreds of volunteers have poured into the region. Some big heavyweights have been up there as well, because all the parties...
Yeah, and Keir Starmer.
It is a three-horse race. And yet, Labour has... we were talking about this before, Labour has a very well-oiled machine when it comes to these sort of events, these by-elections, and yet here we are seeing...
No, they did. No. When they were a mass movement, even under Tony Blair, they were a mass party. They were a national mass party. Under Hitler Jam Man, Magic Grandpa, they were a mass party, a national mass movement. That was slick. They don't have members anymore. That's why they stopped publishing those numbers.
They literally had to grab councillors and MPs to go campaign in the constituency.
Yeah.
Like, the reason why I think Greens have won is because they had a really good ground campaign. I kept saying it. It's not won on Twitter. You don't post your way to victory. Your victory is won on the doorstep.
Are you sure?
We had more people campaigning.
I don't know, because Kemi thought, well, if I just call them pedos in Parliament and put that up on TikTok, I'll probably get my deposit back or something, it'll be fine. Exactly. Honestly, and that's what the Labour Party did. The Get Out the Vote, the GOTV stuff, was actually really effective in the past, because they had people who would go and knock on doors. But quite rightly, who the fuck would go and knock on doors for this Labour Party? Firstly, they've shown nothing but absolute fucking contempt, if not hatred, for their own membership and their own voters. So there's that, which disinclines people. But also, you're going to be asked questions like, why are you doing genocide? And or why are you defending pedophilia? There's no answer to that. Literally, what can you possibly say in response to that other than, I'm sorry? Which isn't enough, because people are going to go, well, fuck you. I don't give a fuck if you're sorry. You're genocidal nonces. Leave me alone. And that's the situation they find themselves in. They don't have a slick game anymore, because they don't have people who are prepared to actually put in the effort for them, because that's a two-way street. They forgot that it's not just those people who are at the behest of the Labour Party. The Labour Party has to offer them a reason to be there.
They are the Ziononce party.
Literally, which, I mean, to be fair, you could have just stopped at Zio. It's implied. I'm just saying, nonce Wakanda, it's a thing.
Kind of playing that sort of politics.
Did you see, talking of people who are allegedly sexual abusers, did you see Russell Brand was in court this week for his many and varied alleged crimes? And the Christians were up in arms because he had his Bible confiscated. Now, he didn't really have his Bible confiscated. in order to stop him from being in contempt of court, because what he was doing was just proselytizing from his Bible instead of answering questions, which you're supposed to do in a courtroom. So they took his Bible off him. Otherwise, they'd have had to remove him from the court for disrupting the thing, and they'd have had to try him in absentia and add contempt of court to the list of charges. So this wasn't anti-Christian bigotry. This was like for his own good. Brilliant. Anyway, but again, alleged, technically.
You see what the BBC are saying?
Yeah, if you wanna. Yeah.
I can't. I want like the fact that they just got two people. Like they got Sonia Soda and Nadeem Zahawi on. They're both fucking miserable.
So you
maybe the BBC have someone less shit.
Why does it not have a link to the fucking live stream? Jesus Christ, iPlayer, right? No, not Question Time. Just live channels, BBC One, presumably.
And it's game.
No.
We've been talking to the communities who
news
catapult.
Oh no, that was the
They
same thing.
simply
Okay.
don't care. The only thing they care about.
So have a look, scroll backwards, see if there's anything actually happening there.
That's
no, it's actual news rather than coverage. Weird, they're not having any direct coverage of the election now. Like, who else might be? ITV might be.
Oh god, I don't even know if I can access ITV.
They do have an ITV news channel. Channel 4 News live stream, maybe.
I don't know. Let's have a look.
Maybe it's just Sky News.
Yeah. Okay.
Who's live? Yeah, it's literally just Sky News covering it.
No, that's mental. Oh. Hang on, what was that about Soham? What? Soham murderer seriously injured in prison assault. Lol.
Hey!
I think you mean future member of the Labour Party.
That man said in the pub.
Noticeably, he hasn't lost the whip. Just saying.
You know, when we go to the supermarket,
it's still expensive.
They're not.
Yeah.
It's still expensive. You know, Keir Starmer going out and basically telling a lie about energy costs this week.
GB News
is another.
Do you reckon GB News are covering it?
Oh my god, yes! Let's feast upon the cope.
Oh, the people decide.
What I think is really interesting
no
is
way.
the motivations for voting in this by-election, because it seems as if everybody was voting for what they didn't want rather than what they did want. So a lot of people were voting to keep reform
No,
out,
that's not true.
which may have
People
helped
that isn't
them
true, yeah.
vote. And the people who wanted
The pro-Gaza.
Yeah, exactly. I want there to be not genocide, thank you. I prefer
Yeah,
there to
literally.
be... Oh, there's Enoch.
Literally.
Yeah. The person's the surname is Powell.
Twink or lesbian.
Both. Oh, look at this fucking minge. Jesus.
Of the London Green Party can join us.
Oh, go on, lad.
Thanks so much for joining us.
Flex.
Here, on Vote 2026.
Don't even answer his questions, just dance. Just do a dance.
I'm going to tell you everything that we've heard. I'm here in Romford, in the grey zone between Essex and London. What we're hearing is it's very close between Green and Reform. There's a lot of optimism with the activist base, but the truth is at the moment we don't know.
The fuck, man? Don't piss on me.
This is going to be a defining element of how the Green Party is growing and expanding, and clearly there's been a significant jump in the polls. I mean, the Green Party has enormously expanded its membership. Will the Green Party be shifting its message? Clearly, there's been a lot of attack on issues such as legalising drugs, prostitution. Have these attack lines hurt?
No.
You know, I don't think they have as much. These have pretty much all come from the Labour Party, and I think they show signs of them feeling under attack. We actually have quite nuanced policies on all of these issues, which basically revolve around the idea that if you force something into the black market, you end up with really, really bad characters, you know, taking on those key areas. And so if you regulate them, you know, you can have better control of these areas of the economy and activities which we really don't want people using. I don't like drugs one bit. cigarettes. I think the best way to get people off of them is to treat it the same way we've treated cigarettes and alcohol and regulate them a lot better. But I don't think that actually that's had a massive effect on the campaign, and I think most people see through those pretty naked attack lines throughout this whole campaigin. I think Labour has seemed quite rattled throughout. Ultimately, if the Greens do win this, you hear various senior Labour officials saying that it is existential for the party. If the Green Party win this, then it shows that there is a significant challenger who could replace Labour on that left of centre position. Whereas if Reform win it, it's sort of a reassertion of that establishment we've gotten used to, that they are the replacement of the Conservatives. So it's, I think the attack lines show that Labour are rattled. I haven't seen on the doorstep, I've been up in Gorton, I've been up in Denton, particularly door knocking. They haven't been that prevalent on the doorstep, actually.
That's interesting, because one of the things that has come out of this by-election campaign is perhaps less about the Green Party itself and the ecological roots of the Green Party. I haven't heard a lot about climate change in this election campaign, but what we have seen is a lot about...
Because it's a by-election, and they're not trying to form a government. It's one seat. What?
Literally.
Handshake with Narendra Modi. Is this the sort of election campaigning that is above board, that is...
Hang on. Are the Reform Party annoyed about... Not Reform Party, sorry, GB News. Are they annoyed about divisive messaging now? They're going to lecture us on being, racist? Have GB News gone woke? It appears they've gone woke. I'm just saying.
True.
Candidate has been all over Bangladeshi TV, endorsing Bangladeshi parliamentary candidates, getting really invested in those elections. I haven't heard these same criticisms levelled against Reform for those same issues. And, I think, in a democracy, which we live in, whether you like it or not, we have to appeal to voters. And these people are legitimate voters, and, we want to speak to them and represent their communities. And, every community as well. We've spoken and had really good reception across the whole borough. You'll know that.
Like, talk about the fact that he's a fucking fascist monster.
Two halves with a really white working class population in Denton. And
okay, but if he says he's a fascist monster, you've got to bear in mind you're talking to GB News viewers, and they might see that as an endorsement rather than criticism. You see? Thank you, Antifa, for £20. That is honestly. I would actually do...
George Soros has given you 20 quid.
George Soros has given me 20 quid, and I will do, literally you can use and abuse every part of me for that kind of money. I will do lots of strange for that chunk of change, yeah?
Rather than these diverse communities across. Whereas the Greens, we've been everywhere, campaigning, trying to get everyone's vote and actually having, quite a good reception.
Lucy Powell's on on Sky. Hang on. Whoop.
The bloke in the pub saying...
There are signs of improvement in the environment.
I don't know that is. I don't know where you're getting your information from there on that, John. But let's see where we get to on that. But there was a clear majority, as I say, that didn't want reform.
Yeah, but it's first past the post.
Yes, of course.
And they've got more votes. Looks as though the Greens have got more votes than you. A seat where you had a 13,500 majority. Your former MP got more than 50% of the vote. And
she's already dead.
It'll be the
this is unnecessary.
Ever by-election defeat. It's a disaster, isn't it?
Do you know the percentages? Do you?
Not yet, but
I don't know how you can work any of those things out. I think the vast majority of pundits and others like yourselves had written us off. We have been in
honestly, there's going to be a copium shortage in the Greater Manchester area. There really is.
Choosing between Labour and Reform, Labour and the Greens.
Look at the guy with the pig nose. That's British democracy right there.
And
gentlemen, Rishi Sunak with Elmer behind him
is Democracy Manifest.
I tell you what, Poodlefish Girl. Labour Pie got no fans. Stadium shit.
You want some? I'll give it to you.
Be between a Reform government or a Labour government, and I think that will focus people's minds in a different way.
She's getting pig mugged. She's getting hog mugged. No way.
People that we are on their side, that we are delivering for people, that we are delivering on our Labour
Swine
values, telling
maxing.
a strong Labour story about how we are changing this country and about why we are the best vehicle to defeat reform at the next election and to carry on delivering those values, because those values are what unite most people in this constituency. I'm really clear about that.
I know you voted to let Andy Burnham be a candidate here. You were 1 against 8. Looks like a bad decision, that, by the executive and the Prime Minister, doesn't it?
Well, that's been written about plenty. I don't know that we need to write about that, anymore.
You're beating a corpse now.
No one wanted to win this seat more for Labour than Andy Burnham and Keir Starmer, and both of them have played their role
in losing, in fucking losing.
In the last 3 or 4 weeks,
thank you, Rogal, for 20
the
gifted.
whole
Thank
Labour
you.
team pulling together as one team.
Well, Reform are
Andy
claiming
Burnham,
that they
Keir
think
Starmer,
that it's
Lucy
exclusively them in the
Powell,
Green
Angela
Party.
Rayner, Wes Streeting,
Oh,
the whole
okay.
of the cabinet coming and working as one Labour team to try and get our message across to the voters in this constituency. And I hope that's something we can build on in coming weeks, because when you work as one team and you have a united
Keir
message,
played a blinder.
you do a lot better than when you don't.
You've just mentioned 2 people there who we all expect to be contenders for the Labour leadership, Angela Rayner and Wes Streeting. Are the Prime Minister's days numbered after this? Surely the knives are going to be out for him after this dreadful result, aren't they?
There is no leadership contest. We have a leader in Keir Starmer. And look, what
This is
Keir
a
himself has
murder.
been saying very, very clearly.
Is this terms of
since the Labour
service?
conference, actually, back in October, is that we do need to show our Labour values more
Jesus
strongly. We do need to unite that voter coalition once again.
This is sad, really.
This
no.
is sad. It's
This
bad.
constituency will have shown, which is the vast majority of people in this country want to reject the politics of reform, reject their division, reject what they're standing for, and do want to unite around that. And we've got to be the leaders of that, and we will be. And that is our commitment to the people of this country.
But it's not good enough just to reject the policies of reform if then another political party comes along and gets more votes than you. I mean, next time it might be the Liberal Democrats, or even, I don't know, perhaps even Jeremy Corbyn's party.
Oh, that's
you're clearly vulnerable on the left.
This is
this by-election suggests you're more vulnerable on the left than you are on the right.
Well, look, first of all, I think keep it in context. In parliamentary by-elections,
I wasn't
small
expecting
parties
pugilism.
midterm do often win these contests. We saw that last time we were in government.
great
The
word.
Liberal Democrats
Sometimes
took
maybe
many
good,
safe
sometimes
Labour
maybe
seats,
shit.
From us.
Look at
during
him waving.
that time in government. They didn't go on to form the government. The choice at a general election is a different one than
Go on,
it
lad.
is in the parliamentary by-election. But you are absolutely right that our job is to unite the country, unite our voter coalition, set out our stall much more strongly
Well done, mate.
about our
That's
Labour
going well.
values, our Labour story, how we are delivering the change that people have voted for, and how we're tackling the cost of living crisis. And are we,
this
are
is
we in any
fucking
doubt that that's the job we've got
awful.
to do? No, we are absolutely not. And this by-election, tells us we need to do that even more than we already knew we needed
I
to
think
do
this is the
anyway.
copiest thing I've ever
After
seen.
Hartlepool, Keir Starmer has admitted he considered quitting.
Oh, hello,
Do you think,
Stevens, in
he's
chat.
going to
Welcome.
consider quitting now? And then tomorrow, of course, it's the Scottish Labour Party conference. We're told he's not going. Presumably, Anna Sarwaz told him to stay away.
That's a good point from Stephen in chat,
Keir
actually.
is
Pause one
resolute
sec. Or mute.
in his job.
Oh, you just missed the bit where Anna Sarwaz asked him to stay away. Oh no. Sorry, go on.
God,
Go on,
that's
go
so
on.
fun.
Sorry, go on.
But yeah, Stephen points out that they only ask these questions when they're getting thrashed. I mean, it's true. Like, at no point in the run-up to this did anyone bother asking the question about, the threat of the Green Party to the left. They were obviously a threat. They were losing. Some polls had 30% of Labour's voted base from last election saying they were going to vote Green at the next one. And let's find out now, but it's still a poll, right?
Is that Steve Bray? Top hat? Is that Steve Bray?
No, they're just another monster-raving loony person.
Oh, is it? Oh, I don't know.
But yeah, like they could have the whole news acting like this is surprising when it was not like you couldn't. We didn't see it from a mile off, but this was always going to be a really, really large kind of element going into this. And the press, I feel like they've been fucking snuck up on.
Yeah.
Thinking of decisions like scrapping the winter fuel allowance and so on, and
it's still going. It's still going.
You seem to be paying the price, but perhaps not.
Honestly,
Skynet for the £20. No jail, World Cup, 5 World Cups are good news. You have indeed. Potentially.
I need to. I'm going to need to watch this entire interview live tomorrow, or today, I suppose, technically later, because this is the snippets we've heard have been too brutal. It's lovely.
Really good Labour things that we're doing. You know, we've just lifted the 2-child benefit cap just this week.
Well, that was a you were forced into that by the weren't you?
Absolutely not. We're
forced by the Greens.
We said we would do that when
no one's mentioning this. They were forced by the Greens,
and we have, and that's going to be lifting children out of poverty. Just this week, we're cutting energy bills. Mortgage rates are coming down quite quickly, stabilised and lowering inflation. We're doing lots of really good Labour things, like nationalising the railways, bringing in the Employment Rights Act, which will transform rights at work for a generation. We're giving renters more say over there.
By the way, you watered that down enough, so fuck you. You don't get fucking credit for that. You also tried to water down the fucking Hillsborough law, you monsters. Jack Mellor, honestly, if we ever meet up, mate, you can finger every part of me, mate. 50 gifties, that is ludicrously generous.
Wow.
I feel like I need to actually show you hog on main for that. That is a lot.
Grateful, are they?
It's not about being grateful. Look, it's our job. It's not the voters' fault. It's our job, right? We're the politicians. It's our job to convince people that we are doing.
No,
the right
we're ungovernable. The oiks are ungovernable.
Their lives, and that is a job we take incredibly seriously. It's not one we take for granted. We don't take any votes for granted.
That's not
and
true.
Rest assured, that is something that we'll be doing our level best to put right.
Thank you very much, Lucy Powell. There you go. So, according to Labour's deputy leader, the Prime Minister is resolute.
The pig was clapping.
I used to say that about John Major, and look what happened to him in 1997. Lucy Powell, thank you very much.
So true.
Oh, that was fucking
John in Manchester,
horrific.
Thank you for that, John, speaking to...
The pig was clapping. That was too good. That was too good.
God. Literally, it's the best part of British elections. The best part of British elections are the meme candidates. They you know what? They're
Gentlemen,
about what makes them proud for British. The meme candidates.
Democracy
Where's
manifest.
Calvin face when you need him?
To John Craig, she was talking about the Labour candidate in the past tense. I think that tells you a lot. She wasn't formally conceding defeat, but it doesn't sound good. An important interview there by John Craig, I thought. Let's just pick apart one claim by Lucy Powell, because I think
it's
we're
still
going to hear
going.
This
She's
quite
not
a lot.
even there anymore.
Lucy Powell made a point of saying, look, governments lose in midterms. Yeah, I mean, it's a reasonable point,
Sometimes.
but not just 2 years after a general election landslide victory. Look at this. This is the list of the largest Labour majorities overturned in by-elections. And you can see that there have been Labour majorities overturned, a handful of them, half a dozen of them. But what I want to draw your attention to is that all of these, pretty much, are not after big landslide moments. Remember the landslide in 1997?
It's almost like it was a loveless landslide.
All of these are pretty much taking
Like,
place
Jez was correct.
at points of much more Labour turmoil rather than at this point in an election cycle. We are just 19 months after a general election. And to give you a sense of exactly how unprecedented a Green victory, which Lucy Powell was hinting at, let's be honest, there would be, look at how the Greens have done in by-elections. They've never got more than in 2023 when they got a big graph, small number, 10.2% of the vote. And normally, as you can see in all of these other by-elections...
And they're going to end up with more than twice
they're in single figures.
That's
the Greens
mad.
have not historically been a force in by-elections. And that's what this shows you. That's how basically historic a Green victory would be, being able to break apart Labour hegemony in a part of the country
Hegemony?
Labour have
Hegemony?
dominated for decades, won
De-yankification
absolutely hands down the
immediately.
mayoralty, have won this seat for almost 100 years in its various formulations. And that's because something quite interesting is happening. I finally found the graph of voting by age. This is 18 to 24-year-olds. Traditionally, something that's quite good for Labour, because Labour are extending the voting age down to 16.
They're below the Lib Dems.
Because look at this. At some point last
No
autumn,
way.
It's
October
embarrassing,
2024.
That's
Something
tragic.
big changed.
Well,
And that
they're at
was
the
that
peak
the
of where
Greens,
Labour
and this
were,
is
and they've
pretty
still got,
much
they've still got
Also-
plenty of way to
exact
go.
Also, can everyone tell me how the narrative in the media that the young are voting reform? Because they're literally below the
6%.
Tories. They're like, that's margin of error for losing your fucking deposit across all 18 to 24-year-olds. But apparently the
you
young
probably get a
love it.
600. Why don't you get like a 650 seat landslide on these numbers or some shit, right? Like if only 1824s voted.
Yeah.
The narrative. I just think
So
that
obviously there'll be 7
graph
Sinn
tells
Féin
you a
seats,
lot.
of course.
Because in
True.
the end, if we can bring you back to one of the important bits of
if it was just young
information about
people,
this
would Sinn
constituency,
Féin lock out
yes,
the
you
6
have
counties as
passed
well?
the constituency, which has...
I don't know. I'm not sure.
I feel like if 18 to 24s voted, you literally would have the SNP lock out Scotland, Plaid Cymru lock out Wales, Sinn Féin lock out the 6 counties, and GPU lock out England.
Maybe. I'm not sure. Northern Ireland is a very weird place like that. Because, like, I mean, I don't know.
What is interesting is that it does seem to be it's two ends of the age spectrum that vote Sinn Féin. It's literally like decrepit guys with walking sticks and like uwu femboys who vote Sinn Féin.
It's a weird coalition, certainly.
Yeah.
But they're all united by the fact that they elect a person specifically not to go to Westminster. Which I love that. It's so deliciously petty in its own way. Like,
I've got almost 700 viewers. What the fuck is happening?
Well, if each one of you gave a $5, that would be a lot of money. I can't. It's too late to do the mathematics. I can't be bothered.
And would definitely sort me out for the week off I'm having next week because I'm going to be in Turin. But...
Oh, holiday. Oh.
They're playing Magic tournament. It's the European.
Holiday.
Yeah, it's the regional championships in Turin next week.
Yeah. Too late to do 5 by 7. Yeah, but then you've got to times it by 100. That's 2 lots of mathematics. Okay.
Irish people are the best white people in the world, according to Hassan Piker. So true.
Well, I mean, yeah, because they're now accepted as white people. They weren't always.
True.
Trust me. And I've said this before. Look, for me, the Irish were the original peoples of colour. Okay,
Andrew. I'm literally.
We were being oppressed by the British before they even got to Africa. So don't even fucking start.
Yeah. So true, Andrew K. I am the jet-setting green millionaire. I am Hannah Spencer. It's true.
You literally are, and you own 3 houses.
I own I've got a whole binders full of houses.
Literally, you're like Samuel Lee.
Also, thank you, Joshua, for the £5. Will you be bringing down James O'Brien's awful take on this tomorrow morning? Oh my fucking god! Of course we're going to watch James O'Brien. Thank you, Trek Praxis, for the 10 gifties. That's an incredible logo of the Star Trek emblem with a hammer and sickle in it. And thank you, Muglatan, with another £5. It's incredibly generous of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Oda Storin, with 1312 bitties. That could mean anything. That number. I don't know what that means, but yeah. Much love.
1312 overture.
True.
Apparently Lucy Powell is talking to the BBC if we want to watch her get murked again.
Absolutely. Hang on a minute.
Thank you, Dean Robertson, for another 5. That's incredibly generous. Thank you.
Why doesn't... Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm at the same
Doesn't Hassan shot collar his dog? I have no idea. I genuinely have no idea.
No, that was a right-wing fucking smear job.
It was a cultural. It's like content creator drama. Therefore, I have not paid any attention.
We've been
thank
really
you,
clear
Adam,
about
for the
this in
£10.
recent
Incredibly
weeks.
generous. Thank you.
Before this by-election was even called, that we have to give a much clearer account of ourselves as a Labour Party, showing our Labour values, telling that Labour story about how we are on people's side and how we are dealing with the issues that they face, particularly the cost of living crisis that's happening. And this just makes us now redouble our efforts to do that and make sure that people understand what we're really about as a Labour government, and that's not been something that we've been able to get across as strongly as we would like over recent months.
Thank you, Brian.
Do you think that the party's lost the argument on foreign policy, and in particular on your messaging around Gaza, which the Greens were very focused on?
Thank you, Valerie. the £10 as an apology for all those old people pale who vote badly.
One of the big issues on the doorstep in this campaign. The single biggest conversation that we all had on the doorstep was about people grappling with what was the right thing to do in order to make sure that the nasty politics of reform didn't come into Manchester and Denton, which I think have overwhelmingly been rejected. There are huge issues going on around the world, and our Prime Minister Keir Starmer has to navigate those waters very carefully.
Like, I would say I feel bad for her having to polish this turd, but she chose to polish the turd. She doesn't have to.
To be fair, she did run as deputy leader to try and beat out the Labour Together candidate, so she's definitely closer to like the open Labour side of the argument here, rather than the Labour right, the New Labour, Progress, Labour to Win wing. So when she says we need to tell a Labour story, I mean, I believe her more than I would believe basically anybody else in the cabinet. Like, she's in the Angela Rayner position of being there because she's elected, rather than because she's been put there as Labour Together, right? Because you remember, she was sacked from the cabinet for calling the grooming gang discourse dog whistle politics with Tim Montgomery on Any Questions. So, like, she's not as right-wing as everybody else, but if you need to tell Keir Starmer to go away because he is the biggest drain on you, like, he needs to go. Like, you can't make friends with the organ grinder here.
Yeah.
Thank you, Calc, for the £10. Yay, Green for Labour. I agree.
Myself, colleagues.
Thank you, Adam, for the £20. Cheers to all of us, politics, everyone else. I also agree. Thank you, Bobby, for the £10 and Zang for the £5.
With a
Appreciate the support for everybody.
message
Thank you.
in this campaign, and I think that's when we show ourselves at our best, and that's when we can actually cut through and tell the story that we need to tell of the Labour government doing Labour things with Labour values on behalf of people, standing up against the politics of division and hate, and standing up against reform, who said, by the way, they were going to come in and sweep through this seat. They put a huge amount of money and resources in, and their politics have been resoundly rejected.
I just want to jump in, though.
And we're going to take that on.
I want to jump
Are
in
they
because
the
everything
only party whose politics have been soundly rejected tonight, though? Really?
I mean, yeah, like, I think the Zionism has been rejected here.
True.
U-turns on various policies, and there are still many questions around, of course.
Why are you
the
talking
Prime
about,
Minister's
I don't know why they're not
of
just mentioning
Peter
Jeremy Corbyn's name.
Mandelson to
It's clear
US
that this
ambassador role.
Of course, I mean, on mute, I guess. Like, it's frustrating, again, that there is this huge cohort of young people, ethnic minorities, progressive people, metropolitan types maybe, certainly not middle class. Just because they're metropolitan and they're progressive doesn't make them middle class, it just means that they work in the service sector most likely, this group of people have been literally abandoned and told to fuck off by the Labour Party, but because our media are myopic in this country and they don't understand the transition from the industrial to the service economy, so we have a new working class in this country, refuse to put two and two together and see this is where the Labour Party are losing their electorate. They're losing them because they want progressive, young people want progressive politics, they want a proper Corbynite style Labour Party, and they told them they didn't want it, and they wanted to chase middle-aged people into Stevenage.
Ah, okay. When you said, I'm surprised they're not mentioning Jeremy Corbyn, I thought you meant, because they're anti-Semites, yeah. Clearly. That can be the only answer. The real big winner tonight? Anti-Semitism.
Here in this by-election. One of the reasons for that is that here in Manchester, people have seen Labour delivering for them over a longer period of time. Better buses, more social housing, now working alongside a Labour government to deal with the cost of living crisis. But yeah, absolutely. Do we need to change how we operate? Yes, the Prime Minister's made that really clear himself as well over recent weeks.
But also,
we need to change how we're doing
about
things.
this.
We need to change what we're saying.
I appreciate you talked about some of the areas you feel are important on the door.
Like he got rid of Morgan McSweeney as if that was going to be the panacea that fixed his premiership, and appointed McSweeney's two underlings to replace him. Like they've learned nothing. They've learned nothing at all. Very good point by Keith in chat as well. Like Keith of all people.
Keith's
that's why Labour got 13.
Okay, hello.
Literally, that's why Labour got 13 million from business and 10 million from unions ahead of the general election. Yeah, they're not a workers' party anymore.
No.
It's likely that many of those voters went to Labour. Is that a crisis for the party? Does the party need to look at where it is ideologically and
yes,
look in a bit more detail about how it can win those voters on the left that have deserted Labour?
Well, look, I mean, first of all, I don't want to play things down, but I do just want to have things in context as well, and I think you do have to get that balance right.
I like that they've put
absolutely.
a ring of
There is
Labour Party people behind her in the way of the pig. They've like they've got a picket line in front of Lucy Powell to stop the pig, because that was the real problem with the PR of that last interview.
The Green Party would be in any position to form a government at the next election. So it will be Labour up against Reform at the next
still trying.
election. But yes,
They're
absolutely.
still
But
trying
just
it.
let me finish. Let me just finish that point. You know, absolutely. Do we need to make sure that people hear our Labour values, the Labour bit of the Labour government? Of course, you know, we all agree with that, and that is something that we are going to be doing much more strongly, I'm sure, over the coming weeks and months. And is there a future for us in trying to sort of out-reform reform? We'll know, and I've been saying that for many weeks now as well. So I think people will be clear about that.
Two more very quick questions, just
Oh,
to be
thank you, Plants
yes or
McGee,
no.
for £5.
The next
Apparently, the Greens knocked 8,000 doors in one day.
Well, that is the biggest game of knock door run I've ever heard of.
So true. Well, as I said, you don't win, but you don't win on Twitter. You win on the doorstep.
True.
It's very, very tight. I don't think we know the answer to that, and we haven't got the full results yet.
Okay. And one more, if I may, simple yes or no for this one. Do you think you'd have won the seat if Andy Burnham was running?
Yes.
Well, look, that's a different discussion for a different day. And
speaking of Gorton and
we
Denton,
had, a candidate here.
Thank you, Longsight Bobby, for the £20 super chat. I appreciate the support. That's very generous of you. Thank you.
Oh, are they from there? Okay.
Well, Longsight is one of the areas in Gorton.
Oh, is it? No,
It's just up from. I lived in Levenshulme when I lived there. Like, Longsight is the next one along the main road. When you go the main road from Manchester down, you go through Longsight, then you go into Levenshulme before on the way down to Stockport.
Many weeks ago, we moved on from that and we put all shoulders to the wheel. Andy Burnham, myself, Keir Starmer, every member of the cabinet, and the PLB, you know, who all came out as well. We all were united behind the candidate that we had and the campaign that we were trying to deliver here.
Okay, Lucy Powell, Deputy Leader of the Labour Party, thank you very much for taking the time.
Thank you.
Wow, absolutely brutal stuff. You'd love to see it. Breaking was
saying that they are very confident of a win in the Gorton and Denton
Thank you, Tom, for the £10. I appreciate the support.
Let's go straight to John Curtis for your thoughts on that. If that is the case,
oh,
when we see
yes.
the returning officer deliver
Nosferatu, let's
that would
go.
make history, wouldn't it?
It would make history because it will be the first time that the Greens have managed to win a Westminster parliamentary by-election. Indeed, hitherto they've never won more than 10% of the vote in any by-election.
Thank you,
That was
Geometry,
back
for
in
20 gifted.
Somerton
Appreciate the support.
back in 2023. And then worth bearing in mind, the second by-election of this parliament. The first one was won by the Greens, by Reform in Runcorn, and now it sounds as though this one has been won by the Greens in Gorton. And if we want a kind of simple illustration of the way in which the traditional Conservative Labour duopoly, its dominance in British politics, is now under challenge, I think those two simple facts indicate what's going on. I mean, I think 2 points I think one might make about Lucy Powell's interview. The first is that for those of us who are veterans of by-election nights, it is often the case that those who lose seek comfort in saying, well, somebody else also lost as well. And to that extent, at least, perhaps...
But I'm very happy that both of the people I wanted to lose lost. Very happy.
Okay, thanks for the moment, John. Live from London,
Thank you, True People,
this
for the
is
5
BBC
gifties.
News.
Thank you, Claire, for the 5 gifties.
Town counting continues in the Gorton and Denton by-election.
Can you hurry up? You've got one
key
seat to
test
count,
for
you cunt.
the Labour Party.
Thank you, HGM, for
Greens
saying
say
my
they are
contributions have been appreciated.
confident of a win there. Labour's
It's been a roller coaster. It's been an absolute roller coaster, this whole by-election thing.
Out more strongly.
That's the point. Did you go up there?
No, I had my train booked for yesterday, and I was sick. I didn't stream Tuesday at all. I stayed in bed all day Tuesday, and I basically stayed in bed all day Wednesday until 10 p.m. when I streamed because I felt slightly better. I got all my trains booked. I was so looking forward to go out and canvassing like the day before the election, change some minds, and I could barely get out of bed. And my head was pounding. It was awful.
Fair enough.
than Jack Fenwick. So quite
My brother went up,
a
though.
big development since we last
good, good.
spoke, because a source from the Green Party saying that they are very confident of a win. Just tell us more about what you're hearing on the ground there. I mean, counting still, of course, underway. We don't know
Thank you, Alex,
until we
for
hear that
membership.
result from the returning officer, but it does give you an indication of where things are going.
Yeah, we don't have the result yet, of course, but that quote from a Green Party source, along with that interview we've just heard from the Labour deputy leader, Lucy Powell, feels like a big turning point in the story of this evening. Lucy Powell didn't concede this by-election, but I think that she got as close to conceding it as you can without crossing over that line. She said that the Green Party had managed to get the vote out on the day
Isn't
more
Hannah
successfully
adorable?
than
She
the
is
Labour
lovely.
Party had. We knew that that was always likely to be one of the main
And
factors
as
in
is
this.
always the case, you hope that a nice person that goes to Westminster doesn't get corrupted by it all. It's difficult.
I mean, fingers crossed. I mean, it's not happened to Carla or Sean or anyone like that yet, so we'll see.
Oh yeah, it
I think
can be done.
maybe,
But
like,
it's
yeah.
definitely tricky because there's a lot of money and like side avenues of like evil you can get yourself into, and it's unfortunately a lot of people fall into those holes. You know.
True, true. Oh, Baby Light says watching from Chicago. I was in Chicago last year for the Pro Tour. It was very cold. It was -14. Where Reform, yeah, they've not really spoken to anyone from Reform, which is very weird. I mean, again, it's just been Greens and Labour knocking 6 bells out of one another, to be honest, for most of this. Thank you, Skynet, for the £2. Appreciate the support. There was another comment I wanted to mention. 50 people joined the Green Party group chat in Gorton and Denton last 48 hours. I wonder how many extra members we'll get. That'll be interesting to see. What was another one I was going to say?
Well, but there's definitely that's another factor in this. It's not just good advertisement, but like people are drawn towards the possibility of success, right? Like literally, I'm still struck. It was such a lovely moment. After Zara Mamdani won. And it was like the next day, and he was filming like one of his, TikTok bits or whatever. And literally, a guy on a bicycle who was on his way to work stopped him and shook his hand and went, "I can't believe it. I've actually, for the first time, I've voted for someone who won." It was just a lovely moment. I'm like, there's a lot of people like that who like wouldn't even fucking bother getting involved in electoral politics because they don't see themselves being represented by any of these bastards. So just having like, oh, they can actually win. Shit, that changes a lot of mentalities for people who might otherwise be engaged, and so there's a potential knock-on in addition to that.
That's true. That's true. By the way, YouTube chatters, spam the vote green emotes. I think we need to. I think we've not done a big vote green emote spam yet today. Like, let's see those emotes fly.
Everyone in my chat spam the James from the internet doing the wanker hand emote thing.
So true.
I feel like that's more my brand, really. Although no, my chat, they'll spam the fucking... I don't even have a Jeremy Beadle emote, but they found one on BTTV and they spam the shit out. There we go. So, yeah, I knew you fucking would, you pricks. I mean, I'd say I was disappointed, but that would suggest I expected better.
Oh, I love watching the emotes fly. It makes me feel so happy. 365 Green Party girl.
Nice. God, look, I understand that a general election you've got lots of counts to do and so on, but you've got one count, lads. Come on.
Thank you, music is easy for the £5. I joined the Green Party yesterday. No small part due to exit coverage here and with their virus. So glad to see the energy. Hope is normal. Hope is normal again. Hope is normal again, chat.
Oh yeah. No, welcome aboard. That's absolutely awesome. And again, that's I don't want to blow smoke anywhere, but it's been so lovely watching you and Curtis and various other people, Cog and all these people, like develop and grow in terms of their coverage and their reach in terms of Navarra and Turn Left and all these people. I love it. I've always wanted. The reason I even started doing content is because there wasn't enough left-wing representation or voices out there, and now there's beginning to be a growth of that in alternative media, and you're a part of that. And fucking Curtis is a part of that, and I'm really proud of all of you. It's fucking awesome.
It's really touching, Kev. I mean, the way the turn left's like set up is crazy professional now as well. I've been so impressed with it. Thank you, Featherlight, for the for the 10 gifties. I appreciate the support. And you know what? How long have we been doing question time every Thursday for? Is it 3 years now, Kev?
About 3 years, yeah. Been a while.
Maybe it's 4 years. It might be 4 years. You know.
I can't even remember.
It was an absolute blast, hasn't it?
Yeah. It was definitely like post Corbyn. I remember that.
We could be first on like one of the hippy dippy panels, right?
Yeah, I think I met you. There was a hippy dippy, like, reserve
knockout one thing. Yeah, something.
Yeah. Which I didn't mind doing because, like, you know, I did the main one, but I always sort of enjoyed doing the debate thing. But like, you get a bit bored of it after a while because it's just the same like faces of talking shit. You just think it's 2 a.m. Why am I screaming at an American? I don't care.
I love how the quote they've got there is Labour are clear that Greens turned out more strongly. No. The Greens took your voters. You've got no fans. You've got no ground. Your stadium shit. You want some, I'll give it you.
Oh, the Polanski.
And you know what? Greens winning means we don't have to fucking deal with Matt Goodwin in Parliament.
Oh yes.
Oh my god.
Matt Goodwin. I mean, presumably, like Farage, he doesn't know where the constituency is. And so, presumably, like, he's not even at the count. He's just gone home or whatever. But I would like to see him on the stage when the results are announced, just to see his sad, stupid little face. And for him to go back to London and be like, fuck Manchester, I never even cared anyway, dickheads.
Thank you, Autumn Leafs, the £2. Green is the new red. True, watermelons unite. Not just because of Palestine, but also because we're green on the outside and red on the inside.
True.
Please, actually, to prove I'm red, white, blue, and gold on the inside.
I want a red, white, blue, and gold Brexit. Yeah.
I mean, isn't that just a breakup of Yugoslavia?
Basically, yeah. True, but a little bit less genocide, eh?
True. Matt Badloss. True, he is Matt Badloss.
I just got okay. No, that's good.
Melt Goodwin.
Oh, bless.
I wonder what Nosferatu's saying.
Oh, yeah, hang on. It's mad they won't just let him die. Why do they have to keep reanimating him?
That's weeks before.
He loves it.
Large
He goes on like tiny YouTube
polls,
channels. He's obsessed. He still loves his job. It's really cute.
But the second thing I would say is that certainly with Andy Burnham not at the moment a potential leadership candidate because he's not inside the House of Commons, there isn't anybody who is obviously Keir Starmer's successor. For people like Wes Streeting, Angela Raining, Ed Miliband, all these names that have been mentioned. Well, if you look at the opinion polling, even amongst 2024 Labour voters, for every one person who thinks reasonably highly of these persons, there's another one who doesn't think of them very highly. In other words, none of them are particularly popular amongst 2024 Labour voters.
Though. Let's
and
go.
therefore, we do not know actually whether or not if Keir Starmer were to be replaced, how far this would actually prove to be any kind of immediate remedy to Labour's low position in the opinion polls. This party is running on average at 20%. Let alone, of course, we do not know, and this is also true of Andy Burnham, just whether or not any of the characters would be better able to do the job of Prime Minister than many of Keir Starmer's critics fear he's not doing at the moment. And
well, just reading things would make him better, surely. Just reading documentation and not just sitting there looking serious. Having a hinterland.
So for the 700 people watching, there was an article by Tim Shipman in The Spectator where essentially he spoke to a bunch of Labour Party insiders and they told him that Keir Starmer doesn't read, but he thinks his job is to sit there and be serious and not have any idea of what policy he wants to do. Literally elected to lead and not to read.
I was elected to lead, not to read.
Well, I've been told apparently it's not McBain, that's just Arnold Schwarzenegger as the president, which is quite funny. But I'm going to pretend it's McBain because that's funnier.
Yeah, literally. Yes. Greens turned out strongly. I think you mean the people of Manchester turned out strongly for the Greens. Eat it, bitch.
In those constituencies where there's
I wish
a
I was in the
non-trivial
constituency
proportion of
so I
people
could
who
go to the Royal
identify as
Nawab
Muslim.
and then like
And those
chill out with
constituencies
everybody.
include, by the way, that of the Home Secretary, Sabina Mahmood, and West Streeting,
Sabina?
both of whom had relatively
She's not
narrow
German.
seats in the general election.
Yes,
So
she's
sure,
German
it's
now.
not a foundation that is going to take the Greens to 326 seats in the House of Commons. But it is a foundation, with Labour's position so low, that would certainly be capable of turning the Greens into a significant parliamentary force, given that they are also, the other part of their story is that they are doing particularly well amongst younger voters, including not least university students. And one does think it's, whether again the Labour Party was a bit behind the curve. We are being told that maybe next week we'll be hearing something about changing the repayment of university tuition fees. Maybe Labour might have been wise to have come up with that announcement before the voters went to the poll in Gorton and Denton, because at least that might have, because the Greens again have been very.
You know, tell you what, Kev, I'm going to look forward to not hearing the words Gorton and Denton for the next fucking years.
Yeah, it is a bit. Although there are worse ones. Quite. It could have been. There are some really strange, horrible names.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Adam, for the £5. He's prepped his victory bong named Penelope. Well, I'm looking forward to that.
Well, as we are all for the forcible injection of all drugs into all people, official party policy, we approve.
Facing British politics was whether or not we would now see the end of the traditional two-party system of Conservative versus Labour. Just bear in mind, even in 2024, fewer than 3 in 5 of the votes cast were cast for the one.
Marxist Chartist asks, where exactly does Al Khan sit with the Labour Party? Is he soft lefty or Labour right? Emptiness. He is emptiness. He's Keir Starmer Mark II, i.e. he's an ex-squaddy, and that is supposed to be a way of like winning over voters because they believe voters are fucking brain-dead slobs. That they just go, oh, man was in military, he must be good, rather than, policy or charisma
he's
or
certainly
ideology.
More towards the right of the party, if he has
One would
any
assume,
thoughts at all. Yeah.
One would assume so. That's why they prep him as a backup prime minister.
True. But yeah, he's again, I think it's fucking contemptuous to have someone of such lack of any national figure. Oh shit, I got rid of the wrong thing. Bollocks. You fucking idiot. I was getting rid of tabs that I didn't need anymore, and I clicked fucking Discord off. Even though that's literally where I'm at.
Thanks, thank you for the £2. You and Navarre Media are rare for open our media landscape. Appreciate the support.
Apologies, I was getting rid of tabs that I didn't need. And
right.
And I
closed Discord.
Decided that Discord was no longer necessary.
Concerned about immigration, and most of their voters believe in Brexit, and they're very sceptical about all this equality stuff, as they would put it. And these are very, very different stances.
The Labour Party, I've just been messaged by somebody.
Oh, hello. Yeah, go on.
The democracy volunteers who apparently are saying that there's the family voting going. Apparently, they are linked to the CIA. Thank you, Charlie, for messaging me that. I appreciate you illuminating that for me.
Okay, how I don't can I be bothered? Fuck it, yeah, go on.
No, well, tomorrow. That's stuff for tomorrow. It's stuff for tomorrow. It's a later base. Let's just enjoy.
Okay.
We have not seen, and therefore now we are certainly in a position after tonight.
If they ever give us a fucking
not
result.
Only saying that the Conservatives are facing an existential crisis vis-a-vis the challenge from reform, but Labour are now also at risk of facing an existential crisis in the form of the challenge from the Greens, i.e. both parties are now finding themselves challenged by parties further to the right and further to the left. Really. And we have not seen that before in British politics.
That is fascinating, isn't it, John? I'm sure we'll be discussing that more as the evening goes on, but it really does underpin the fact that this is a really consequential by-election, isn't it? We'll be back with John in a moment. Well, John referenced there an interview with Lucy Powell. We'll play that to you in a moment, but this is the scene live in Manchester as those votes continue to be counted for that by-election. We don't know when exactly. We will see the returning officer take to the stage to announce that result, but it is quite telling that Green Party sources believe that they are very confident of a win. That would be, of course, a huge blow for the Labour Party, who have held the seat or the area as the seat changed in 2024 for decades. And they won the seat in 2024 with a majority of around 13,000. So as votes are continuing to be counted there, we will, of course, bring you that result when it comes in. But it already does feel like Labour might have already conceded a loss. I've been speaking to the Deputy Leader of the Labour Party, Lucy Powell, and she said that the Green Party turned out their voters more effectively than
illegally so many times, they'd be finished by now. True.
We don't know
even your
final
family
result
voting.
yet, but I think what is clear is
even
that
brought
the
your nephew.
Green Party have been able to turn out their vote more strongly this evening than we have. I think there is a very clear majority in this constituency that wanted to reject reform.
Thank you, John,
who
said apparently the results are within the hour, according to MEN, right? Now, I know that means Manchester Evening News, but you've just put according to men.
the men in white coats
just
clearly
men.
coming to take me away.
Just all males have said this, apparently. Okay.
Physical counting of ballots apparently is over, so we're probably going to be getting a result any moment soon.
Fuck yes. Honestly, I've been edging for hours now. I need sweet release.
Conceding defeat in what you're.
Need to do what?
Need to do the hell of a beating thing.
True. Well, I've got crab dance lined up. It's on the other tab as soon as his fucking announcement happens. Spoilers, chat. Pretend I didn't say that and react surprised.
It is to be the case that Labour loses that seat. Will you be blaming your fellow members of the NEC for not voting as you did for Andy Burnham as the candidate?
Well, look, we had a fantastic candidate in this by-election. Obviously, the discussions
she wasn't fantastic enough if she hasn't won. And all that we are seeing so far suggests that she hasn't won.
Well, look,
True, we need a Stephen Kinnock live cam to see his reaction.
Oh my god, yes. Like the video of him like being upset when Labour did well in 2017, like it's burnt into my cortex.
It's amazing piece of media.
2 weeks ago, and we have moved on from that, and those decisions were taken at the time because people were thinking about ahead to a possible by-election in the Greater Manchester Mayor that might have triggered as well. But look, I don't want to take away from the fact that our candidate in this campaign is a brilliant candidate. She fought a very positive campaign, offering a message of hope and of unity. And we've been
I think it's worth
battling
pointing out,
hard.
Kev, actually. I do kind of feel a little bit for Angeliki Stoyer, because she didn't engage in any of the shit that the rest of the Labour Party did. She just knocked on doors and did what she wanted. And whilst I disagree with her, she seemed perfectly fine and nice as a candidate and talked about policy. But
like, this shit. At no point did she try to stop this.
That is
at
true.
some point, I know it's being, it's published on behalf of such and such, but your fucking name is on the leaflet. If the leaflet it says vote for X, Y, and Z because Zach Polanski wants to put crack in your kids' fucking cornflakes, you have to take responsibility for that,
I think that's fair. That's fair. Thank you, Dalian, for the membership, and thank you, Aria, for the £2. 740 viewers. I don't know what the fuck's going on here.
On a personal level, she might be quite nice, and as by all accounts, she's a decent councillor, and she can remain that now.
That's true. I mean, again, but the idea that this has been a positive campaign from the Labour Party is the most egregious fucking lies. I'm still bowled over by the truck with the they want to sell your girls as prostitutes stuff.
That's wild. I couldn't believe
to call it gutter politics would do it a disservice to how grotesque it is.
Honestly, gutter politics looks down on that shit. Gutter politics has standards.
Your messaging around Gaza, which the Greens were very focused on.
John says, you have insider knowledge. Apparently Angeliki was staging videos trying to make Hannah look bad. Oh, wow. Well, in which case, fuck her. Glad she lost.
Yeah.
Loser. whatever
in order to make sure that the nasty politics of reform didn't come into Manchester and Denton, which I think have overwhelmingly been rejected.
5 minutes,
there are huge issues going on around the world, and our Prime Minister Keir Starmer has to navigate those waters very carefully as he does. But I'm particularly proud that it was this Labour government, after many, many, many years of campaigning for it, that has recognised the state of Palestine, which is the first step to self-determination.
Okay, but you're also
after it's been obliterated.
Yeah, you're aiding and abetting Israel destroying the state you recognised.
We recognise the fucking rubble.
Yeah, exactly. Look,
so thank you, Jack, for £5. Sorry. Jack Mello just donated a €5 saying, remember the Stoya loves PFI were for Arab who love to get stuff privatised. That's true. Go ahead, sorry.
I forgot what I was going to say now.
University of Liverpool.
About Gaza being destroyed.
Who is in Manchester as well.
I think I was just going to do a silly thing about, like, we've given you a worthless piece of paper.
That's basically it, you know?
Yeah.
It's like when you get given as a birthday gift, someone named a star after you, and I'm like, okay.
Yeah, what you did is give somebody else money. So you could have just given me that money. Yeah.
Thank you 759 for the membership. Remember, it is only 99p to become a member. If you're not a member, you get the green name, you get the emotes. I'm sure people will show you the lovely Vote Green Charlie XCX emo, which will suddenly fly down the screen. You get access to that for 99p. You can get Kev's emotes, which includes James from the internet doing the wanker gesture.
True.
Which is only better than any of my emotes, apart from maybe the T2 emote.
True. Oh God. Alright, so I was doing a reply thing to Bowler Hat Man like a couple of weeks ago, and apparently he popped into chat and he didn't like that I have an emote of him.
You have an emote of him?
Yeah, I've got an emote because I did a particularly fun pause at one point where he looks mental. So someone like clipped it and I put it up as a thing, and it's like Bowler Hat Man shock or something. And I
guess not an issue.
Yeah, it's not an issue, no. Well, it's just capitalist Marxism. It's fine. An actual thing he actually said to me, actually. Unironically.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Sagon Madik, with the 5 gifties, and thank you, Alex Transport Videos, for becoming a member. Welcome to the stream today.
Yeah. Okay.
But it hasn't bought any longer because the wind is again now out of
Reform
Labour's
have
sails.
conceded to the Greens, apparently.
And they've got, that horrendously potentially difficult set of elections coming up. The English local elections, the Scottish Parliament elections, the Welsh Parliament elections in May. So it's a
That's true.
I think the problems.
But when it comes to emotes, thank you for putting all my emotes out. Like, there's a couple of bangers here. I still have the 80k question time guy on as one of my emotes, and the Tesco Gulag emote. Those are some good ones.
Tesco, honestly, every time I mention putting people in the Gulag, your people like do the fucking emote.
Tesco Gulag.
That's a banger. It's a banger. Yeah.
Across the constituency, their vote has not just been in the majority Muslim areas. Some of those bundles behind where I'm speaking at the moment suggest that the Greens had a substantial vote also in Denton, the Denton part of the constituency.
That's sick, if so.
Yeah, that is interesting,
Thank
isn't
you,
it?
Munchbob, for the membership.
I mean, there's some speculation. Of course, we won't know until the returning officer stands up and announces the result, but there's some speculation that Labour could be placed third.
Fuck yes. Make it so, Denton. My cat says hi. Well, say hello to your cat. Give it a little tickle under the chin. Sorry, I'm fucking sleep deprived.
In perpetuity in the past. And if you look at Labour's by-election defences over the last 8 decades in what is now Greater Manchester, there's been 19 such by-election defences from Labour, and they've held the constituency in 16 of those cases. So in that sense, it's a shock. And I have to say, when Labour's team arrived here tonight at the start of the count, I was here at 10 o'clock, and Labour were quite chipper. They were quite optimistic that they were going to hold this seat. There was a reason that Keir Starmer came to the constituency on new.
And it's the hope that killed you. Oh, no, actually, no. In terms of the Labour Party, it's Keir Starmer that killed you.
Labour had themselves ahead in all bar Longsight and Levenshulme, 2 of the wards, the majority Muslim wards. Labour acknowledged that the Greens were ahead, but their own canvassing returns suggested a much more optimistic picture than the one that appears to have unfolded tonight.
I mean, let's talk about reform as well, because
well, the thing is that actually, I do have people who I know who've been campaigning for the Labour Party, and they say that they've got loads of Labour to Green last-minute switches. Maybe it was the terrible campaigning that made them want to change their mind, but there were a lot of late-minute Labour to Green switches. So I'm not surprised that they felt so aggrieved with it. But if it's true that we have picked up loads of votes in Denton, I mean, it blows out of the water this idea that this was a sectarian election, that we only won because we pandered to Muslims or whatever.
It's absolutely popping off at Reform HQ. Honestly, the crowds are celebrating. Oh no, it's dead. It's dead. Okay.
Oh, so thank you, Dean Robertson and Tree Fuck Tunes for the memberships.
Okay. Just seen a clip of Moffin crowd surfing. What?
My God, fucking what an absolute don.
Honestly, I mean, rock out with your cock out, lads. Let's go. Absolutely beautiful.
I think actually Ben is my Labour contact basically at this point. He says that 50% of Labour promises went green on the last day. I have a quick question actually. How many campaigners how many canvassers did you have throughout the course of the by-election campaign? Was Labour finding it difficult to get people on the ground to canvass? Because I saw a lot of MPs and councillors out canvassing, which again seems like an unusual situation to be in. Was it a struggle to find boots on the ground?
Yeah, I think surely another aspect of the last minute change would have been the fact that some of the early stuff was it was going to be a Labour reform, marginal election, and then obviously as time progressed, it became more and more obvious that the Green Party were narrowly ahead, but ahead, and so tactical voting websites started publishing their data saying vote Green. So I think a lot of people who really didn't want reform, but didn't necessarily feel particularly strongly either way between Labour or Green or whatever, and would have voted for whoever had the best chance, probably switched from their usual allegiance of the Labour Party to the Greens, which, I think it would probably account for quite a few of those votes.
That's fair. Thank you, Mr. Arvid, for the $2 New Zealand dollars. Hello from Aotearoa, New Zealand. Let's go Greens. I absolutely agree. Chloe Strawbrick is excellent too, and I'm a big fan of the New Zealand Green Party.
I'm a massive fan of the Haka, just saying.
It's so true. Te Pati Maori are excellent. Jack Miller says, when I went up and I was out canvassing, we saw a bunch of Labour canvassers across the street, and could have sworn I heard one of them say out loud, if you want actual socialist policies, vote Green. So true.
True. Literally.
Like those guys handing out leaflets for Andrew Cuomo going, I'm voting for Zoran, but they paid me $500 or some shit.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, that's true. It's been well known in parts of Birmingham that the Tories can't get people to deliver shit, so they will literally hire people to deliver their stuff. Because they just can't there just aren't people in the Tory party in those areas,
Literally. I was going to say something. Oh yeah, someone's saying it's a Caerphilly like blowout. I mean, it's going to have to be into the lexicon now. Labour getting Caerphillied.
Nice.
It's the original. It's the OG.
I don't know. I think it's a bit cheesy. I apologise for nothing.
And the other thing that's interesting to discuss again. Caveat is we still don't know who's won, but it's looking likely that it is the Greens.
I did see that, Barnes
They
McGee.
don't have any MPs in the northwest of England. Most of their MPs are concentrated in the south or southwest.
No.
If you look at the internal stuff in the polling, the Green Party poll the highest in the northwest.
Nice.
They talk about it's the first Northwestern Green MP. If you look at polling by region on the crosstabs on YouGov polls and stuff, the Greens literally do best in the northwest. We are strong in Manchester. We're strong in Liverpool. This is actually a real kind of hunting ground. This is kind of the progressive cities of the northwest. It's red wall areas too.
Yeah. Well, and the exact areas that Labour have always relied on, that they've not just taken for granted, but they've gone beyond. Because Tony Blair took them for granted, but I don't think he ever showed contempt in the way that Keir Starmer does for he never at any point when the door is open you can leave. I don't think he ever showed the kind of hatred towards his own party that the current leadership do. And so those people who wanted A, actual Labour policies, and B, a Labour Party that weren't just atrocious bastards, are looking for any other home, and there is now at least one home. Maybe your party will be another option in places. Maybe the Workers' Party or Independents and all the rest of it. But the Green Party nationwide is obviously the first sort of stop, the first cab off the rank.
Thank you, Alex Gale, for 5 gifties. Thank you, Mr. Arvids, for another 5 gifties. Ben says, looking at the Labour data that they had, they'd been really lazy in the seat. Prior to the by-election, a lot of people hadn't been contacted since pre-2010. One person who hadn't even been contacted since 1998.
That's ridiculous. See, again, they do take them for granted. Like, they've just decided there are parts of the country where we don't need to bother. And I've had this before. Obviously Al Khan's, etc., etc., but like, even before him, the Labour Party just don't. There are certain parts of the constituency that they just don't even bother with, because they just assume they're gonna, like, you don't bother counting the votes, you just weigh them because they're all Labour, and they're gonna lose those people. Because I've been delivering, for the Green Party, and they say, like, we just don't get Labour stuff through the post. We've got Labour councillors, and you just don't hear from them.
No, literally. Like, this is the case. I mean, again, they assumed they would win here forever. I mean, again, I mentioned, like, my second vote at a general election was in Manchester Gorton. I lived in Levenshulme, and I voted for the Green Party. I can still remember the candidate's name. She was Laura Bannister. Met her at a Green conference. Lovely, lovely, lovely person. And we lost by 24,000 votes and 50%.
In a council election?
No, this is in a
I was about to say,
election.
Jesus Christ! There usually aren't even 24,000 people in a council borough. Jesus.
No, exactly. Yeah. So no, it was in the general election 2015. Like they literally won by 50%. They didn't have 50%. They won by 50%. With Gerald
The
Kaufman,
majority was 50%.
Literally.
Oh, hang on.
Oh, returning officer. Returning
let's
officer.
At least the position at the moment for Keir Starmer will be much stronger in these early hours of the morning than they look at the moment. Though, of course, it still then needs
800 people watching. Fucking hell! What's going on?
Honestly, that yawning photographer was a mood. I'm fucking flagging. Jesus Christ!
I'm still kind of on adrenaline just to how much I'm enjoying watching the Labour Party crash and burn. Thank you, Aria Meow Meow, for the £2. Thank you very much for the support. Remember, if you want to support the stream and keep me going, Super Chats, membership gifties, always the best way to support. Or indeed, you can become a member yourself. It is only 99p, and you get the excellent Charlie XCX Vote Green emote to use in my chat and in my comments section of my videos too. You can use it there as well. Limey Redneck is very, very fastidious in doing so thank you, Limey Redneck. We appreciate you here.
Hello?
Oh, sorry. You've gone quiet. I didn't know where you were.
Oh, sorry. No, I was just checking other tabs and stuff.
Conceding they have lost, that perhaps now that risk has diminished, and therefore we might get a result.
Well, the other question is who will come second?
Yes, that is what we still don't know. And again, just to kind of give you some idea, if indeed Reform do pinch second place.
Don't be nervous, chat. Like, it's pretty obvious. If the Reform Party are, like, conceding, like, because the thing is, when they read out the result, like, that's for show. The candidates have already been told what the result is. The official announcement is for, like, anyone who's there, or the cameras. That's for the, but the people already know.
We will have a contest between
also, I'd like to say Ramadan Mubarak
and Reform.
For my viewers.
In much the same, of course, in the Caerphilly Senedd by-election a few weeks ago, we had a contest.
Honestly, one of the things that like really sort of changed my opinion, because I was never Islamophobic, but I didn't really understand Muslims or what that was about. And I went to college, right? And like, we didn't have a lot of money for food and stuff because we were spending it all on beer and weed. Anyway, and so during Ramadan, they were like, "Oh, do you want to come for a free meal?" And I was like, "What do you mean? I'm not a Muslim." Like, I assumed you'd have to be a Muslim, right? And they were like, "Nah, you can just turn up." And so we went to the mosque at like fucking 1 a.m. and had curry. It was fucking amazing. I was like, "Yes, and they were just like so nice and welcoming. They weren't judgmental or fucking weird about it. It was lovely." And I just these people are super chill. Like, you never see this side in the fucking media, do you? Ever?
Exactly, like literally, and we've got Reform and Labour and Tories and the media as well, trying to paint all of these people as somehow like crazed Jew and Hindu haters. It's just despicable. It's fucking despicable.
Yeah. Yeah, Gurdwaras offer free food as well. Yeah, true.
They do.
Keir needs to own this.
Sikhs, another group of people that Narendra Modi hates.
Yeah, indeed.
You're adopting the divisive policies of reform.
Like, that's so amazing to me that criticising Narendra Modi and Benjamin Netanyahu, two of the most ethnic supremacist fucking lunatics on the planet, apparently that's divisive. No, that's the opposite of divisive. We're saying they're divisive because they're the ones that are like supremacists.
Yeah, well, they're the ones literally doing sectarianism. They base their ideology upon their ethnicity and their religion. We are not doing so. We are defending ourselves against racial injustice.
Did you know that the whole of Britain is actually smaller than Manchester? Because that's to scale, that map. It's fact. Oh, hang on.
Thank you, Alan Assaw, for the £5, and thank you, Forever Damned, for the 2 Australian. Thank love from Australia. Go Greens worldwide. So true. I'm a full-on Max Chandler Mather fangirl. So you've got me there as well.
I'm still it's too soon after the Ashes. I can't speak of it. I can't. It's too much.
Well, at least Australia are out of the T20 World Cup.
True, losers.
Fingers crossed for Zimbabwe.
True.
Burnham is seen as a potential rival.
Jesus Christ. India scored 256 for 4
there
against
are
Zimbabwe.
11 candidates who are running in this seat, but many analysts, as we've been discussing, say this comes down to a 3-horse race between Reform UK, Labour and the Greens. And of course, as we've been reporting, the Green Party are telling us that they are confident they have won.
No way!
Seat,
I thought you were taking the piss. Literally, Muffin Ali crowd surfing.
Show it on screen. Get it on screen right now.
What an absolute fucking ledge, by the way. Hang on a minute. Hang on.
Mike working for Green says to the $2 Canadian. Hi from Turtle Island, Canada. Green solidarity. True.
Look, he dives into the fucking crowd. Go on, lad.
Oh my fucking
god. What an absolute king. You'll love to see it.
Mr. Arvids, welcome to thank you for the membership. Welcome to the stream today.
Where we at? Hurry the fuck up, Gorton and Denton. I need to sleep.
Crisis.
I guess the longer they take to announce it, the more I get to bask in my 809 viewers.
And if the Greens do indeed win, there'll be lots of questions about the Prime Minister's leadership. And we already heard from that Labour MP who's been in touch with Chris Mason that there is a lot of disenchantment over the fact that he didn't pick Andy Burnham.
True, but he doesn't listen to his backbenchers and he doesn't read anything, so he doesn't know. He's supremely ignorant of any of this.
The main headline, really, which is that the Greens believe they've done it.
Yeah, that does seem to be the case, and we've just had a bit of movement here, actually. The people counting the ballot papers have now finished, the desks have been effectively cleared, and some of the candidates have started to turn up. But actually, the Monster Raven Looney Party, they've been here most of the night having a good time. The Liberal Democrat turned up earlier, and
I like that those two are linked the same now. They're on the same level. The Lib Dems and the Monster Raping Looney Party.
Oh, okay.
The Deputy Leader.
Go on.
What's the over-under? Tories losing their deposit.
I mean, naturally I want them to, but they'll probably just scrape it, won't they, the bastards? They'll get 5.2% or something. Annoying. Yeah, so I'll say they keep their deposit.
You get a cool 6%.
Yeah, like that's yeah.
I'm going to go with 4%. I think Tory voters are going to tactically vote reform. I think they're going to lose their deposit.
That would be very funny if the Kemenaissance doesn't quite work out. That would be very funny, but we'll see. It is. Fuck's sake. 20-4. Don't you have homes to go to? Announce the fucking result.
I mean, apparently all the people are watching with overseas. They've had Australia, New Zealand, Canada, they've had the United States.
The British people are asleep. It's fucking middle of the night. Yeah. Oh God. Oh, hands up if you're from the Antipodes, chat.
Sorry, Kevin Badgerbobs, you mean?
Yeah, Kevin. Sorry, yeah, the real Kevolution. Yeah. Keir Starmer hiding while Lucy Powell takes the bullets is hilarious. Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like
that's a good question, Thumper. Will I get
Yeah, go on. Sorry.
Will I get more viewers than the Tory candidate gets votes?
Very possibly. Yeah. Antipodes nuts. Oh, that. Come on now. That is outrageous. I mean, fun.
The Directory's in Stockport, right around the corner.
I have a presentation in like 6 hours. I should be in bed. Yes, you fucking should be in bed. I mean, I shouldn't be asking people to leave my stream, but like, you really should. Manclad down in Aotearoa? I can never pronounce it correctly.
Aotearoa.
Aotearoa, okay. Apologies. I'm very Anglo, and I apologise profusely. Count Binface predicted all of this. Well, he is a sage who said this.
The general election with some boundary changes there, and in a sense they cobbled together two very different seats. You've got the two the areas of Denton. There's 3 council wards in Denton, which is part of Tameside.
You think
the streaming so long my headphones are running out of battery.
Fair enough, yeah. You think that's bad, cobbling together when Birmingham, because of counter urbanisation, we lost 1 seat like 15 years ago or something, and so they had to like mishmash a few seats together. And like the Birmingham Selly seat now is like such a weird shape. It's so long and thin. Like you can't get one bus from the one side to the other. It's ridiculous.
At least it's not Texas's 2nd congressional district.
Oh no, it's not like, because we don't really do gerrymandering in quite that same way.
No, we have an independent redistricting
indeed
committee.
Yeah, so
like that.
And it's all based on like council wards, so they just sort of mishmashed 2 bits. They Frankensteined 2 bits of former things together and still just called it Selly Oak. Yeah. So I've always lived in the Selly Oak constituency, even though I've never lived in Selly Oak, the area. Which, there you go. Well, actually, not always, but like when I've lived in Birmingham, which is nearly all my life.
But my favourite thing is that the Texas's 2nd congressional district is always the one that sticks in my mind very specifically, because it's the one where it looks like Onyx if you blur it out.
Yeah.
So you do the "Who's that Pokemon?"
It literally
it's
is.
Texas's 2nd.
And it's that fucking one-eyed freak, isn't it, that represented it as well? What's his name? I don't know his fucking name. The one the Taliban got.
Oh, yeah, the one who Hassan said that he had his eye hole fucked by the Mujahideen.
Yeah. The brave fuckers of the Mujahideen, yes.
Yeah.
What's his name, chat? So one of the Americans will know. Is it Time? It looks possibly like it's Time. But there's still literally there's no one on the fucking stage, so. Yeah.
Dan Crenshaw, that's the one.
Dan Crenshaw, that's him. Which is still funny because literally the hick character played by Rich Hall, is called Otis Lee Crenshaw. So I just imagine him as, a hick. Because he is. Anyway, Goodwin is going to be on his January 6th tomorrow with his family voting thing. Oh, well, that's, it's the copious shit you've ever heard, yeah. Because there was none of this.
What?
Go on, Sarah.
I was going to say, what's going to be the lamest, UK version of the QAnon shaman? Like turned down 3 degrees and significantly less gauche. What would the UK January the 6th look like?
It'll be Richard Tice, and he'll go into Parliament, and he'll do that annoying thing that occasionally happens, where a random dickhead will pick up the mace. And
oh my god, like Lloyd Russell Moyle.
Yeah, exactly, and try and take it out of Parliament or something, and then Blackrock will just be like, no, no, and then just put it back. It's always the most pathetic shit. At least, who was it that broke it? I can't remember. Someone slammed it on the floor and broke
Somebody?
it. Yeah, and they had to they were fined. They had to pay for its repair. Yeah, but at least that's kind of badass, throwing it on the floor. But when you just pick it up, fuck off. It's so weird. By the way, for any Americans or Australian the mace is the weird gold thing that sits on the table in front of the dickheads, right? And it represents the power of the monarch. So at the start of the day, you put the mace in place, and then Parliament can sit, because that's how it works. And then when the mace isn't there, Parliament shouldn't be sitting. So the idea of it is it's meant to be like an act of rebellion or something, and it's just pathetic. Ugh.
Apparently the stream might be 2 minutes behind, being told.
What?
Yeah, it is actually. Yeah.
Oh. Okay, well I fast forwarded and there's still literally, so we're now completely live and there's still no one on the fucking stage.
Okay. Cool. Just want to make sure we didn't. There was an announcement and then we just missed it because we were behind it.
Will find themselves
Sorry,
losing
yeah.
very heavily, losing control, maybe even Reform gaining control. And then fascinatingly, and again perhaps even more fascinatingly in the light of tonight's result, the Greens already have a quite notable local government base in parts of London. And it's a local government base where they are potential challengers to Labour. And I think now the interest, a lot of these places that Reform, that the Greens might hope to pick up in London, still look like a pretty tall order. They start a long way behind Labour. But in the wake of this apparent success tonight, will that give the Greens a vital boost in the capital, which therefore means that even in the part of the UK, which is now these days Labour's strongest area, it's no longer the north of England, it is London. If Labour also come a cropper in London, then the question will be, well, where is there left for Labour to be electorally prosperous?
Amazing camera work.
Where is there for the Prime Minister to hide?
Yeah, loads of questions. And of course, those May elections will be crucial. But of course, we're still waiting
Why is it
for a result in an election.
Dispatches documentary.
Yeah, but look, they've got the editing button. They can just switch back to the fucking studio. Why are we watching the wall? What? Okay. I imagine the poor cameraman doesn't think this is live. Otherwise they wouldn't be doing this, presumably. Anyway.
The media are gathering in front of that podium as we are waiting
Joe Gwynan's
for
just tweeted out, spare a thought for Tom Balls and all this copy of his authorised Starmer biography that'll soon be in the 50p bin.
True.
Just like Keir Starmer's career.
True. Where his morals have been for a long time. Yeah, has anyone checked on Paul Mason? Because
oh no, I've not checked on the fucking Mason.
I imagine he's very calm and normal about the situation. I'm sure he's got a very sensible take that definitely won't be absolutely mental. Or he's
been calling the Green leadership useful weirdos.
Thanks, babe. You lost. Suck it.
Jog on.
Indeed.
It's clear is that the...
Oh, we already heard this shit anyway. Okay. Yeah.
It's right. Literally, Tom Baldwin's Starmer biography is going to get pulped like Alan Partridge's Bouncing Back.
Oh no.
I need to retweet Joe Gwynan.
True. That is... Oh god. Yeah. But Keir Starmer doesn't even have 104 friends.
Maybe Matt Goodwin could eat one. So true.
Are they just playing the Lucy Powell bollocks on a loop? Basically, yeah, because firstly, it's a 24-hour news channel. That's basically all they do. They have 3 news stories that they repeat over and over and until something else happens, right? And secondly, look, it's they're literally having to fill time waiting for... I mean, I don't even know what at this point. Surely you know the numbers because you've stopped counting. So just hurry up. I don't like democracy anymore. This is the good
slow.
Yeah,
it'd be dictatorship. It's nice and quick.
Exactly. In a dictatorship, like, we know the results before the polls have closed. So it's, you know, that's literally my favourite bit of Putin nonsense ever. When there was one district somewhere, I can't remember the name, that literally announced the results half an hour before the polls closed. Well done, mate. You had one job to make it seem like you weren't cheating.
Oh, they're looking at something. They're looking at somewhere. Is someone coming up on the stage? Yes, finally.
Possibly. Is something happening? Maybe. Don't dick tease me.
We've got the Green Party telling us that they are very confident of a win here. That comes after Labour's Deputy Leader, Lucy Powell, didn't quite concede this by-election, but went about as close as you can do to conceding it without actually doing so. I mean, if that is the result, particularly if the Greens are correct when they say that they think Labour have come third in this by-election, then I think inevitably questions will start to be asked of Sir Keir Starmer about his decision not to allow Andy Burnham to be the candidate here. Andy Burnham is the Mayor of Greater Manchester. He's seen as being a very popular politician in this part of the world. I mean, I've had people from Labour, Reform and the Greens say to me in recent days that they think that Labour would have won this by-election if Andy Burnham was the candidate.
But you're fundamentally misunderstanding the Keir Starmer project. It was never about winning. It was about control.
Nope. Yep,
that's
again,
all
being
king
king of the ashes.
Yeah, exactly. Burn it all down doesn't matter as long as they are in control. Doesn't matter if you're having weird yum friends of nonces. Doesn't matter if you have multiple noncing scandals in a week. Just as long as their faction remains in control.
The first MP that they've had in the north of England, they will say that it shows they can challenge Labour and take votes off Labour on the left. They will be hoping that this is a good sign for them.
Oh shit, perfectly timed. We are on a hype train, mother flippers. Thank you to Threads of Solidarity with 5 gifted memberships. Much love to you. Honestly, I will do everything. Anything. And nothing if you want. Whatever. Anyway, thank you. Much love. Yeah. Sorry, chat. Apologies if I'm a little bit low energy. It is nearly 4 in the morning, and I've been going for 5.5 fucking hours. So, if you wanted to make the hype train go choo-choo even more choo-chooily, what the fuck am I talking about? Just give me money. I don't.
How am I almost on 900 viewers? What's going on?
That is a lot of viewers. That is a lot of viewers. Thank you, Oda Stone, with 1312 biddies.
This is more than viewers than I had during the fucking general election.
Yeah, but the general election was just depressing because Keir Starmer was going to win. Like, it was nice having the Tories lose, but like, the Tories lost, but also the Tories won.
Yeah, like, I felt there was actually stakes here in a way that there just wasn't at the general election.
True. Although, ironic that there's stakes on the line considering they're supposed to be vegetarians.
Hey.
Kill me! In Minecraft.
Ben says, maybe our Labour message of vote Green for drugs, hookers and big tits didn't quite work.
Yeah, exactly. Coke and hookers. Yeah, that's always a losing strategy, yeah. Yeah. Thank you, thank you to whoever's giving money or something. I don't know. I'm honestly really flagging like fuck right now. Actually, I could do with some Coke, Zach. If you've got some, mate, drop some off.
Speed, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just give me a rock of something. Fuck it, fucking coffee enema. I don't care. We and Labour threaten people with a good time. True. I do hope they finish third as well. That would be so fucking sweet. And if the Tories lose their deposit, honestly, it would be perfect.
By the way, I saw someone in chat say that there was viewers who'd come over to Hassan from me. Does that mean that Hassan knows who I am? I hate to sound like a fangirl here, but he does have a big platform that I'd quite like to be able to piggyback off of. I would very much like to chase some clout.
No, fair enough. I presume he probably does. Like, he has an interest in British leftoid politics, doesn't he? So it's possible.
Thank you, Pippa Tandy, for the 10 Australian. Appreciate the support. Great day indeed.
Yeah.
In Mothin crowd surfing emote, we totally need to get an animated Mothin crowd surf.
I can't believe he did that. That's fucking dope. What an absolute king. He's a tiny king, but a king nonetheless.
Thank you, Freya Firefly, for the £5. Been on 2 bottles of wine, yay, for tomorrow. I agree. I'm very glad I do not have a real job, which requires me to be up in the
exactly.
morning.
Yeah, fuck that. I'm sleeping all tomorrow. Look, it's night time, and I'll go to bed with it being dark, and I will wake up with it being dark. I'll be like a fucking Norwegian. Be mental. Thank you, Francois, for following. I hope that's Mark Francois, who's seen the light. I assume it probably isn't, but that would be nice. If so, Switzerland. Thank you to Imaginations with 420. Blazer. Here's some money for staying awake. Well, thank you. I don't know that I should be gifting. You should give me money for this. This is self-destructive behaviour at this point, and you are enabling me.
I'd love to go on Hassan's stream to talk about the by-election and the Green Party. It'd be cool. Or go on. I mean, I need to reach out to the serfs about the leftist mafia because Treeball P keeps telling me to do so, and I need to do so.
That would be dope, yeah.
Apparently they want to have me on, but we need to sort it out.
Yeah. Also, by the way, just as a general thing, because this, I mean, you probably get it more than me, but like people will say, "Oh, you should go on this show or that show." Don't say that to me. Say that to the person whose show it is.
Well, literally, I'm a nobody, like in the grand scheme of things, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like, oh, you should go on that show. Yeah, but I don't run that show. Tell the person that you want them to have me on. Like I can't fucking make them have me on. I can try and weasel my way on, I suppose, but I'm not going to. I find it very difficult keeping up chains of correspondence with people.
Likewise. Oh, and I need the fucking loot. Please announce this result.
Yeah, that is true.
Thank you, not your Nan's timeline, for the £2. Appreciate the support.
Kev, you should go on Question Time audience sometime. Fuck you. Fuck you. Too soon.
Bordio fan says I was great on All Right Idiots podcast. It was a lot of fun.
You were very good on that.
Fian and Zaba both an absolute riot.
But you know what I have to say? Oh, podcast.
Oh, podcast.
New podcast. Someone fluff Kev ready for the big finish. Oh, God. Oh, I have an audience of absolute degenerates. I love it.
You do. I mean, that's why they're your audience.
True. Exactly. You get the audience you deserve at the end of the day. What the fuck is the hold up here? Come on. Are they doing this?
There's movement. There's claps.
Oh, hang on. Okay.
Howell and Angeliki Stoya and Matt Goodwin from Reform UK, we understand, has also arrived at the...
Oh, Goodwin is turned up to his own political funeral.
Loss. His bad loss. His bad loss.
His bad loss, yeah. True. What does that guy's hat say? I think it was something about save education. Yeah. Which is like, I mean, again, I've said this before, the Reform Party, the Monster Raving Loony Party are like, obviously a joke party, literally. But, some of they seem like good people, actually, fundamentally. I think they waste their time with what they do, but yeah, their politics actually aren't bad, by and large.
Thank you, Adam, for the £2. You're not a nobody with 900 viewers at this time. I mean, I guess that's true. I guess I'm not a nobody anymore. It's a very, very weird position to be in. Like, someone said hi to me on a train to fucking Lille. Said, I know you as No Justice MTG, and I'm like, how?
Yeah, that is pretty dope.
I'm off to play Magic the Gathering.
Yeah.
What's going on?
I got noticed delivering leaflets for the Green Party, and I got noticed, even though I was trying to be incognito, because like I don't want to talk to people, but I got noticed on a Palestine march, and they were like, "Oh, I saw you on the turn left." I was like, "Oh, hello." To leave me alone. Please don't stab me.
Well, apparently they're waiting for Hannah. Fashionably late for your own victory.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, style on these bitches. Yeah,
literally.
Like, I'm sorry. Look, not only am I taking the L, but I'm going to make you wait for me to take the L. Okay, you are going. Not the L, the W. You cunt. Fuck me. I'm sleep deprived.
It's too late. It's
too late. I don't know the difference between letters anymore. The alphabet.
The Horathonk.
The part of my
Horathonk ask. Go for it, go for it.
No, you fucking speak.
Sorry, Horathonk is asking if the MTG is short for Magic the Gathering. Is short for Magic the Gathering.
It's short for Marjorie Taylor Greene. Shut up. We've been through this. You fangirl ironically for both Hassan and MTG. And it's a beautiful and very unique combination. God bless you. Two people who like to fuck. Although only one of them has cheated on their husband. Sorry. Look, I'm on board. If you want to fuck who you want to fuck, great, but don't pretend to be family values. I ain't having that bollocks.
Yeah, so when I say I'm like playing Magic that thing, that's why I'm going to Turin next week. It's the European Regional Championships.
Oh, European Regional Championships.
Oh, friend. Oh, Magic the Gathering tournament. Oh, hard game.
No, it's actually fucking amazing. Like, you've gone around the world and shit to play a fucking card game. That's so cool.
And I came 40th in the world in Chicago.
Yeah, that's really impressive. That's in like there's fucking 8 billion people, and all of them play Magic the Gathering. No, that actually is very impressive. Oh, for fuck's sake, hurry up. Thank you to someone. Kieran with 5 memberships, and thank you Holland Cube with 5 memberships. Honest to God, love you to death. I'm not in love with you. It's a different thing.
We need to stop, to use his language, stop migrant workers taking jobs away from people who are already living here.
We never talk about migration.
Both, as it were, trying to deal with the economic circumstances which the UK find itself, but again, they're very, very different remedies.
I also wanted to ask you about the role of personality in all of this.
Yes.
It's increasingly a subject around the world, not just here in the UK.
Yes.
But what we've seen here is the decision to not pick a candidate who has a huge presence in the...
That's not just personality, that's faction. It's not just like, oh, Keir Starmer doesn't like Andy Burnham. No, it's that Keir Starmer knows that he's a threat. It's a faction.
Yeah, exactly. And Andy Burnham isn't a personality. But Andy Burnham isn't even a personality either. He does policy that people like, right?
Yeah.
When people talk about Andy Burnham, they don't talk about him in terms of his charisma. They say he fixed the buses, he extended the Met Line. Like they talk about the houses that he's built and the economic growth. They don't talk about him as a personality. Like Mamdani was good because he had personality, charisma, and he had all of the policies, right?
Yeah. Like, he got elected because he's like the Labour Party guy. But do you know how good you have to be for the people of Manchester to take a Scouser to their heart?
Literally.
Like, he's one of their own now, you know, and like that takes some do. So he does have a large personal following. I think he probably would have won the seat. Certainly, there's no way he'd have finished fucking third. Jesus Christ. But Keir Starmer, again, it's all about control. He'd rather lose to reform. He'd rather lose to fucking Hitler than to allow anything vaguely semblance of like progressivism into the party. Even though this is fucking a former Tony Blair cabinet member. This is a guy who voted for the Iraq War. This is not some raving lefty loony. He's just like a basic social democrat, you know?
Mm.
Anyway, but there you go. That's how far right the fuck... Well, not far right, but you know, that how far to the right they have travelled, the Labour Party. Yeah. I could count 20,000 in an hour at most, and it includes double counts. True, but they've got to be, like, careful with it. I don't mind them being cautious, but, like, everyone knows the result at this point. And presumably the returning officer knows the numbers. So just tell us, so I can go to bed. And or go for a piss, in whatever order that arrives. I don't know. Look at the size of that hat. That is fucking mental.
Honestly, the Monster Raven Looney Party continue to make me proud to be British.
Yeah, well, that's literally, that is democracy manifest. You're allowed to be a fucking knob. It's fine.
So true.
Yeah. We need a new politics. True, we do. But even if we don't get a new one, just a slightly less shit one would be nice. Look, honestly, I really don't expect... Like, obviously in an ideal world, I'd like absolute socialism. But, like, just a government that gives a fuck would be nice. I don't even mind if they make mistakes and stuff. Like, I can forgive mistakes. It's like, this government aren't interested in governing. So why do they exist? Why are you there, Keir Starmer?
I mean, Keir Starmer doesn't even believe in policies or politics.
No.
Also, like, can they hurry up? My headphones are literally giving me the bleep telling me they run out of battery. One of them already has run out of battery. I would very much like to be able to hear the results and then be able to not have to just sit here and mute myself.
Do you not have, like, manual earphones at all?
Nope.
Jesus.
I had a big pair of those before, but I can't find them.
Oh, okay.
Oh, hang on a minute.
Well,
Okay, ignore me.
Yeah.
I found him.
Okay. That's why I have ones that plug in, because I don't need them to be wireless.
That's fair.
Also, let's be honest, I lose everything, so if it's not attached to something, I would definitely lose them. It's the only reason I've still got my balls. I can't lose them. I was streaming with you, wasn't I, when my fucking next door neighbour knocked on for his fucking keys twice.
Yes, you were streaming with me, yeah.
Prick. Unbelievable.
Fucking dickhead.
I'm not Alan Partridge.
I did a Salford accent there.
Well,
that's what people used to say to me.
Well, he's from Manchester, so it's fine.
Yeah. That's what people used to say to me all the time working at CEX. Can't believe you give fucking 50p for FIFA 15, mate. It's proper fucking snide, innit?
Honestly, I think Liam Gallagher did so much damage to the people's understanding of Manchester by being real, by being an accurate representation. Monkey tennis?
Youth hosteling with Chris Eubank.
That actually happened though, didn't it?
They did youth hosting with Chris Eubank eventually.
Which, like, that's not a terrible idea. And I'd never watched it, so I don't know if he ended up being shite, but, like...
It's just a meme, basically, I think.
He's an interesting person in an unusual situation. That's, like, I imagine that's the pitch for a lot of TV shows. It's just, what about if we took a famous person that's, like, not that well known anymore, but so we can hire them cheaply and we put them in a strange situation? That works.
Anna's arriving now. Thank fuck for that.
Yeah, she's. Let's be honest. She's 2 bottles of Carver in. She's off her tits.
I mean, I would be, wouldn't you?
Yeah, look, absolutely. Again, make.
Oh, do you know? Yeah, they're trying to time the announcement for 420.
Let's go. Well, we are the drug party, so you know, fact. The drug and prostitution party.
The people of Manchester have spoken. Britain demands trans rights and drug liberalisation.
Yes. It doesn't matter whether you're injecting estrogen or heroin. You have to be injecting something. Okay?
True.
Let's go. Oh, hurry the fuck up now. You're taking the piss.
Yeah, there are many Labour MPs very unhappy with Sir Keir Starmer and unhappy with his leadership of the government and of the Labour Party. Now, there's a sort of core group of maybe 35 Labour MPs, seen as being very much on the left of the party, who sort of publicly talk about that a lot. But there are others who privately talk about their concerns around Sir Keir Starmer's leadership. Now, just a few weeks ago, we had that day around the whole row over Lord Mandelson.
I'm sick of this shit. Oh, they'd say stuff in private. Well, you're a pussy then. I'm sorry, politics doesn't happen in fucking private. Either you have the balls to stand up for yourself and what you believe in, or you're useless to me. That doesn't mean you have to air every single thought, obviously. You have to be diplomatic to some degree. But this guy is literally ensconced in multiple noncing scandals per week at this point. And you can't be bothered to, like, fucking voice up about it. Well, you fuck off then. Of what good are you to anyone? Sorry, I'm just angry about everything.
I'm sorry. I literally just kind of totally zoned out. I'm so tired.
That's fair. I have that effect on women. It's fine. Come on now. Why are they looking over there at things? But isn't the thing supposed to happen in front of them? No? Okay.
Local elections and in devolved elections in Scotland. And
I presume Hannah's just walking around, just flexing.
Literally.
You right, Matt? How you getting on, mate? You right, yeah? Angeliki, you crazy bitch! What's going on?
Sky News is reporting Hannah Spencer is the winner, but has not turned up yet. But a Green staff just posted a pic of them outside the building.
Well, they have turned up then. Clearly. Okay.
I say Fabianism has never been so back. Because it's never been back at all. It's always been failed.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, it would have to have first arrived in order to return, surely. We're going full KLF and burn £1 million outside the event.
So
what
true.
A callback! Holy shit!
That's a deep cut.
Yeah, that's mad. Hang on. Except Peter Mandelson referred to EU's anti-fraud agency after release of Epstein files.
So good.
The European Commission has asked the EU. Hang on. With
Labour MP again in the future if the opportunity came up.
I think we can now see some candidates arriving. Jack, I'll let you take the lead on this because you're in the room, but I do think we are starting. We're showing on the screen certainly some cameras going up, lots of flashes.
Yes, I can't see the exact pictures that you're looking at. However, I'm looking to my right and I can see the Green Party's candidate Hannah Spencer and also the leader of the Green Party, Zach Polanski, are just walking through. You may see they're about to walk into the shop behind me.
Honestly, that is a serve. Pink and yellow, love it.
Walking around them. So here is Zach Polanski and Hannah Spencer. She is, of course, expected to become the latest MP, the Green Party's first MP in the north of England, the first time that the Green Party will have won a parliamentary by-election, if indeed that does happen. They both have big, broad smiles across their faces. They've just been blocked now from my vision by all the various cameras. We can see it's an absolute scrum in there. I mean, Zach Polanski will no doubt say that this is proof that the Labour Party can be challenged from the left by his Green Party. We know that he has challenged the Labour Party on issues like the cost of living, like taxes, or also on foreign affairs issues like the war in Gaza. They will be the things
genocide
that
in Gaza
goes against Labour on, that he criticises Sir Keir Starmer for. But as I say, the Green candidate and the Green leader looking extremely happy as they walk behind me.
I mean, unsurprising, isn't it, Jack? Because if that result is as we all expect, she will have made history.
She will have made history. As I say, the Greens have never won a parliamentary by-election before. I mean, this was a seat that Labour won with a 13,000 majority.
All I'll say is elect a by-leader, win a by-election, yeah?
So true.
Targeting then, so the fact that they have been able to, we think, defeat both Labour and Reform is a really big moment, I think, in British politics. And as I say, I think clearly it would be very, very good for the Green Party. As far as the Labour Party are concerned, I think it would fuel calls from people like the Deputy Leader, Lucy Powell, for Keir Starmer to move to the left on certain issues. There is definitely a feeling within some in the Labour Party that Keir Starmer's Labour, the government, have tried to go after people who they think they're losing to Reform and have perhaps not thought as much about people who they are losing to the Green Party? Well, I think if the Greens do win as we're expecting, then it wouldn't be surprising if Labour did start to have a bit of a rethink on that.
Indeed, although if the Greens sources that you've been speaking to are correct, then Labour would be placed third behind Reform. So Reform is still very much a force in British politics as well.
Absolutely, and Reform...
Okay, but that's not really a story. No, like, obviously, they've been leading in the polls for a while. National, you know. Like, that's, yeah. I mean, I think some of the bookmakers are now saying they're less likely than Labour to get the most number of seats on current polling. But, like, it depends. I mean, I can't see anyone being able to even form a majority at the next election unless Polanski fucking, you know, pulls a fast one and does a fucking deal with Labour or something, which I hope he doesn't, but like I say, just mathematically that might be the only possibility.
I mean, it's all up in the air, really.
Yeah. Oh, get out of the way. I need to see your stupid, sad face.
Eat your book, mate. Eat your book, eat your book, eat your book, eat your book.
Oh, little sad boy. Oh.
To be honest, he shouldn't be sad. He's most likely come second in a seat that he had no business winning. Finishing ahead of Labour in this seat is, again, like...
True, but they parachuted... I know, Reform haven't done badly, but they parachuted him in as the personality. It wasn't about policy, this was about him. And he lost. Okay. That's the way it goes, you know? In a democratic vote, the voter is always right. That's just how it goes. That doesn't mean they make a good decision. Just, you know. Like, it would be really bad if they had a national election in which there was a clear majority, even if a narrow majority, and then people didn't like it, so they just decided maybe we'll make them vote again. That would be a really dumb thing to do, wouldn't it? Just saying.
Oh, returning officers up there.
Oh, hang on, let's have a look. What we got? Leftist, the most leftist audio I've ever heard. Appropriate given a leftist is about to fucking win. Boom! Oh, let's go. Oh yeah, did you hear that Mandelson was arrested because they thought he was a flight risk?
Yeah, apparently, like there was made up news that apparently that Lindsay Hoyle said he was a flight risk, and then apparently he's also been arrested by the EU Commission for his position as trade envoy.
Yeah, good. Fuck him. Because like there were stories about that as well, about his friends winning contracts with the EU when he was trade commissioner.
And leaking stuff to Jeffrey Epstein, yeah. Right, sound on. Let's bask in this.
Behind me there, they are taking their place just to the right of the stage, where they will be told this result. But yeah, as I say, if it goes as we're expecting and the Greens win, it will be their first parliamentary by-election victory, their first ever MP in the north of England. I think that will sort of embolden them to say that they can win seats that they didn't
Why have the security come dressed as Bruce Lee? I need to know that.
Result at the general election in 2024, they won 4 seats. Now, interestingly, 2 of those seats they won from Labour, but 2 they won. One of them was already a Green seat. 1 they won from Labour. The other 2 they actually won from the Conservatives in sort of rural areas where people are concerned about conservation and those sorts of issues. Now, some people, when Zach Polanski ran for the Green Party leadership, said that the party under him might struggle in those sorts of places, that their vote would be confined to cities with big student populations, places like Bristol, places like Brighton. But what they will say about this result is that it shows that they can win in places that previously would have been quite unexpected. And of course, the big sort of theme over all of this is the fractured nature of British politics. For many decades, we've spoken about that old two-party system of Labour and the Conservatives, but it's sort of really surprising that we've had a by-election that was seen as a three-horse race and neither the Conservatives nor the Liberal Democrats were involved. It shows how voters are more and more willing to vote for those non-traditional parties like the Greens, like Reform. And what it means is that candidates can win elections on a much lower share of the vote than would have been the case when Labour and the Conservatives were racking up millions of votes.
By the way, there are currently 916 people watching, and you've been very generous to me. I would like you to go to... I'd like you to search Kevin Logan on YouTube. You should also go to KF Logan 1875 over on Twitch. Follow and or subscribe. It is free to follow on Twitch. It's free to subscribe on YouTube. Please go and follow Kevin. Also become a member of Kevin's channel and subscribe to Kevin's channel as well. He's keeping me much company all the way through this evening. There are 900 of you, and if I'm not sure they're not all existing viewers of my channel who may have not subscribed to Kevin Logan already. I will place the link for his channel in the comments.
Thank you very much. That's lovely. I'm like, imagine I'm the No Justice MTG replacement bus service.
Oh, Lance McGee got there first.
Oh, okay. Well, there
Thank you.
Go. Yeah.
I've just popped the.
Yes, I mean, I presume everyone who follows me follows you, but if there isn't any, if there's somebody who doesn't already follow, everyone go to No Justice MTG and hit the follow button and subscribe and all that jazz. Yes. You keep saying that I'm 2 minutes behind, chat. I think it's just because there's a delay. I'm watching it live on both Sky and the BBC, and it's the same thing. So I think my stream is just really badly delayed.
I'm close. I must have 1,000 people watching. What the fuck is going on here?
You are the British Hassan.
That's true. I mean, again, there's no other live streamers live at the moment. Looks like covering politics.
And given that you're the British Hassan, I think you have to say that the UK deserves 7-7.
I mean,
don't. You're actually involved in the Green Party. Don't say it. Don't let them clip you, even as a joke.
Even as yes, true.
Like I'm just a fucking rando. I can say it, but you've got a future. Don't ruin it. Oh, Baroness Jones. Let's have a
Cardiff. I think it will have an impact on those. We will do better than even we expected to do. And yeah, I'm really excited.
Was this a win for the Greens, or was this a protest vote against Labour?
Well, the fact is, politics in Britain has changed so massively, and I think what one hears on doorsteps and in market squares and so on is that people want change. They're not happy with the way things are run at the moment. They want change, and so I think Reform offered them the option of change, but now the Green Party is offering an option of change.
Well, they did until they decided that the Tories that everyone hated, they would just welcome them in. And not just welcome them in, but like give the guy that opened up the immigrant hotels the position of the potential Chancellor of the Exchequer.
But how? What the Tories?
Yeah.
Who's that?
It's like a Kevin fan club thing. I don't know who they are.
No one's mentioned them today.
No, you would think if they were a national political party, they'd have been of some relevance in this.
If potentially even the most successful political party in human history.
True. By the way, I mean, just a genuinely based bit of shit posting there. That is lovely stuff. Dickheads.
A year and a half of Labour, and sometimes it's very hard to tell the difference. People wanted change, and we actually told it the way it was.
What was the benefit or the purpose of having a picture of Prime Minister Starmer and Narendra Modi on there, or David Lammy and Benjamin Netanyahu?
To say that we don't like racist, genocidal, supremacist freaks.
Literally.
Like, you know, that's a thing. Do you remember when that could be a position you could hold and that wasn't strange?
I know, right? Crazy world.
They were real pictures of...
Man in a beret. There is a man... Oh no, not even in the Monster Raving Loony Party, just a man in a beret. You gotta love it.
That does amount to sectarianism.
Listen, you have to work with everybody in a constituency, and the fact is that we reached out to all sorts of groups, and it's apparently paid off.
Indeed, we'll find out in a few moments. We're still watching that podium very closely. We've seen the candidates arrive, including your candidate, of course, Jenny, but they're not yet on the stage. And of course, when we see them on the stage and the returning officer, that's when we know the moment is imminent.
Advance UK got fewer votes than the Monster Raving Loony Party.
Again, just staying.
Apparently, what? Sorry.
Advance UK got fewer votes than the Monster Raving Loony Party.
Fair enough. You can't love it, people who vote for the Monster Raving Loony Party, because they specifically ask people not to vote for them. They take pride in losing their deposit. You know, that's their thing. Okay, but hundreds of people still will.
To the Muslim community, and as your reporter said earlier, our wins at the previous general election were actually quite, 2 rural constituencies, 2 urban constituencies. The fact is, our message is getting through on all sorts of levels now. We're actually appealing to a much wider audience, because we're not only talking about green issues, and I do talk a lot about green issues. We're talking about the cost of living. We're talking about social equality. We're talking about a fairer society, and that's the sort of message people want to hear.
Sir Keir Starmer criticised your party, saying the Green Party's policy isn't just irresponsible, it's reprehensible, legalising cocaine, heroin, ketamine and the date-rape drug GHB, a drug which is known in use to spike drinks for women. He said that policy would shatter lives and increase antisocial behaviour.
And look, and if they legalise GHB, where will the fun of the Labour backbenchers who want to use it surreptitiously? Like that, it won't be fun for them anymore, will it?
I don't think the Labour Party leader should be admonishing anyone else for sex crimes, given the state of the Labour Party of recent months.
Yeah.
Is an issue that has blighted British society, for millennia probably. And the fact is, we need to deal with it better. The way that we're dealing with it at the moment, that's the supply of recreational drugs and much harder drugs are through criminal gangs. That's not desirable. We need to change the pattern. We need to find a way out. And we want to build up the NHS so that it can cope.
Yes. We'll carry on with that conversation in a moment, but let's listen into the returning officer. It's a big moment, of course, for your party, but let's have a listen in and see what
your party aren't even standing.
Like, how badly have Labour done? That is the question.
That is the question.
Sam, sorry to interrupt, but the returning officers on the platform, we're about to get the declaration.
Okay, thank you very much, colleagues. Can I just start this evening by offering an enormous thanks to all of the staff from both Manchester City Council and Tameside Council who have worked on the count this evening and diligently through our polling stations in both local authority areas throughout the day. You are the heroes of local democracy, and we thank you very much for all of your efforts and your accuracy in the count. Can I also just remind people as well of what I said at the beginning of proceedings this evening, which is that it is very important in law that the declaration of the result of the poll is heard in full.
Look at
and
Matt
I need
Goodwin.
to make sure that
Face
is
like a
achieved
slapped
this evening.
arse.
Thank you. So for the UK parliamentary by-election held on the 26th of February 2026, this is the declaration of the result of the poll. I, Tom Stannard, the acting returning officer for the Gorton and Denton constituency, give notice that the total number of votes cast for each candidate was as follows. Jones, Sean, Ian, Alec, the official Monster Raving Loony Party, 159.
Go on, lad.
Buckley, Brendan Nicholas, Advance UK, 154. Cadden, Charlotte Ann, Conservative Party candidate, 706.
Yes, I did get more
Clark,
viewers than
Daniel,
they did.
David, Libertarian Party UK, 47. Goodwin, Matthew Thomas James, Reform UK, 10,578. Moore, Sebastian, Social Democratic Party, 46.
Go on, lad.
Meg Hare, Joseph Bernard, the Rejoin EU Party, 98. Piercy Jacqueline, Liberal Democrats, 653. Spencer Hannah Catherine, the Green Party, 14,980. Stoya Angeliki, Labour Party, 9,364. And Wills Hugo, Communist League, 29. The total number of valid votes cast was 36,814, and the number of ballot papers rejected was as follows: want of official mark, 0; voting for more than one candidate, 28; writing or mark by which the voter could be identified, 0; and being unmarked or void for uncertainty, 62. That makes the total number of rejected ballot papers 90. The total number of ballot papers verified as returned was 36,904, and the percentage turnout was therefore 47.62%. So I hereby declare that Hannah Catherine Spencer is duly elected Member of Parliament for the Gorton and Denton constituency.
So there you have it, the Green Party making history, winning their first parliamentary by-election. Let's hear from...
Oh no, she's going to speak, sorry, and please
This is a lot. I didn't grow up wanting to be a politician. I'm a plumber. And 2 weeks ago, during all this, I also qualified as a plasterer. Because even in chaos, even under pressure, I get things done. I am no different to every single person here in this constituency. I work hard. That is what we do. Except things have changed a lot over the last few decades, because working hard used to get you something. It got you a house, a nice life, holidays. It got you somewhere. But now, working hard, what does that get you? Because talk to anyone here and they will tell you. The people who work hard but can't put food on the table, can't get their kids' school uniforms, can't put their heating on, can't live off the pension they worked hard to save for, can't even begin to dream about ever having a holiday, ever. Because life has changed. Instead of working for a nice life, we're working to line the pockets of billionaires. We are being bled dry. And I don't think it's extreme or radical to think working hard should get you a nice life. And I don't think that if you're not able to work, that you should still have a nice life. I think that absolutely everybody should get a nice life. And clearly, I'm not the only person who thinks that, because I've made clear my position and my commitment to working class communities, the community that I am from. People in their thousands told me on the doorsteps and at the ballot box that what we are sick of is being let down and looked down on, that we are sick of our hard work making other people rich. I lived in this constituency at one of the most difficult and challenging periods of my life. I saw how strong the community was at holding things together. But I saw how much harder life is when the things around you are broken. The litter, the fly tipping, the dirty air. And when I moved, it became even clearer, and this is why I am fighting for the community that I lived in and that I still work in. Because I absolutely refuse to accept that we should ever have to move and leave our communities for good schools, a thriving high street and clean air. And I will not accept a society where having more money gets you a longer life expectancy. And so when it came to fighting for people here to stand in this election, well, how could I not fight? Because here, this is what we do. We fight for each other in this very diverse constituency where our struggles might not always be the same, but where we know how hard life can be and we stick together. Whatever our beliefs, our backgrounds, our colour or our level of education, we stick up for each other. And to those who voted for me, I know that earning your trust starts now. One vote on one night is not something I will take for granted or assume will happen again. I will earn your trust. And to those who didn't vote for me, I will always work hard for you, and I will always be honest, and I will always be decent. To our Muslim communities who this week suffered an attempted attack during Ramadan, whilst I was being welcomed by women at a mosque in Longsight, someone just down the road walked into a mosque carrying an axe. And whilst we were gathered and eating together, an act of terror could easily have taken place. And I can't and won't accept this victory tonight without calling out the politicians and divisive figures who constantly scapegoat and blame our communities for all the problems in society. My Muslim friends and neighbours are just like me, human. And of course, to our white working class communities, the background that I have become so proud to be from, we know how it feels to be looked down on, maybe because we didn't do well at school, maybe because we do dirty manual jobs, because we are shut out of places we should be in. To people here in Gorton and Denton who feel left behind and isolated, I see you and I will fight for you. Because whilst our communities may sometimes be labelled in different ways, the thing everyone seems to have underestimated here, especially over the last few weeks, is how similar we all actually are. How we have common ground, how we get along, how we stand up for each other. The cracks that were starting to show can be healed, and I believe that it is through offering people hope and a chance to do things differently and do things better. Now, to my customers, I'm sorry, but I think I might have to cancel the work that you had booked in because I'm heading to Parliament. And when I get there, I will make space for everyone doing jobs like mine. We will finally get a seat at the table. And to Layla, the little girl who I had the pleasure of meeting and holding this week. I promised you I would try and improve the world that you are growing up in. I told you that I am not perfect, but that I always try my best. I always try and do the right thing. Now, something exciting is definitely happening. And I invite you all to be part of it. Come and join the Green Party so that we can spread hope and win everywhere across the country. Our strength will grow as more and more of us come together. We have shown that we don't have to accept being turned against each other. We can demand better without hating each other. We can do that together. We ran a hopeful campaign backed by thousands of volunteers and activists. We defeated the parties of billionaire donors.
Go on.
We have shown that we don't have to accept being turned against each other at all. And we did this with the people who live here, side by side, shoulder to shoulder, just as we have always done in this constituency and in the whole of Greater Manchester. Because this is Manchester, and we do things differently here. Thank you so much to everybody. Thank you.
Rachel Reeves, Wes Streeting, Lisa Nandy, Bridget Phillipson, Steve Reed, Peter Kyle, Morgan McSweeney. Can you hear me, Morgan McSweeney? Your boys took one hell of a beating. Your boys took one hell of a beating.
You got no fans. Your stadium's shit.
You want some? I'll give it you.
Fuck yes. The Denton Raider. Let's go. Oh. Anyway.
Oh, so that was emotional speech, wasn't it?
That was. She was on the verge of tears, God bless her.
They got 41%.
41%? That, Jesus Christ. That's amazing. Also...
The 12% margin, so 41, 29, 25. The Green Reform, Labour.
That's a significant majority, really. 4,000? Over 4,000, yeah.
4,000, yeah.
And Labour Party 1,000 behind second place. Barely on the podium. Well done.
Literally, they didn't even get 5 figures.
Adults in the room.
This is you know what all of this is? This is the adults in the room, chat.
Fuck yes.
Literally. And you know what? You know how we did the sweepstakes on Conservatives when they get the deposit? They didn't get 6%. They didn't get 4%. Oh. They got 2%.
Oh, fucking Christ. Kevin. What are you doing, boy? Honestly, amazing shit. Oh, what a time. What a time to be alive. I hope Keir resigns. In a way, I sort of hope he doesn't. Because, this is obviously very good for the Green Party. And again, to echo the newly minted Member of Parliament, join the Green Party. This is your chance to be part of something a bit bigger.
And next time there will be another by-election. There'll be local elections in May. There are council and local authority and mayoral elections across the country in May. Join the Green Party, and we will need as many hands on deck as we did over this week to try and win in councils across the country, because we're now a serious threat. We can now be taken seriously. We're not a wasted vote.
True. Also, it was nice to see Matt Goodwin with a face like a slapped arse.
Shaking his head like, oh, Blue No Party. Also, I did get more viewers on this live stream than the Tory candidate got total votes.
That's amazing. That's genuinely impressive.
Yeah, we capped out at 952 in terms of viewers today.
Amazing shit. So, I mean, again, if you want to stop reform, vote Green. Labour, you need to stand down. You're just reform enablers.
Literally. Oh my god, this is... I've never actually, like... I feel like how I felt when Mamdani won in New York City, except it's, like, real.
Yeah, exactly. It's
like,
real. Because, like, New York's, like, they've got the Statue of Liberty, so it's not even a real place. That's from a movie.
Literally.
So, like, it's not even real. Whereas this is, like... This is Manchester.
Around the corner.
Yeah, this is... Yeah.
It's my old haunt. It's literally where I used to live.
Yeah. Amazing. Oh, genuinely awesome. I wish I could give you more, like, detailed analysis, but it's nearly 5 in the morning, and I genuinely feel like I might die soon.
I'll probably just bat signal again. Again, if you're enjoying the content, I mean, understand that it kind of tailed off as me and Kev started flagging.
Yeah, come on.
But
yeah.
If you've been enjoying the content, again, it's only 99p to become a member of the stream. It gets you access to my emotes. It gets you access to my archive live streams. It helps support the channel and keep me going, because I do this 6 days a week. It's my full-time job. Kevin is also 99p to become a member on Kev's channel. Kev also has emotes. Kev is also doing this as a full-time job. So if you enjoyed the content, if you enjoyed us, the grueling 6 hours I think we've gone through, that we've streamed consistently for 6 hours to bring you this content, then becoming a member is the easiest way to support the channel.
All I'll say is, in terms of percentages, there's a delightful comparison here. Okay. So it was Green Party 40%, Reform 28%, Labour 25%, Tories 1.9%, not even 2%, 1.9%. And in terms of the percentage swing, the Labour Party lost almost exactly half of its vote.
Exactly, 25.4 on both ends.
Yeah, so like literally, in 18 months, Keir Starmer has eviscerated 50% of their votes in one of their safest seats.
Adults in the room.
Adults in the room, chat. Adults again. Your stream title could not be more perfect. Revenge of the Fleas.
And I think that's the reality here. Again, this was never inevitable. This was a choice that the Labour Party made to tell people, like people who've always kind of torn between Labour and the Greens, because we've always kind of been progressive voters. They told us we were not welcome. There were fleas to be shaken off. That the door was open and we can leave. And we've left. We've created something new. We've created something better. And Labour, as Zach Polanski said on the day that he won his leadership election, we're not here to be concerned by you. We're not here to be combative with you. We're here to replace you.
True. Also, just on a personal note, Gareth Dennis has responded to the Jack Mellor, asking them to be on the stream in all caps. I'd love this to happen, and honestly, cherry on top. Cherry on top. Beautiful. Honestly. Delicious cake. I am too tired to make any more jokes, chat. That's how tired I am. Because that's all I do. I can't be serious about things. I have to do jokes, otherwise the darkness would consume me. But I am too tired. I need to go for a piss and a sleep. In possibly that order. I don't know.
Thank you, the Noise family, for the membership. Everyone should go follow KF Logan 18750 over on Twitch. Go to follow Kevin Logan on YouTube. I need to see who's live there. I mean, I'm going to dump a massive raid on somebody.
Okay, you didn't need to put it like that. Come on now.
Who's live?
Thank you, Uvreal. Oh my god, I can't even fucking read. The person who just gifted me just became a member on the YouTubes. I love you, but I can't read. I'm saying,
thanks.
Much like the Prime Minister, I can't read at this point.
Literally, we have no hinterland. Thank you, Dr. Funkshock, for the £5. Appreciate the support. Thank you very much for joining us tonight.
There is no God. Anyway, whoever the fuck you are as well. Apologies, chat. Like, I'm a rude prick when I'm awake. When I'm tired, like, honestly, you're lucky I'm not having a fucking meltdown. Anyway, who's going on Twitch? No, on Twitch, on YouTube. Nobody. Literally nobody.
No one's.
It's you, but you're about to go off, so there's no point there. And then Young Turks. And I'd literally rather just fucking shut my channel down and never raid into that
I'm just gonna,
fucking filth.
I guess what do I always do when I have got nowhere else to go? I'll send people into Al Jazeera.
I don't follow Al Jazeera on the Twitch or whatever.
No, they have all their raids open, so because anybody can raid into Al Jazeera.
Oh, can you? Oh, I don't know. Okay. Yes. Who's going on Twitch? I don't know.
So is the leftist mafia live?
I don't know. Let me have a look. But yeah,
Ariana Jasmine.
Are they going? I'm friends with Ariana. We did a debate 1,000,000 years ago with Destiny. It was fucking awful. He was defending the murder of the.
I think.
Mad Cat's going. Okay, well I'll go there. If you like mad Scottish people.
Cool.
As if there was any other kind of Scottish person. God bless them. Go and say hello to Mad Cat Scotty Eye, who are presumably gloating about the Green Party taking a massive dub. Gotta love her. Okay, everyone. I'll be back possibly later tonight, although I might take a day off because I am fucking knackered. Go and follow No Justice MTG. Free Palestine.
From the river to the sea.
From the Denton to the Gorton. I will never mention that place ever again.
literally. And of course, whilst we're here, free Sudan and free Kurdistan as well.
True. Free everywhere.
Bye. Free Willy. Bye.